What? What?
This is sacrilege!
What do you? This is not how you do this?
I mean, you are not paying respect to the baguette, actually.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
Thank you, Dash.
To the baguette.
We'll take it from here. Hello, everybody. We are Chips et Noir, the French shoutcasters, and we will be your host for today.
Yeah, thank you for watching this day. This is the pinnacle of the season 9. This is the 10th year anniversary of League of Legends. We are really delighted and happy to welcome you here in Paris. This day will be crazy. The crowd will be crazy. So thank you for watching. We wish you a great League of Legends 2019 Grand Finals and see you after.
Paris prepares to roar with an entire year of blood, sweat, and tears as an LEC champion on home soil aims to bring the Summoners Cup back to its passionate fans for the first time since the trophy's inception. G2 Esports must stand tall against the powerhouses FunPlus Phoenix, who have every intention of proving naysayers wrong and doing what others could not. Return the title of world champion to the LPL fans. You're getting a look at footage from the Oppo Reno 2, which has been catching our players' arrivals all tournament long. In brilliant fashion, cosplayers too out in droves. The tournament concludes here in a beautiful Accors Hotel Arena where the Parisian fans have not disappointed, with a host of G2 fans and cosplayers making sure that the celebrations are lively. I'm James Dash Patterson, standing alongside Frost, Jad, Deficio, and Vedius. We've made it to the World Finals. It's one best of 5 that separates each of these teams from the Summoner Cup. How are we feeling?
I'm getting a little bit nervous.
You got nervous?
Just a little bit.
But we got an hour to go, Deficio. Deep breaths.
Okay, we got an hour. We got an hour.
We're an hour away from the opening ceremony. The fans are still moving in, but from the sound of it, you wouldn't be able to tell. So it's only going to get louder from here.
Oh, yeah, I expect it to be loud as ever. We were lucky enough to be here in Paris just a year ago for MSI. They blew the roof off the building. I expect more of the same. A reminder that you can celebrate Worlds with all the World's swag available through the World's Pass in client. You can still rep those rewards through November 19th, and that includes new Louis Vuitton skins. For more information, check out all you can recap or reap here in the League client right now. Now, throughout Worlds, I'll have to say, my analysts have gotten more than their fair share of predictions wrong, but thankfully, there's a number of savants out there, as 3 perfect pick'ems are still in play. First up, Last Breath on EUS will be the sole winner if FPX takes this series, while 2 players, one on the Brazilian server and another on EU Northeast, have picked G2 to win it all. Perfect pick'em earns you every single ultimate skin. That's every single one. That's a lot of skins.
We got to backtrack, though, Dash.
Did you say EU West?
Yes.
And did he predict FPX?
That's what he did.
Last breath! What are you doing? You do what it takes to get perfect pick'ems, Vedius. Have you seen the rewards?
He's trying to win no matter what. You know, either G2 wins or he wins.
Clearly a Yasuo main with the word last breath. He's just running it down.
If he's not, I'd be disappointed.
I actually found his account. He's not a Yasuo
He's
main.
not? What? Well, now I don't know what to think about Last Breath. But let's talk about the 4 of you and how you've been doing in the pick'ems, huh?
My pick'ems were Uzi level. So for like most of groups, they were really good. And then like as soon as quarterfinals hit, suddenly they were nowhere to be found. So I don't know what happened.
Anyone else feeling good?
I think I'm like,
I was feeling pretty good.
I'm strong
My only
Griffin.
bad prediction was the Griffin one. That kind of ruined everything. But every other prediction, I've been on point.
All right, well, we already know that this Worlds is like no other, but I wanted to put some numbers to the kind of action that we've seen throughout all of Europe. First up, 99 unique champion presents. That's either picks or bans, but the most unique that we've had across a World Championship ever.
And it feels like the year has been set as the year of flex picks. It really started with G2. They made their splash on the international stage with MSI, and it's only ramped up from there. Now, to be a top team, you must be able to play a lot of these unique picks in multiple positions across multiple roles.
And we've also seen now over 2 years that teams who try new picks, they get rewarded because they actually end up winning because of it. It's no longer a bad thing to have a, as we used to call it, a cheese pick. It's actually a good thing now to be creative in the way you're playing the game and in your draft. So I think we are seeing teams try more because it's actually the best way to win.
Yeah, and I've been happy with the way the game has looked. Last year was the best Worlds ever in terms of what it felt like gameplay. And on the Bounce team for about 8 months, there was definitely a feel that we were trying to kind of keep that meta mostly in place because it was good. And then make a few adjustments along the way. Pantheon got a little away from people. That's obviously not the goal. But overall, 99 picks, about almost exactly the same average game time as last year. And the right things feel like they're being rewarded.
A very
Thank you,
healthy
Jack.
place for the game to
It wasn't
be.
me. It was the team.
Yeah, credit should be extended to many other people in making this a possibility. Next up, we have had some of the bloodiest early games since tracking the stat. 7.3 kills and deaths at 15 minutes is the average here at Worlds. If we look at the combined kills per minute, which looks at the games holistically, not capping at that 15-minute mark, this is the second only to Season 3 Worlds.
And I wonder how much this is inflated by the semi-finals between the two LPL teams. Because we had a lot of fighting and killing in that series, but honestly, it's been like this throughout the entirety of the tournament. In group stages, we thought that the meta was about slowing down, scaling, but the moment we got into playoffs, it was back to bloodshed, it was back to fighting.
And Vedius, you say that obviously having two LPLs and the semis makes that stat go way up, but in terms of bloody stats and in terms of quickness, it was actually the LEC that was skyrocket before any other region. So it's not just China, it's also Europe that are playing at this breakneck speed.
And Betty, I'm going to be honest, I was cheating at the program monitor to see your shot back there. The fans are already going crazy.
Yeah, they really like your point. They were like, yeah,
really
This place
games are over an hour away.
I
I wonder if the energy in here could even make teams play a little bit faster than we've seen already.
I mean, when you think about G2, they are a team that gets amped up by the crowd. We saw them against Damwon make a couple of questionable plays. The crowd is a very powerful factor here.
I don't know if
so
we can
much
keep
so
the
they
energy
asked
through.
the crowd to tone it down, but I will say the opposite. Get loud out there. That's what I want to see. But our third and final statistic here for Worlds 2019, it might end up being the first time, again, since tracking, that ADCs and bot laners do not top the damage share charts. Top laners have increased their share of damage in their teams by more than 3 percentage points compared to any other year in history. Currently tied with damage, bot and top, 25.3% for their teams. That's pretty awesome.
And I think there's a couple of different factors here, but primarily the games are going quicker. It's no longer that ardent sensor meta where you're getting to 6 items and the ADC is really who you're playing around in the team fights. Now there's a lot more creative compositions and the games are decided much quicker before ADCs even really turn online.
And I think the key word there is creative compositions. Garen bottom lane is going to hurt the damage share of AD carry. Sion Nautilus mid is also going to help the damage share. And also, tanks not being as prevalent.
I do have a small fun fact. The
I'm
two
ready.
teams in the final do not actually match this. None of them have their top laners as the top damage
So what
share.
are the indications for today's final?
I think you might see more focus around bot lane, obviously. More damage or more carries coming from mid and top.
So in the end, the bot laners may reign supreme. But while we celebrate the competitors charging onto the stage in front of this Parisian crowd, I want to recognize some of the most impactful players of Worlds 2019 that despite their best efforts couldn't quite participate today on stage. They are Clid, The Shy, Tarzan, Showmaker, and Nemesis. First up, SKT's jungler, Clid.
And how can we not talk about this man? Coming into the World Championship, Clid was praised as being one of, if not the best jungler coming into the tournament. SKT evolved their style to play through Clid rather than play through Faker, and that has allowed them to grow so much as a team. Their early game became so much stronger because of this man on your screen.
And the fact of the matter is that alongside names like G2, the other name coming out of analyst's mouth was SKT. And you're only that type of favorite because you have Faker and because you have Clid. He is a phenomenal jungler in a position that was so stacked at this tournament.
And I agree with everything, but I really want to talk about The Shy. While I'm also hearing this behind me. But The Shy was one of the biggest names coming into the tournament. He was one of the biggest. It's actually very hard. He was obviously a mega hyped up name coming into the semifinal as well. And I thought he was going to carry IG past FPX, but he didn't. He actually ended up costing the team the most as one of the best, if not the best player in the world before that series at least.
Fell just short at the end. Let's talk about Griffin's Tarzan.
Yeah, and I think Tarzan is another player who had a very good most of the World Championship before falling short. I think one of the tragedies of international competition is all these teams are the best of the best, but only one team can be the World Champion. So a player like Tarzan at his first World Championship, yes, he was unable to get through IG in that series, but he's a player who I feel like will be back.
Next up, go ahead.
Another player that we expect to be back is someone like Showmaker, the mid laner for Damwon. During the group stages, I feel like he showed the world why he is considered one of the best Akali players on the planet.
Yeah.
This guy was so influential in not only getting Damwon to the tournament, but is praised as being one of the best performing mid laners that we saw after groups.
You talk about young guns up here on the stage. We've got to go over to Fnatic and look at Nemesis in the mid lane.
And I know the goalpost got moved around for Fnatic. A lot of Fnatic fans probably feel very bittersweet after dropping in the quarters the way that it did go down. But Nemesis really does need to be celebrated. This Fnatic roster rebuilt themselves. He had to fill very big shoes in Caps' footprint, and he did so beautifully. He was probably the most consistent member. He had his hard carry moment. He solo killed Faker 2 times on the Veigar and the Ryze. And I think Nimi, hats off to him. He had a good tournament.
Agreed.
And I think while, the tournament may have ended on a sour note for a number of these players, not being here in the World Final, what is consistently impressive and amazing to me about the World Championship is exactly as you talk about, tracking the younger players in their growth from season to season to season to see which one of them use it as a fire to be lit under their asses to go into the next year and say, I'm coming back to the World Championship and I'll prove myself this time around.
And an example of that is look at the G2 team we have playing today. Most of those guys were at Worlds 4 years ago, so it takes a while to make it to the top.
And I also think it's then about the ripples that this moment will create today. Even if G2 don't lift that trophy, the amount of players who now believe that they can. What we saw from MSI, I think all over the world, the revolution is coming for the Western teams especially, and newer players are stepping up and saying, no, I can actually win this.
Yeah, I mean, it started last year when Fnatic made the final and G2 made the semifinal. It made every single European player go, wow, we can actually do the same. Every team was like, we can do the same. Now you just got confirmation that, in fact, you can do it.
Right. And what we talk about for, these G2 players, they're maybe 2, 3, 4 years into that journey. You look across the rift, and for a number of them at the World Championship, a lot more inexperienced, Vedius.
Yeah, for FPX, many of these players were middle-of-the-pack teams domestically. They did not find the same success, and Douenby is a player that we've been looking at for many years with the expectation that he can make it to the World Championship, yet he never has. Now that they're all here, in their first World Final, they have a lot to prove, and they're looking to show it today.
Well, those were some of the standout performers, but when it came to the best moments of Worlds, this is what you had to say on Twitter. First up, Nudelot GG called out SKT's backdoor versus RNG.
RNG knows this is just not hard forceable.
And they have no teleports, Flowers, so Faker can just do this for free.
Yeah.
The recalls take so long. He even gets to see the recalls. SKT, if they had more pokes, they'd actually be able to stop Mord from going back. That's the inhib, and he's out of there.
Another TP is
they're going for
in.
more.
Oh, they're all going! It's a triple teleport up into the top side for SKT.
They want to win!
Uzi's going legendary. He's able to find the kill onto the Gragas. SKT are now on the Nexus turrets.
Will they get those?
SKT, they play the map right, and they find the Nexus.
This was a pretty intense game in the group stages. SKT kept taking a lot of fights that they shouldn't have been taking. RNG almost came back in, and then they realized, we have a TF. There was a famous move named with a TF and like a backdoor or something, and then they put it into place, and they were able to find a very big win in the group stage.
And I remember after this game, everyone at home were like, can we get a best of 7 maybe between these two teams? We sadly didn't even get RNG out of groups, but we could have asked for more.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. This tournament has been so stacked that even in groups, we were getting incredible moments like that. Never mind, also Fnatic been making that crazy miracle run in day 2.
Yep, didn't end there. Next up, iLose sided Viper's pentakill on Xayah.
You saw this Vitalik go under the brush. They know Rookie's behind somewhere. When will they find it? What's the play? Forward they go. They might have knocked him down. Puts down the pool, but is there enough damage? They're going to try. They ult over the top, and it's already a 2-for-0. Viper doesn't die, but one finally comes through. It's up to JackeyLove, but he gets stunned. Clutch from Tarzan, but Morgana can't find it either. Viper stays alive. That's the full pentakill when they needed it most.
Interestingly enough, the only pentakill we've seen at Worlds. And that was a 4v5. Sion was in the bottom lane that whole time, just managing the minion wave when he came back up. So huge play from Viper and Tarzan in that one.
What a scary and nerve-wracking position to be in as an AD carry. I mean,
down 0-2
I was
as
going to
well.
say, and below like 30%
Right.
health for the entirety of that skirmish. Then Akaze relished in the infamous 2-minute team fight that we had in Invictus Gaming versus FunPlus Phoenix.
Tian has got himself the flash, he's got himself the smite, the rocket grab comes out, the static field as well. Tian concedes his life. Unable to find the kill, but now the Baron has stopped. Invictus are sending a message. Teleport's now coming in. Here comes LWX. The W's available. He's got flash. He's got killer instinct. But look at the minimap.
Here we go.
That's a pop over the blast cone. Doinby continues to step forward. LWX jumps in with a killer instinct. He's been tagged with a hemo plague, starts getting eaten by the culling. Doinby is able to stay alive in the pit. Here comes Gingoom. He may need to use that death realm, and he does. LWX escapes with his life, and Baron's like, guys, what's up? He resets yet another time. Gingoom almost and does find the solo kill, or the kill credit.
I mean, clearly that was just peak League of Legends. It doesn't get better than that.
Right, yeah, as told by Kobe's giggles throughout.
All planned, you know. That's how you're supposed to play the comms.
Not even
Come on.
close.
Can you understand League of Legends, right?
I'm pretty
Like,
sure
that's
both
how
of
it
these
is.
teams were, back in their scrim
Yeah.
rooms for the past week practicing exactly that
100%.
play. Finally, Jules' favorite moment was the god himself striking fear into the hearts of his opponents.
Como suplente, una leyenda. Pro Miss Q.
This was the moment that Faker broke. Promiscu looked him in the eye.
And so did Grabs.
Yeah.
he almost made it through that opening
but
ceremony.
it was such a powerful statement to make. Look at what I've got. You don't have one.
And it's because G2 beat SKT at MSI. So maybe he's trying to recruit Faker to be sub number 2.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. He's just saying, if you want one of these, just come over to this team.
Right over onto this side of the stage. All of those moments culminated in Madrid, which we touted as the best top 4 that we could have ever imagined. And then lo and behold, every single game delivered.
Yeah, and the only thing they didn't deliver to us were game 5s. Because the Shy, it felt like he would have been able to turn it to a game 5. Some of SKT's early games and Baron acquisitions, you thought they'd be able to take us to a game 5, but the clutch teams were clutch. FPX and G2 closed it out in 4.
And I agree, we would have loved game 5. However, I really liked in this FPX versus IG series that we got to see 2 different styles, even though the teams are from the same region. FPX, it was the smart early game. Roams from the mid lane. IG, pure muscle. Try and destroy the solo lanes, get as far ahead as you can, and it simply did not work. FPX, they could always answer back.
And I feel like we got to see peak FPX. We got to see them turn early game leads into strong advantages. And sure, sometimes it devolved into a lot of team fighting, but to me it felt like that FPX consistently had control in the series, and we really got to see how this team is more than just the sum of its parts. It is a collective team, and they work extremely well as a unit.
And in all honesty, from kind of like the downloading perspective, if you're G2 or SKT at that point looking across, I don't know how much you can actually cipher out of FPX there. The familiarity, the fact that they played multiple times with Invictus Gaming, that series was always going to have a very unique meta, a very unique priority on picks, because those two teams knew each other so well.
100%. And yet it felt like IG got surprised when Doinby was moving from mid lane, and they were like, we will start a fight in bot lane. Oh, he showed up and killed us. G2, they have to be ready for that today. He will move, he will come to your lane.
And I think it's so interesting because playing against either G2 or FPX, you can really only prepare for that by playing either G2 or FPX. The champion pools, the way G2 moves around the map, those aren't simulations you can run against any other team. So it's going to be fascinating to watch.
All right, FPX had to go through the defending world champions to get to this point. G2 had to go through one of the strongest teams the world has ever seen in SKT. That, to me, sets up this world final in such a special way that we've discussed multiple times. Nothing can really be taken away from these teams in their journey to this point, and then, therefore, what it would mean if they walked away with this best of 5.
Exactly, and for G2, it was challenging for them. It was not an easy best of 5. The early games looked shaky. They got caught out every now and then, but they showcased what they are so good at, which is playing the map, taking advantage of their creativity, and using the fog of war to their advantage.
So one team had to beat the most legendary organization of all time. The other team had to beat the defending world champions.
Yep.
Sets up the perfect final.
There it is. One person, though, who I know was blowing out his lungs during Sunday's semifinal was G2's founder, Ocelot. So to hear from the emphatic owner, let's send it over to Shox.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm here with G2 Esports' founder and CEO, Carlos Ocelot Rodriguez, ahead of this absolutely epic clash. I know, they're loud already. But first, tell me, Ocelot, what is going through your mind and what are you feeling ahead of this monumental match for your team?
I mean, I've been dreaming with this moment for many years, and even though it's not as a player, it honestly feels just as epic, you know? So I'm just, honestly, I just surrender to all this work we've put throughout the year, and today is the day. The guys are ready, all of us are ready, everybody's ready, we got this.
Can you talk to me about the significance of possibly winning the World Championship in Europe, not just for G2 Esports, but for the entirety of Europe?
For us, this is like, you know, the mile under 4 minute, you know, threshold. If Europe, if the West wins this World Championship now, everybody will be up there believing that it's possible, and that threshold, passing that threshold, is, to me, super important. Do I have the crazy madman behind me?
I think he's there. It's intimidating. What can you tell me about your opponents today? FPX, the champions of the LPL, who have been playing incredibly well.
Yeah, I actually like their approach, you know, it's kind of a fun team as well. I like that they do ridiculous videos, dancing and stuff like that. I really like that. I think that Doinb is going to be the 3rd best mid laner in this series. But it's going to be good for him to spend some time with them, you know. Whatever happens next season, you know, Doinb, I'm winking at you. Sure you're watching.
Also still joking. What have you said, or what are you still going to say? Which words of inspiration are you going to pass towards your players before the first game?
Well, you know, everybody expects me to be like, ah, this is the moment, blah, 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 blah. But the truth is that I'll be like, look, guys, like, just have fun. Win or lose, under your terms.
Fantastic. Finally, Ocelot, it's not even full yet, and they've been chanting, "Let's go G2 Esports" the entire time. What would you like to say to the crowd?
Actually, I'm not French, but my wife and son are French. Je n'y veux de bébé, de français. Aujourd'hui, on va marquer l'histoire. Alors Paris, faites du bruit!
They are making noise. Thank you so much, Carlos. The best of luck on the Rift today. We're going to take a small break, but more Worlds Countdown right after this.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Safe discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe.
You wanna go? You wanna go, bro?
Hey, do not mess with my discount. Woo! You can save up to 30%.
Let's go!
Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Hey all, we're at the Esports Village at Hotel de Ville where there's been a lot of esports and league activations leading up to the final, so let's check it out. So thank you for joining me. Can you tell me your name and where do you come from?
My name is Hussam Zarwali. I'm coming from Morocco to watch the finals.
So what do you think about the Esports Village? We have so many community activations. Do you like it?
Yeah, I did everything. It's very good. There's a lot of things to do. And yeah, you meet people also.
Throughout the week, Alienware has been hosting a 1v1 booth where fans have been able to play like the pros on an early access of the Alienware hardware that the pros are going to be playing on next year in the LEC and the LCS. So you just won the 1v1, how was it?
It was good. I play a lot of 1v1 on tournaments, internet, so I have some strats, and it's always feel good to play in front of people.
In addition to Alienware, Red Bull is also present at the Esports Village, giving an opportunity to fans to become the 1v1 champion on the Rift. So Willem, we just have the Axe Gaming booth behind us. Can you explain what you just did? Because I see a cool video behind you. What is it?
It's just you enter in the box and this will create your model 3D and will incorporate you in the game.
There's one last thing you need to see at the Esports Village, and it is this huge burrow behind me. So many cool stuff to do. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Now back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Laura, and welcome back to Paris, home of the 2019 World Finals. I'm excited to have you back here at the State Farm Analyst Desk, where I am joined by John Needham, head of Global Esports, as the 2019 year approaches its biggest moment. My first question is to you. Having seen the Esports Village and with more investment into pop culture with True Damage, where do you see the fusion of all of these things going for us and for LOL Esports?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things I love about what we do with these events is bringing music and entertainment, a great live performance together with the competition itself. So having these pop culture moments, I think, is one of the things we do really well that makes our sport special and this event super special. We want this to be a pop culture moment on the scale of World Cup or in the US, the Super Bowl around the NFL. So that's something we're just going to continue to ramp up every year.
And now we're even pushing the boundaries in terms of adding fashion into all of that.
Yes.
Louis Vuitton, I know that some people were skeptical when they heard that
You
Louis
love that
Vuitton.
partnership.
I'm all about that partnership, let me tell you. But I thought for sure it was just going to be like slapping a logo on a skin.
Yeah.
You maybe a champion comes out skinned up, but designer comes in, designs a one of a kind. We've got capsule collection. These got handed out at the event that have some cool stickers in them. Like, how much farther are we going to push this sponsorship, and is this indicative of what we'll see with other sponsorships as we integrate them into gaming?
Yeah, positively. I mean, the thing we want to do with our sponsors is we want to bring value to our fans. So, working with Louis Vuitton on the Kiana skin and the Senna skin that's coming this next year, something I think is going to be super exciting for our fans. The capsule collection, as you mentioned, the trophy case unveiling today is going to be unbelievable. So I love how deeply integrated, how committed both sides are to this partnership and how we're really working together for our fans, because ultimately it's about them.
And Frost, you baited us. Open this up.
Yeah,
let's
go.
Show me what's inside.
Show the stickers.
I believe everybody who attended today was able to receive one of these. And it is filled with True Damage stickers.
I'm a big sticker fan, and they're nice ones.
I know, so you get to take that home. Lucky you.
And John, I got another question for you, because you were a huge part in the formulation of the LEC over in Europe. And now you're kind of the global head of esports. So kind of divorcing global head of esports from someone who helped found the LEC.
Yes.
How do you feel now about seeing the LEC in their first year in Europe making the finals and having such an impact?
I mean, I just couldn't be prouder of the Berlin team. They're amazing. And it just goes to show when you kind of let a team just have unfettered creativity, what they can do with the business and with the sport like the LEC. So it's been awesome to see. I started getting super excited at MSI to have NA and EU go to the finals and starting to see competitive parity across now 4 regions in our sport. And I think that's super important. For the Elite Summer Finals, we had millions of fans watching out of China for the first time. And I love that. I think it's just a super healthy thing for our sport. So we're going to continue to build on that. We just need NA to step up.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Come on.
Where's the...
Let's go.
The final of MSI.
Hey, I was watching the Clutch Gaming story this year. I loved it. I really like TL and Cloud9. So I think there's a lot of good there. They're very close.
We heard what Carlos had to say on the stage, and actually the idea of like the 4-minute threshold and what it means to break a threshold, maybe for Western fans and Western regions. If G2 is capable of doing it today, how that might unlock the LCS and the rest of the West to really go for it.
Yeah, for me, looking at last year, we saw Europe versus China in the final once. We thought, okay, it's been nothing but Korea for 5 years. Now we have something different.
Yes.
To me, this year is more proof that that wasn't a fluke and that we are kind of moving towards a more exciting international ecosystem.
I mean, one of the things that I'm most excited and proud of with the LEC is we had 15 rookies start this year in the LEC. It's 100% European players. We set up this system with the regional leagues to use them as talent farms to feed up into the LEC, and it's paying off. So I love that. We just need to figure out, I think, in NA how we set up a similar structure and we develop more NA talent.
And I think part of that parity is the fact that if you look at the LPL, you have all of these geolocation stadiums popping up. You have farmer leagues like the LSPL, the LPPL feeding up at LPL. Now you have the ERL leagues with LEC, the franchise system in North America. Like, esports has just continued to build this machine to continue to pump out these types of careers.
Yes.
We're about 25 minutes away from the opening ceremony, but the fans themselves here in the arena show no signs of slowing down with their energy. But I want to come to you. Any thoughts here on the way the series might play out today?
There is a right answer. There is a right answer.
I am going to be biased here. I worked in the EU for 2 years. I love the LEC. I love G2. I love Carlos. And as much as I'm happy with FPX and everything they've done in the tournament so far, and I think they're an amazing team, my heart's with G2.
There you have it.
Hashtag G2 Grand Slam.
And
Let's
what a
go.
story it would be if we saw LPL win last year, LEC win this year, and then we move to Worlds in China next year. That would be a showdown.
There it is.
Take it,
You've got the baguette of support behind you. But with that, our very first prediction of the day has been locked in. We've been enjoying the action every leg of the tournament so far. And some of the biggest fans of our series last Sunday might have been the players themselves as we listen into this Worlds edition of Mic Check from G2 semifinal victory over SKT.
Let's go, G2, blue, 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 blue.
Jankos, I would say you're literally better than Faker.
싸움 좋은데, 싸움 좋은데.
퍽즈 노궁, 퍽즈 노궁, 퍽즈.
퍽즈 봐줘, 퍽즈 봐줘. 나 초시 안 쓸게.
They flash on Nico, flash on Nico, flash on Nico.
Okay, it's hard, it's hard.
Ult in 5. If we just wait for my ult, we win. 1 second ult. I go.
Nice.
Just kill the Nexus.
Kill Nexus.
I can't believe it.
Honestly, what a game.
Kill Nexus, kill Nexus, kill Nexus.
Also kill
Nexus. Okay, Leona.
Okay, Leona.
Nice.
Good job, guys.
이제 살짝 가야 되긴 하거든. 풀이 있을 거야.
이제 갈려주지.
이제 보자.
오케이.
나이스.
놔줘.
나이스.
바텀 깨자. 나이스. 용까지 생각해 우리.
Range flash.
I'm soon there. I'm not there yet. Kill this guy first. And I'm here. Come to me. I feel.
I'm coming around again. I'm on Kai'Sa.
No flash, Kai'Sa.
No flash.
We don't win.
이거 게임 끝낼 수도 있어.
피 너무 많이 내면 안 돼.
노틸. 난 바론부터 먹어봐, 진성아.
바론.
나 죽게. 한타 좋아. 오리야 죽었다.
자야.
나 봐줘.
이거 오리야 잠깐 살짝 봐줘.
Rise, no flash.
And Ian one, I can flash. Oh.
Careful.
I stumbled.
He's still on you, but maybe we should go. Come in. There's no flash. Okay, flash.
I
I'm not there. I have Aglas.
Yeah. I exhaust Varus. I kill Elise. It is that. I'm just stoning Varus.
Okay, now.
I'll just team in the base.
Kiana dead.
I'll team in the base.
Yeah, I can stop the base.
That will team
I'll stop Varus. I mean, stop Vladimir.
No,
in one. Now.
No, Aglas.
Oh, you are so... Let's come down. Guys.
No. Okay, fast handshake, okay? Just stand up and handshake him.
Actually, we can actually win.
But let's go just want to celebrate maybe.
Guys, good job. Like one more PO5.
Actually,
I'm so...
Maybe we'll show win next week.
Yeah.
It is remarkable to think how far G2 Esports has come, as they are just one best of 5 away from the Grand Slam, claiming every title put before them this year.
And I want to take you back to 2014.
Let's go on a journey.
Long time ago.
Let's go, baby.
Long time ago. Ocelot, he used to be in SK Gaming. They had not completed a season properly. He was actually down in promotion tournament. He stepped away from SK. He founded a name we can't really say, but let's say it once, Gamers 2 back then. He was supposed to be the mid laner who led that team back into the LCS. He gave up on that dream and ended up recruiting Perkz eventually to be the mid laner. They qualified in 2016 to join the LCS and rebranded to G2 Esports. Picked up Trick, they suddenly win the first split, then they get Sven and Methi, Expect joins the team as well, and you have this lineup you see on screen now, winning every single title in Europe for 2 years.
2 years of dominance then led into a year of disappointment. Last year in 2018, G2 had to go through an entire restructure. They lost their top, their jungle, and their bot lane. That was when we got to see the introduction of Wunder and Jankos. In their first split, they made it all the way to the finals. They got 3-0'd. In the summer split, they made it to playoffs. They got 3-0'd by Misfits and didn't even make it far. Expectations were that they would not qualify for Worlds. They would not be able to make it. But then we all saw the miracle run happen. Everyone remembers the Heimerdinger. Everyone remembers Perkz' LeBlanc. That dramatic defeat over RNG to make it all the way to the semi.
Yeah, that Heimer absolutely smashing Uzi. And like, it's really been a story about passing the baton. You know, Ocelot passing it to Perkz. Perkz now passing it to Caps. And we're G2 always going to be chasing that Sven and Mithy and Trick lineup. Would they ever be better than that? And with Caps joining the roster, and in 2019, they smashed everything. This is a supernatural team right now. Their synergy in 0.5 seconds to say, let's do this. To consistently make the right call at the right moments, this is a once-in-a-lifetime team. Soak it up. Europe will never see a team this dominant, this talented, and this good in a long time.
And you kind of have to wonder, like, what is the special thing about G2? Because no one has been able to do the Grand Slam before. I feel like either teams burn out because they're grinding for too long during this long season, or they'll win MSI and kind of buy into their own hype and become complacent. But G2 as a team, I feel like have struck that nearly impossible balance between having fun but also being able to become serious and continue to improve. And there were times in the summer split when they were taking picks from the fans that I thought, hey, maybe this team isn't going to be ready for Worlds. But that's exactly what they needed to make this long run and be 1 best-of-5 away from the Grand Slam.
For me, and obviously I have a much shorter timeline here, I felt like I watched G2 leave for MSI as the villains of Europe, and they came back with the trophy as the champions for Europe. And now that just gets even more cemented today. Win or lose here, lift the cup or not, I think G2 are the champions, the conquerors of Europe.
And those years of incremental improvements is what brought them here to their first World Final. For many Western fans, though, the rise of G2's opponents today could feel like they came out of absolutely nowhere. And Jack, you were able to do a little bit of digging here and give us some info on FPX's rise to dominance.
I mean, funny story. So this story came out of nowhere. So in 2012, when I joined Riot on the live design team, one of my coworkers was a 2400 ELO Tryndamere one trick.
I've played it. It's terrible.
He was a challenger player, could only play Tryndamere. Anyway, I moved to shoutcasting. He ended up moving back to China. We lost touch, and little did I know, he's now the CEO of FPX. So I got to catch up with him for about 45 minutes this week, and it gave me a better perspective on what FPX's journey has been like. Because I think a lot of people see #1 team from China, oh, just another powerhouse. But no, they were not an elite brand in the LPL. They weren't even a team until 2 years ago. And even a year ago, they weren't top 6. So this team, through a lot of hard work, teamwork, overcoming adversity, and their own international inexperience, is actually a very inspiring story about what they've been able to accomplish up until this point.
Yeah, frankly, FPX weren't relevant to the conversation. It's as you were saying, it was all about the LPL pillars, the RNGs, the IGs, the EDGs, the OMGs, WE. No one really knew who they were. And the cherry on top was picking up Doinby and Tian. Doinby has played on 4 different teams, and he's only ever not made top 2 in a single split. This is his domestic split, because as soon as he moves into playoffs, this guy felt like he was cursed. He could never figure out how to get over that last hurdle, inconvenience, circumstance, unluck, whatever you want to call it. It just hit him right at the final go, except for this time. The winningest team ever in the LPL, they were just shy of the record. He dominated with FPX.
And he just keeps working. This team as well, as the coach they brought over from Flash Wolves, Warhorse, have really molded their team around the way Doinby wants to play and practiced harder. I know it's a bit of a cliche. Every team practices hard. But this team used to turn off the power at 3 a.m. so the players were forced to go to sleep because they only wanted to practice. And then Gimgoon, halfway through the year, complained about that and said, no, I need more practice. So they came to an agreement. Now they leave it on as long as he doesn't become sleep deprived. And they've just been practicing for the whole year.
What is it, Deficio? Work, motivation, improvement, team?
That's how it's done.
That's what it is.
Is that it? Is that the mantra? FPX's
saw
mantra
that
is
image,
just...
they're like, yes, that's what we need.
I've got it.
Their mantra was just keep the lights on, please. And I'm sure they have been on all worlds long because this team has really been racking up some stellar performances. For Doinby, though, his eyes are fixed on making sure he's forever recognized as one of the best mid laners of all time.
因为我这次是第一次参加世界赛的嘛，然后很多人都记住，就比如说什么中弹的话，很多人都会第一时间会想Rookie、Caps、Faker 这种选手，但之前没有人会说提Doinby这个选手。但今年世界赛开始之后，很多人会说，哇，Doinby原来这么强吗？Doinby是。更夸张的话，就是还有人说Doinby是之前哪个队的？Doinby打过职业吗？很多人都会这么说，就没有人关心我，就没有人关注我。但希望今年如果我们拿了冠军的话，我觉得很多人会记住我是一个Doinby原来就打了这么多职业，就很不容易就拿了世界赛的冠军。这个选手是很勤奋、很努力的一个选手，我希望大家这么记住我。
And it's actually crazy to think that to a larger Western audience, people didn't really know the name Doinby, but I'm so happy that people have fallen in love with him as quickly as I really did. I watched Doinby debut in 2015. He's played on 4 different teams, ChiaoGu, JDG, Rogue Warriors, and now FPX. And again, outside of a single split, he always finishes at least top 2. And everyone kept saying, but it's everyone else around him. You know, Doinby's actually just being carried. No. He's the only consistent factor. Out of 4 junglers, Swift, Flawless, SKT's Clid, and now Tien, Doinby is the consistent factor there to make it to the World Finals. Doinby is the true super carry.
And what's so special about Doinby is he gives inspiration to people like me, the Nocturne mid mains of the world. Because he showcases that he can force the meta to bend to him.
I knew it. On the world stage, you would find a way.
He does not concede.
I asked him to install a mute button. But they didn't.
But he does not concede to the pressures of the world. He does not play the Akalis. He never played the Sylases. He plays the Kleds. He plays the Nautilus, and he earns titles, or he earns so many recognition and accolades domestically, and now he showcased it on the international stage.
And I know we talk a lot about the Grand Slam for G2, but Doinby, he's another huge success story this year. Him winning his title, then going to Worlds, now making the World Final. First international tournament he's showing up to, or first international Worlds he's showing up to. International Worlds. Just first Worlds. Let's say it like that.
We don't count Rift Rivals.
All that ability and personality to boot.
All that.
Could you ask for more?
I just love the fact that he also comes in and he brings something different than so many other star players. The fact he's leading his team in comms and in play.
Well, one person who is not underestimating the super carry is Caps, who minced no words when remarking on his opponent.
So I think going up against FPX, Doinby will be like the main threat on the team. Doinby is probably like the craziest player I will ever face. He likes to pick random champions. He likes to do crazy stuff in game as well. So I'm gonna have to be at my A game if I want to beat him, and I'm gonna have to make sure that he doesn't bully me or my teammates.
I think with all this discussion, it feels only natural to put a spotlight on that mid matchup. Let's talk about how these two players will ultimately come to odds.
Yeah, we know obviously that Doinby wants to play some of these different unique picks. He wants to try and get out of lane and roam, but Caps can do the exact same thing. And funny thing here is Caps is saying, you know, Doinby, he's the weirdest, almost crazy player I've played against. That's what people say about Caps, at least back in Europe, because he also pulls out these unique picks out of nowhere, can play any sort of matchup. And I think in the game itself, Caps can match and do everything Doinby is doing.
And I do want to put a magnifying glass a bit on these champion pools that you're talking about, because I think when people look at Doinby versus Caps, people will be like, okay, what does Caps have prepared for this crazy champion pool? You know, can he deal with Doinby's ocean? And it's not actually an ocean. Doinby, as Vedius was just talking about, doesn't play the traditional picks. He doesn't have something like a pocket Syndra. It is the same size champion pool, actually quite narrow, but they're just weird picks. The Malphites, the Rumbles, the Nautiluses, things like that.
And zeroing in on this matchup, I actually wonder if Caps will be the player to play the 100th unique champion at the World Championship, because what has Caps theory crafted if they let through the Predator Rumble or the Nautilus mid? I feel like he's going to have something.
I'm sure he will have something ready. When I look at that champ pool as well, we just showed there, the only thing I don't want to see, weirdly enough, is the Kayle. Like, I'd rather see the Nautilus mid again, because I think it actually works so well for him, but Kayle locks him in lane too much.
Yeah.
I need to see Doinby constant roaming, because I think they need that to stop the other lanes from G2.
Well, perhaps more powerful than the mid laners themselves are their biggest fans out there. And that, of course, would be Caps' dad versus Umi, Doinby's wife.
It's so great to see so much support from these two people. Every event that we've gone to so far throughout this tournament, these two have been here cheering, supporting, and it's not just them. The families of both these teams are there right behind them.
And it's kind of rewriting the narrative. It felt for so long that esports was such an uncertain market that kids really didn't have the same support when they decided to kind of go on this path to be a pro player. And now we've come so far in the 10 years that you now see it is far more common to have these gorgeous families around you.
And I can say from an organizational standpoint, now you're not just dealing with the player or the agent. The parent will come in as well and start asking, what's happening here? Where's my kid going to play? And I love that, because it actually shows how professional everything is getting and how we're just going at a higher and higher level.
Tremendous support for all of our players around the world, and in particular the 10 that will be taking to the stage tonight. night. To learn more about Umi and Doinb, though, check out Keen Lamb's article, What We Know Now, on nexus.leagueoflegends.com.
Yeah, I got a chance to read this article. It's great by Keen. He also does 10 thoughts. But
I love 10 thoughts.
Yeah, how many thoughts do you have? But what I liked that he also did in this article was talked about just the uncertainty of Worlds before you go into a match and how afterwards it does seem so clear. And that got me thinking as well about how are we feeling last year before the World Championship versus after. And I feel like we could go through a similar transformation this year.
Yeah, well, let's try and get certain about a few things, though. With the World's opening ceremony brought to you by MasterCard, not too far away, just about 9 minutes, I want to know how you feel about these teams and how they match up lane by lane. We're going to throw up the report card. I'll explain and break it down a little bit for you. We threw in a check mark if a majority of analysts believed that one team was stronger or indexed in that area. So there might be some disagreements, and we can get into that, but this is how it broke down.
But the consensus was that FPX had the jungle support synergy. And this is one of the reasons it looks like they move around the map so well, because one of the best ways that teams have started playing League of Legends, and FPX is the best example of this, is they play through their jungler. They play through TN. They follow him around. They're enabling him, which does show a little bit less preference towards the solo laners, but that's the FPX strength.
And what's fascinating is when you see flexibility from FPX, it actually comes from these two roles. Because if Doinb is running CC in the mid lane, then they roam to him. Whereas if he wants to roam himself, then they go to mid to facilitate his roams to then allow him to come to bot lane. So it's all about enabling their star mid laner to then impact the rest of the map, but all of that comes through these two players. They're effectively the channel that provides the boat to go down it.
And I love the fact that while we have Caps winning the mid lane matchup, it doesn't mean he will have more impact in the game. Because again, Doinb is not playing to win on his own. He's that link between everything FPX are doing, and that's why they're playing to mid lane with jungle and support, and that's how they get ahead in games.
And then if you kind of look across from that, if FPX have like the key facilitators and jungle and support, like you're saying with the lanes, it was Perkz, I think, is a very clear call for us. I don't think there was anyone that was like bot lane, not disputed. Everyone's like, okay, Perkz, probably the stronger of the ADCs. But things do get a bit more mixed when you're looking at champion matchups for Caps versus Doinb, or even Wunder versus Gimgoon.
Yeah, and then the other thing, just to jump in, the other thing to consider here, well, yes, it might look like 3 points to 2 points. Again, the actual impact factor of any of these positions in any given game can fluctuate and change based on the circumstances.
And I was someone that actually put my point into Gimgoon on the top side, because I think that
whoa,
that's why they put me on the end of the desk.
Yeah.
But the thing about Gimgoon is he provides.
They love Gimgoon.
They're a big Gimgoon fan.
Yeah.
But the thing about Gimgoon is he does exactly what he needs for his team, which is play a very effective weak side of the map. And when we compare that to Wunder, who against SKT, he was making individual mistakes. He was getting caught out, and he has not had the most impressive performance, especially when we compare it to last year, where everyone was pointing at him as potentially being the best Western top laner.
Well, that's a very interesting point. But since League has evolved so much over the years, we felt we needed to look a little bit deeper. So we're going to take a look at our second report card here, which goes into some of the more nuanced metrics of a best of 5. Same explanation still holds true for this one.
And we did end up having a lot more disagreement in terms of our assessment of these things. And I think an important thing to point out, though, is just that both of these teams are great in basically all of these categories.
Yes.
It's just about trying to pick who has that slight edge in each one.
The absence of a check mark does not mean bad at this thing.
Yeah, and it's kind of then trying to find that nuance is what you're trying to talk about. You know, what are the slight differences between these teams? Because it does feel that they play League of Legends, or at least look at the game in a very similar way. And for me, one of the biggest standouts was the fact of team fighting versus split pushing. That we feel very confident that G2 are the better team at kind of playing that 1-3-1, that 1-4, playing the map style that was showcased in their quarterfinal, whereas FPX, and maybe this is just because of the opponents that they had in front of them, like Invictus Gaming, were a bit more reliant on the team fight execution to find their victories instead of creating a macro map performance.
I agree, and I think it's fair to say it's been the same all year for FPX. Once the laning is over and all the roaming stops, it becomes a lot more about what is the next objective. Let's go there as 5, and then let's draft good team fighting comps. Because then you know if the enemy team shows up, you can actually beat them in this fight. And that's what they did against IG. IG kept going for the stronger 1v1s, does not matter once you're out of laning phase.
A bit of an edge in the early game and team fighting for FPX. We're looking at skirmishing, and both are listed there. But can we define skirmishing a little bit more for me so I have a better understanding of why we consider them to be even in that regard?
I mean, for me, I consider skirmishing like the 2v2s, the 3v3s, as opposed to the big 5v5s. Are we consensus? Everyone nods?
Yeah,
Okay.
and the thing about skirmishing is often it relies a lot on being in the right place at the right time, but also relying a lot more on your individual skill. And it's something that when I looked at G2 with regards to, I felt like it was an easy way for them to build a lot of their early game advantages. It was something that I think benefited them a lot, especially domestically, because of how stronger individually they were than their opposition.
And I think it's about identifying when teams can rely on their skirmishing, like if they're throwing people out to a side lane, perhaps playing split push, and then have someone skirmish on the other hand to make a pick. Whereas again, FPX tend to like to be around Doinby, built up. They play a traditional ADC. You're not going to see the Yasuos or the Syndras coming out of LWX. And when you play traditional ADC, you need to set your line of scrimmage in front of you, have a traditional tank, and kind of fight front to back.
Perfect transition to draft then, because we've had 99 champion presence across this World Championship, but which of these teams uses the draft better?
So this is the one where I ended up voting for G2. I did a ton of draft prep for G2 versus SKT, and the thing I came away with is, wow, it feels like they can play everything. Maybe there's a few questions around, do they want a high priority on Qiyana or Renekton? But those are really just questions you ask at the very end, and they're going to have answers to anything. I can't say the same thing definitively about FPX. Even though they are different, I feel like FPX is less flexible in draft phase, which would give G2 a bit of an edge there for me.
I very much agree with Jack. When you look at FPX, you're thinking the Gangplank or the Mordekaiser top lane. You're thinking the Nautilus flex pick between support and mid lane. Kai'Sa is the go-to AD carry. And if they get these picks, they look very strong, but very rarely do these picks actually get taken away from them. The difference is against G2, they know that they can play pretty much everything, so they'll look to take these away.
G2 also fairly unique in how they look at different matchups. So you might think when you're making your draft, okay, we're getting an edge here, we have a good matchup now on top, but then it gets played slightly different by Wunder or by how Jankos plays early, and then it goes in their favor all of a sudden.
2:30 to go for the opening ceremony, but I want to talk about some of the factors in ending a game. Split push, objective control. Those were two of the final things on the report card. Let's talk about how these teams use those.
And I think it's kind of like, what does an LPL team think about in an objective? And I always talk about them as a coliseum. When an LPL team typically sees a dragon or a baron, they're like, ha, the Thunderdome, let's go,
That's
guys.
where we're gonna fight.
Yep. Exactly, because that's how they move the chains. They do it through winning team fights, and objectives are a perfect arena to make for that, whereas G2 use objectives like pressure points. They make you pick, do you want this Elder or do you want this Baron? Because in your time that you're deciding, I'm taking your inhib tower, and that's kind of the key difference about how these teams play the map and how they play about objectives.
Well, as you can tell,
I think we're getting close to something exciting.
It's just about time. So drink it in as we make our way towards that MasterCard opening ceremony. This Parisian crowd has already been on fire every step of the way.
And they're only getting louder,
they're getting louder and louder.
Every time we come to Paris, even half a crowd can match so many other stadiums around the world. We're a packed house right now. The excitement is raising. I cannot wait.
This is peak League of Legends, man. Here it is.
Yeah. I am prepared to lose my voice today. I think all the fans are as well. I hope that our casters are up there doing their warm-ups for a 5-game series, because that's what I'm hoping for. We've had an entire year of League of Legends, and it has brought us to this beautiful Paris venue for a bout between the LEC and the LPL. Before G2 and FPX meet on stage, let's send it over for the 2019 World's Opening Ceremony, presented by MasterCard.
Check. Hey. Yeah. Walk too flat like we're moving in slow-mo. I'm a guy, but I actually don't know. Mommy better put the pride aside. I'm a Benzie on like a Volvo. Yo, best of us like my words. Sitting out to fire and birds. Got the whole crew with me, body go down, but you know we ain't asked. I ain't gonna say this again, but this is my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm chilling to the skies in my heart. I don't see. Fall to a blind, so we keep this fine. Everybody got a line. Sit back while the stars align. I'm finesse, live my life on the line. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one can stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Shutting it down. Been in the ground. My people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my brain. Royalty up in my veins. I'm no clothing. I'm so cold. I see something. Ain't no going back. Now they ask what Kiki said. I'm like, you can't hang with that. So that y'all be cheap. Look at 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go like it up one. 나는 모두 빼 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. 술을 대면서 we go it. 술을 대면서 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든. Like cool. Make the beat drop. No one can stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shadow the time. I might just leave you behind. Don't mean you stuck in rewind. You should go sleep on mine. Wait, you got your back up recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shine surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Niggas my self-esteem. Running back, running man. They need to go hard, I'm like, come again. You running this time while I'm busting in. When you stomach, I got this pain in my head with your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we're coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws. It's all in your mind and it's fighting you. Arm yourself, the storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. We'll bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches. Come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd. They're screaming, stop now. We'll let them swallow the pride. You're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta come to the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. We'll bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. We'll bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. We'll bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly.
Bonjour Paris! Voici venu le moment d'accueillir vos deux finalistes des championnats du monde de League of Legends! La première équipe, ils viennent pour offrir coup sur coup le titre de champion du monde à la Chine. Ils sont les vainqueurs de la finale du Summer Split de la LPL, Fat Blues Phoenix. Sur la top lane, le rock de la LPL, Jimboon. Il est l'empereur de la jungle, Tian. Sur la mid lane, le super carry, élu 2 fois MVP de sa ligue, Doinby. Sur la bot lane, il est la terreur des teamfights, LWX. On supporte le prodige MVP de la finale de la LPL, Crisp. Et ainsi que leur remplaçant, Shinyi, et leur coach, Warhorse.
De l'autre côté de l'arène, vos doubles champions d'Europe en 2019, vainqueurs du Mid-Season Invitational, ils sont en marche vers le Grand Chelem, G2 eSports. En premier, élu 4 fois meilleur joueur sur sa lane, Wunder. Dans la jungle, il est votre MVP du Summer Split, Jankos. Sur la mid lane, il est le premier joueur européen à accéder coup sur coup à la finale des championnats du monde. Kyle! champion d'Europe. Il a fait de la botlane son royaume. Bert! À ses côtés, le meilleur support européen de l'année, Mickey X. Leur remplaçant, le porte-bonheur des G2 eSports, Promisq. Ainsi que leur coach, Grabs. Une fois de plus, je vous demande de célébrer vos deux finalistes, Fun plus Phoenix et G2 eSports. Que la finale des championnats du monde 2019 de League of Legends commence.
A storm is coming. Desire burns. A war is calling.
Europe has reached further and further. We've been getting closer and closer to actually winning Worlds.
The tides are turning.
And to finally get the actual win on the board in front of the European crowd. That would be the dream.
打完小组赛，很多人都说我们是运气队，我们差一点点就进不了8强嘛。但我们走到这一步，我觉得很不容易，然后就证明了我们 FPX 是有实力的战队。
Not only do they get to the final, they knock out the defending world champions.
Divine judgment is not used.
LWX, he snaps his fingers and half the LPL teams left at Worlds disappear.
People thought this would be the return of SKT, but we shut them down, and now we want to make our own empire.
The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced. FPX, get ready. G2 is heading to Paris.
Only one will stand at the end of it all.
In last year we had Europe against China finals as well, but I feel like this year is different. I feel like we as Europe are way stronger, G2 is stronger.
5 creative players who are all on the same page. You're not going to get another combination like this put together.
This G2 esports team was not built to win. It was built to conquer.
When you look at FPX, this is brothers in arms. This is like, no man is left behind.
A team that is greater than the sum of its parts.
我觉得 LEC 跟 LPL 比较共同的点就是打架打的会比较多，但是感觉 LPL 的个人能力应该要更强一点。
如果我们 S9这次拿了冠军的话 ，S8 跟 S9我们 LPL 连续拿了2次冠军，那这代表我们是第一赛区。
This is LPL action, baby! Let's go!
Louis unstoppable.
On slow down, they're trying to run this slow. He will manage it to Cocoon.
So huge that they get that kill.
He's incredibly fast. Flash out, not enough. Cap sees it coming, takes him out.
Woo! Someone gets hooked, someone is dead.
Tiga coming from behind. He has assassinated Jackie Love.
Perkz is coming in. This is his hero moment if he wants to turn this fight.
He gets the knockup.
Faker's gone.
G2, this is it.
It's not just about me winning Worlds, it's not just about G2 winning Worlds, but it's about us winning Worlds. It's Europe's time.
Only one will stand at the end of it all.
clash of regions, and only one can stand at the end of it all. Thank you again to all of the artists up there on that stage and MasterCard for another killer opening ceremony. How do they keep doing this?
Every time. And I can't help but get emotional. Because last year, when I had the opportunity to see Fnatic on that World Final stage, I thought that this was a one-off. But we're seeing it again. And now, no one can say that Europe doesn't produce this level of talent. There are players at home right now that are looking at this opening ceremony. They're seeing those European players, and they're believing that they can do it too.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So now there's nothing left to do but narrow in on this series. Let's get into all of those little bits that might sway it one way or another, that might allow Europe to walk away with their very first world title. I want to know what you think ultimately will tip the scales in this series. Jat, I'm coming to you first.
So there's a lot of things that could tip it, but one thing that I feel like will be more influential than others is the draft, but more so how it plays out in game, because we know that Doinb is going to have slightly different picks than we're used to. It could be Rumble mid, it could be Nautilus. How do you deal with banning out the meta champions and letting him have those, or countering his pocket picks? And I think that's what'll do it, is how will Caps counter the stuff that Doinb pulls out? Because if he's unsuccessful, it could be a series for FPX.
When it comes to trying to control Doinb, it's not a matter of if you can do it, it's for how long can you do it, because he will eventually unlock himself. But I agree with you, Jet. The draft is so crucial because teams have to pick their poison. Do they try to narrow Doinb's champion pool because you just can't deal with how weird these picks are? You don't want to face it in the lane? Or do you try to pinch in other positions? Do you look at trying to abuse a support pool or a jungle pool? And that's why Doinb, yes, he's the shot caller, but he's also just kind of the heart and soul of the team because he tanks so much for them in draft.
And Vedius, we didn't get to talk about this in the semifinal, but how many draft bucks do you decide to use on the big champions? Like, do you want to spend 2 draft buck bills on Ryze, or do you have to spend all of them? Because that's what a lot of these drafts
how much
end up
does it
coming
cost?
down to.
You must have a price.
I was going to say, those are looking less like draft bucks and more like Jat bucks.
I did not make
First of all.
these. Someone made these for
Right.
me.
Someone
forced you to bring them
Would
here.
you kindly tell me what the exchange rate of a draft buck is to maybe the euro?
2 Shrewd bucks to 1 Jat buck.
Oh, damn, 2 Shrewd bucks to 1 Jat buck.
Listen, when it comes to this draft here against Doinb, I think, yes, you can remove maybe the Nautilus. Take away the 1. But you can't spend all your bans on him because there's so many other key picks for this team. Tian hard carried on Qiyana in that semifinal. You have to respect these kind of things. And I think, as you highlighted there, what does Caps pick? That's the important thing. If you find a pick for G2 where you can constantly keep Doinb in check, then you win the series.
I do want to put a quick point on that Nautilus pick, because I agree with you. I hope that they pinch the Nautilus, just because then Crisp has shown that he either goes Nautilus or he goes Kench. And one of the greatest answers into Kench is the Pike. And that's what I want to see. I want to see a baited Varus Kench and then G2 just start dunking with the Pike.
And I'm happy that you mentioned that, Frost, because Jat, I love that you're talking about how can they control Doinb's champion pool. Wunder played Yorick. We have Orianna in the bot lane. How can you control the creativity that G2 brings? Let's not forget that it was Pike that shut down SKT at the MSI semifinals. This team is full of creativity and flexibility. And while so many people are looking at the mid lane, you've got to look at this whole G2 roster and question, what have they come prepared with today?
See that guy? C grabs, looking all inconspicuous. That guy's a killer. Like, his drafts are wild.
Some live shots of G2 backstage as they get ready, but it appears all confidence as they're not necessarily running over any last-minute game plans. They're just getting in the zone.
Oh, yeah, you have your prep ready now.
I found it very interesting earlier, Jat, when you had said, in looking at that 99 champion presence statistic, that you believe if we're to hit 100, it will actually come from the G2 camp in response to these Doinb picks.
Just look at Caps' history. Kayn mid, Vayne mid.
Please no Kayn mid, but
everything that you can imagine mid. So who better to know something strange that could beat Nautilus mid? The champions that aren't normally mid lane have unexplored counter picks, and Caps has the brain to figure out what those are.
But let's also remember, you don't have to counter the weird picks specifically in a 1v1. You can just pick something super strong for yourself and your team that can actually do somewhat the same, and then maybe late game, you become the main carry. Nautilus never becomes the main carry late. Caps can do that on some of his champions. His Syndra in teamfights against SKT was perfect in the end. You saw the teamfight breakdown. of that fight where he's just dancing around, catching people out. These kind of picks can go in G2's favor the later we go into the game.
I don't know, Chad, did you see that team fight breakdown?
I'm not sure.
If not, you should go back and watch that. It was wonderful. That's what Jat was looking at specifically in this series. But Frosk, I want to come to you next.
So I think as you kind of go pound for pound talent-wise, it can kind of go back and forth. We just talked about how draft is important, how it'll come down to execution. For me, the one place that I don't think there is any argument that it is just definitive is actually in the ADC position. I think that Perkz will be the difference maker today. I think if it goes the distance, if it comes down to the clutch moments, Perkz is the better ADC when it comes down to LWX. FPX like to rely on kind of traditional 5v5, traditional team fights. They can play front to back, but this guy will bring things like the Syndra, the Orianna, the Yasuo. He can mix it up in draft, and I think that he is the more consistent, higher performing member if they do go to the 5v5 late game.
And at the start of the year, when he just role swapped, people had a lot of questions about his marksman specifically. The mages we knew he could play 100%, but how good would he be on a late game AD carry when there are 4 players on the other side who's diving at you specifically? One misstep, you're dead, you might lose the fight for your team. He has shown during this year he's gotten better and better and better. And in that semi-final, people talking about Teddy, you know, he's going to be a better late game team fighter. No, he wasn't. Perkz was able, in those late game team fights, to win it for his team on Yasuo or on traditional AD carry. So I think he can do everything right now, and that's why I agree with Frosk. He's the better player.
Perkz is the best Xayah in the world. Don't even at me. Don't disagree with me. That is how it is. Leave Xayah up. I dare you.
I think that's the consensus. I don't think Perkz gets Xayah this series. So what I'm going to be interested in as far as Perkz is he the best Kai'Sa in the world? Is he the best Ezreal in the world, right? Like, because really, G2 has so many draft threats that Perkz has been able to get Xayah almost every time. But if that gets attacked, yes, he's a mid laner. Yes, he should have a big champion pool. But the active practice champion pool, he's looked best on Xayah and Kai'Sa. After that, his mages haven't looked that good this World Championship.
But how about that Yasuo? If all else fails, we go back to quadra kill Yasuo, yeah?
Power spike. Perkz is very familiar with it.
That's what I like to see. Well, Deficio, we got a little bit of a focus on the bot lane, AD carry specifically. What about you, focusing on the same lane?
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the supports. I think both supports are huge playmakers. I think the way the game is played right now, the optimal way to play the game is having active supports who are able to either set up a play in their own lane when multiple people are coming down, or able to leave the lane at the right times and go, especially towards the mid lane. We will see it from both teams. And I think Crisp and Mickey, they've ended up being superstar players in this role, especially Crisp. He's been the best performing support all tournament. So I'm looking at that matchup specifically because these two guys will be involved in everything.
I mean, that's very nice, and you've all contributed a lot. Let's actually talk about what the actual win condition will be, because we have to look at the early game. I believe that both of these teams know what to do with a lead. Domestically, this is what they were famous for, taking a 1k gold lead and ballooning it into a 5k gold lead in the space of 5 minutes. If either of these teams is able to even find a tiny advantage in the early game, I am confident that it will be fast, it will be efficient, and it will be deadly.
FPX demonstrated a clear ability to do that against IG in their semifinal, but it was a bit rougher of a go for G2.
Yeah, that's the thing. That series ended up being more about late game for G2 because they didn't win early game. That's why we gave it to FPX as well in the scorecard. They came back late game team fights, used their comp very well. There is a chance this game will go towards that. Who has the best late game team fighting?
I do think that though that those stats are a little bit skewed towards FPX. Yes, it is kind of their bread and butter anyway, but ultimately they went through the group of life. They had a much easier side of the bracket. They faced an opponent in IG that they were very familiar with.
Defending world champions though.
I don't think they were defending world champion form, but yes.
Well, as you can tell by the images on your screen and the cheers from around this stadium, the players have made their way to the stage. So it is that time, my favorite time, where we reveal what my analysts believe will be the world champion here in 2019. So let's throw it up on the screens. Who do you believe is walking away with the title of 2019 world champion?
This is an incredibly difficult prediction. I feel like these teams are very evenly matched. You can look over at the LPL broadcast, you'll see a lot of FPX predictions. You can look here, and I think we're gonna see a lot of G2 predictions because they do play similar ways. They have had different strength of schedules. It's gonna be about who performs slightly better on the day. Whoa, 4G2.
We got 4G2.
Okay.
All right, explain yourselves. Why so much confidence?
I mean, I believe that G2 is the better version of FPX. I believe that their styles are very similar. And even though G2 did not showcase a strong early game, you only have to look at their Dam1 series to recognize what they're capable of. They have way more flexibility in draft. They have the individual pound-for-pound stronger talent. And I believe that they should be able to come out on top against FPX in convincing fashion.
I want to jump straight to what you just said here about individually the talent is better, especially in the carry positions. In a world final, in this kind of arena, what you need are clutch players, especially in those key carry positions. Late game team fighting, all of the G2 members can find the right target and pull the trigger. That last team fight against SKT were multiple fights happening with all 5 players having to perform at the highest level. That's why I think in the end, G2 will take it, and it will go all the way to 5, but they are just a better team.
It's very close, and G2 has taught me a lot throughout this World Championship. You need to be flexible, you need to make split-second decisions, and you need to be risk-tolerant.
Okay.
When I find myself on a desk with 3 European casters predicting G2, I have a flex prediction. This is the case for it, and it's flexing to an FPX 3-1. The risk is high, but the reward of being the only person to call the correct World Champion would be very high. And since this is a toss-up, I'm leaning into flex picks and being risk-tolerant.
Jat pulled a G2
Let's do it.
in G2 territory.
How many
What's the
jet bucks
response?
does this cost?
Yeah, how many bucks did that cost you?
It's
Just draft bucks. All right, there you go.
What I was just going to say is that, like, while we've talked about, you know, harder side of the bracket, weaker side of the bracket, everything like that, the fact of the matter is that G2 went through the 3 Korean teams to get here, Griffin, Dam1, and SKT. But frankly, history has shown us that Korea is no longer the strongest region. That title actually belongs to the LPL right now. G2 have an opportunity to take it away, but they haven't beaten a Chinese team yet. This is the true test. Who really is the strongest region in the world? And I think that is kind of the bigger storyline overshadowing this. Are you really better than China? Or are you simply 3rd place with the LCK?
Well, this year, this G2 roster has not lost a best of 5, and I see no reason for them to start today.
No reason. All right, well, let me throw something out there. We got a little bit more time, so I'm going to try and poke a few. No, we don't have more time. As soon as I do that, I'm told the teams are ready, so it's time to kick off the 2019 World Final. Let's hand it over to Quickshot, Kobe, and Papa Smithy for Game 1.
Thank you so much to the analyst desk, and welcome to the caster desk. We are moments away from Game 1 of the World Championship Final. And I'm going to pick it up with Vedia set it off. G2 Esports are 1 best of 5 victory away. An accomplishment that neither RNG nor SKT were able to do. And this crowd is literally deafening, and they want to see it happen.
It is amazing in here, Quickshot. This is my favorite feeling in the world, passion. And this arena is overflowing right now.
When I heard that the World Final would be in Paris after experiencing this crowd last year at MSI, I had goosebumps at the idea of having a World Final here. The reality, it's matching.
So let's turn our attention to draft. I can see the players starting to filter into the lobby. Let's talk about some of the picks that we want to see. The analyst desk has spent a long time talking about the styles of these teams, which we'll expand on. But what are the unique picks that we want to see? I believe FPX had side selection and picked blue, if I recall correctly.
And there are a couple of differences the analyst desk was alluding to is different values placed on some of the key champions for both of these teams, right? If you take the Xayah, for example, LWX performance would indicate a lower preference for this champion as well as lower proficiency. Meanwhile, the Qiyana is a similar counterpart if you're looking at from G2's side because of Jankos' performances. Although it's still a flex pick and Caps can perform on it in the mid lane.
And you have to wonder, first question I have, first pick on blue side, because I actually expect both teams to pick blue side the entire series through.
Yeah.
Ryze with the Gragas Yasuo combo. These are things that are going to be either prized or picked away.
Well, we're into draft, everybody, and straight out of the gate. FunPlus Phoenix have eliminated Syndra, immediately following with Pantheon.
And that will surprise some people, but we know that Caps is a strong Syndra player, and it's a champion that bullies melee mid laners with big CC totals, so I don't hate the ban at all. And there's a Gragas ban here, so no red side Gragas Yasuo first round available for G2.
Yeah, FPX banning some of the key flexible picks here. As everybody knows, the bottom laner for G2 used to be a mid laner. Perkz also can play the Syndra, and Gragas right now, S-tier jungler, but also, as you talk about, great synergies in setting up champions like Yasuo.
But this is a bit of a wild card, a Kai'Sa ban here, even though it is a premier pick. I guess they don't want to first pick it, but don't want to hand it over to Perkz either. The Xayah priority for FunPlus Phoenix is lower than most teams. It'll draw a ban. Notably, Doinb's famous Rise is available.
And that should be a lock-in because this is such a powerful pick in the current meta. It's flexible in both lane setup as well as later on into the game.
However, they're gonna prize the Flex Nautilus over it. The bread and butter champion, mid lane Nautilus, is synonymous with Doinb and FunPlus Phoenix.
And we should get into why it is for a lot of viewers that haven't grown accustomed to FPX's style yet. Doinb is much more about pushing the wave and shoving into finding picks or team fights for his team, and he uses the utility of Nautilus, especially the low cooldown on the ultimate, to force summoner spells elsewhere and open up areas of the map for his team to target.
And Varus Tahm Kench, priority with Kai'Sa and Xayah gone, surely is higher than ever. Now, we haven't seen it married to the Tahm Kench every time, but it's something that's definitely to consider. That Rise doesn't look like it's going to be left available for FPX to pick up.
And I like your point on the Tahm Kench because you always look in the pick and ban phase to shore up the weaknesses of your earlier picks with your later picks. Tahm Kench, very unique support, provides a disengage for Varus, which is a very offensive carry here, doesn't have any mobility for himself, but does allow G2 crowd control and set up towards the bottom half of the map.
And here we go, Sivir actually being locked in, very much been a peripheral AD carry over the course of summer 2019. Another team fighting choice, though, and the utility to help the Nautilus close the gap.
And two major strengths of Sivir. The spell shield to deny that possible CC and set up in the bottom lane we just talked about, as well as Sivir's renowned wave clear. We can see if FPX can actually try and control bottom lane waves in order to open up 30-second windows for both Crisp to roam as well as Doinb.
Now here's a small question I want to put out there, is that actually Crisp most played support over in the LPL was the Lux pick, as Lux support was a big champion. In Korea, we talked about how Lux papered over the weaknesses in early laning phase of a Sivir and actually made it a lane dominant duo. Hit a binding, then you're gonna hit a boomerang, and you're gonna get big burst damage totals here. It'd be a surprise to see it brought back, and yet it's a consideration because not quite the same Pyke proficiency as our G2 brethren.
I'm excited to see where it lands, and obviously with that Nautilus expected to go in Doinb's hands, the G2 first ban is that Blitzcrank as well as the Braum, so G2 thinking along the same lines. FunPlus Phoenix are starting to remove some of those junglers from the pool. Gragas, Rek'Sai, Lee Sin's picked away. Elise is still available, and one of Jankos's go-to picks with Olaf removed from the pool. Let's see where he lands, Kobe.
And the reason that you can see FunPlus Phoenix trying to funnel them into that pick is because they want heavy AP. Because Rise was early picked, they're banning away two AD junglers, the Rek'Sai and the Olaf, even though, as you're mentioning, Quickshot, Elise is higher on the tier list for junglers. It being AP weakens your top side of the map then, because only the solo laners and the jungler have one damage type.
And G2 were basically on a bound to take jungle at pick here, not just because red side counter pick, but because Rise beats GP, and that's Kim Goon's signature champion. So it's a great top lane matchup, and they potentially have a fiery double counter pick scenario going on.
And now for G2, seeing this Gangplank, I would predict an attack damage champion looking to kill the Gangplank early. You know,
Give me a name.
Things like the Kled can pair with Elise to go for those dives. You know, Kled, if you get shot, it will take you off of the mount. You can reset and dive very easily with Elise, who can also reset.
And of course, the Gangplank are locked in with that Thresh. A very quick hover on the Nocturne from Mickey. This is a brief shout out, not only to Doumbé, who's played at mid, to Vedius, who was also trying to persuade them that Nocturne was the way to go. We are looking for that solo lane pick in the top.
Okay!
Now, this Pyke could go mid, could go top, hell, it could go anywhere.
G2 is one of the unique teams in that every single player has played Pyke.
Even the jungler, Kobe, and this is a champion pick that will be reverberated around the world. Paris losing their mind.
And I said attack damage, Papa Smithy.
You're right.
That is attack damage for you. Looks like at the last second, you have to wait till 20 seconds actually for the last swap to come through, but it could be either of the solo laners here.
Expecting it to be a mid lane choice as Ryze beats Gangplank. Waiting for it. We get the confirmation. Will be Pyke mid lane against Nautilus.
FunPlus Phoenix versus G2 Esports. The team compositions are locked in. Caps is running it in the mid lane.
In game number 1.
Now, we have to go over some of the unique things about Pyke because it was even nerfed since G2 last used it in a prolific manner among all these lanes. The AoE is much less so. This Pyke is not about winning lane, by the way. This is about the roam game. Caps and Doumbé setting up teammates, sharing gold, and creating plays.
And the crazy thing is, even though it's been dominant, the Nautilus is too.
Coming into this game, we anticipated some differences in decision-making in-game, and we'll get a moment to discuss how each of these teams' styles has been demonstrated at Worlds and how they want to win this opening gambit.
And style, Trevor, is a key word. I am so excited to see that both teams that have made it to the top of the world competition here have embraced the avant-garde. Both of these mid laners, heavy roamers. We've had Caps, highest percentage among all mid laners from roaming away mid lane. Mickey, highest percentage roaming away from the bottom lane partner. Doumbé on these champions that push and roam to create plays for the rest of the team. Now, even as you can see in game, this is a Predator Pyke to further enhance this style and this quick speed that we've become accustomed to in the current state of pro play.
Because the 3v3 is what we so often come to when we talk about FunPlus Phoenix. We talk about how the support and the jungler will often roam mid to help and to aid this high CC mid lane champion, usually Ryze or Nautilus in terms of the World Championship. And from there, if the Nautilus has first roam, they're going bot lane, getting LWX an advantage. G2 were aware of this. We knew what FPX would play. Amazingly, this aggressive team that took the world by storm at MSI, G2 is now very much the chameleon that looks at what the enemy's tendencies are and tries to counter it. We saw from their first game at Worlds, they fought Griffin, they went scaling, and they outscaled a great team-fighting team in Griffin.
And it's one of the reasons the analyst desk was leaning towards G2 to win this series, the ability to adapt your play style. Now, I'm getting an update that the pause is on G2's side. Wunder reported a peripheral issue which league officials are investigating and working with him. I'm not sure if you noticed, it's the same stage where the opening ceremony took part. They physically had to move everything back on stage. So hopefully we can work our way through this. But I am glad that we get a couple of extra minutes to set some expectations for fans and viewers at home. As we've alluded to on that FunPlus side, we even saw the Gangplank You guys jokingly off-air said to me, once Doinby pushes mid, he'll roam bot, and maybe if Gimgoon's lucky, he'll throw a cannon barrage.
Yep.
That's literally what we can see come true, and I then want to see what G2's answer is, because if we know it, they know it.
And that's the thing, is they've actually left open almost all the strong tendency champions that FPX have gone to. This is very much a bread and butter draft for FPX, and you think about the mind game here, because they knew what was coming. They opted into it anyway, and suddenly the ban flexibility, guys, the ban flexibility you get if you beat their best is that suddenly they're boxing with shadows and you're second to every draft as FPX.
And this really highlights that there is another game on top of game number 1 in best of 5 series, and that is the draft game. You're playing for mental edge. If you are able to beat the key style of the opponents, it forces them to reach outside their comfort zone and play less tested opportunities.
And of course, we're very focused on the gameplay aspects of it. Imagine sitting on that stage in these tens of thousands of fans, listening to the cheers, and obviously it is G2 favored. It is both a blessing and a curse. And FunPlus, they said it in Madrid. They wanted to make Paris cheer their name, and we'll see if they can do it today.
And the resilience factor is something that I think both teams are associated with, but G2 especially. They've had all those 5-game series with Fnatic, domestically, of course. And I definitely agree with all their experience. They do have a resilience edge. But how much of that does it transfer to a World Final? Because they've been in big stadiums before in Europe, but the World Final is a unique beast, and there's a reason why so many World Finals have been 3-0s. Kobe, you and I were there last year. We remember what they're like.
We definitely do, and you can feel the excitement building up in this crowd. Trevor, you mentioned something before about being glad that we have some extra time now, because you're not going to get it in-game.
No!
Coming to Worlds, these two teams were both first place in summer for the respective leads in combined kills per minute, in gold leads at 15 minutes. The early game is expected to be action heavy for both of them.
I mean, G2's average game time was something like 26 to 28 minutes, the shortest, I believe, worldwide, at least in the major regions. They play one style, and that's why there's snowballing stats of this is how much lead they have, and then 5 minutes later they tripled it, is just the G2 way. A G2 victory always happens even faster than you can really process it as the enemy team.
And of course, when you look at the team composition that they've drafted today, gentlemen, if there were win more buttons, I think a Realm Warp, as well as everything in Pyke's kit, is definitely the tools to do so.
So, who on the team would get a Pyke skin? What if they did 5 Pyke skins for G2 and all was a little bit different?
Well, if I recall correctly, during the build-up in the press conference, FPX said, they were asked a question, what skins would you want?
Yeah.
And FPX ran through, I believe Chris said, I would pick Pyke, because I know G2 love it, and I want to take it away from them. And I love the banter that both of these teams are willing to throw down in building anticipation for this match.
Speaking of a takeaway, can we collude and get Jankos a Braum skin over it? Because I think that would be the cherry on top.
Obviously, for a lot of European viewers, if you follow G2 on their social media, seeing Tahm Kench picked in is a meme. This team is not a huge fan of the particular champion. It doesn't quite fit their flair, shall I say.
I mean, there's been beef between their coach and support, right, about actually playing the pick. I think the LPL have shown what this pick is. It's no longer the save button that we saw the LCK teams for years persist in doing. I think with the Prey Gorilla days and the perennial Tahm Kench picks, it's very much a, wow, resetting turret aggro when you're diving is a pretty good aggressive use of the Tahm Kench. And you mentioned the Realm Warp. They've got an Abyssal Voyage too.
Yep.
And then Predator Pyke shows up. And is there a bigger win more button in the mid game than a over-leveled Pyke giving gold to his allies?
And of course, let's turn our attention to FPX a little bit. As you can still see League officials working with Wunder on the G2 side. I do apologize about the delay before we get into this opening match, but the Nautilus, the Sivir, the Gangplank, there is AoE for days on this side of the Rift, as well as real strong CC and initiation.
And since we have the time, I'd like to go a bit deeper on the strategy behind both of these team comps, right? If you have the lens like Trevor's talking about on FPX's side, they have more limited options in the early game. Because of the matchup in top lane where Gangplank has to play defensively versus the Ryze past a couple of levels here, it is going to be a lot about where these junglers decide to unlock their lanes and get the roaming down. Because Sivir and Thresh, especially a Sivir taking TP here, is much more about wave control and about setting it up than being a creationary tool here. So if Tian can get Doinb control of the mid wave against the Pyke, who we talked about not having the AoE as before, that unlocks you to actually be proactive. Otherwise, we're looking at the G2 side with more proactive options early on.
And I love that you're going on the matchup because that's what you usually do when you have this overlay up. Ryze beats GP, yep. Varus Tom against Sivir, yep. Imagine considering the organic Pyke versus Nautilus mid lane trade. That is what we have to talk about. That is nominally the mid lane matchup, but both of them, to some degree, are setup champions, but kind of in different ways.
And I love the differences because with your E on Nautilus, the big advantage it has is Nautilus can shove the minion wave. So many people looking at champions here, but most people should be looking at minions because minions is the first step to actually creating these plays.
I believe Cap spends the most time out of lane of any mid laner, and you don't have the ability to push with your E anymore. You have no AoE really on the kid at all. So it's going to be who dodges out those minion waves and actually gets successful roams off. Because at this point, he's going to be down in CS one way or the other. It's going to be really about the playmaking that I think we judge both mid laners on.
And the beautiful thing is both of these teams have demonstrated multiple times this World Championship that they are capable of doing so. Just an update for everybody at home that after getting onto the Rift, G2 Wunder paused the game, reporting that peripheral issue. His keyboard was not responding, and after installing his backup keyboard, the issue is resolved. We are back on Summoner's Rift for the 2019 World Final. Kobe and Papa Smithy, thank you so much for setting up those expectations on both team comps. Papa, can I ask for a quick refresher? Because it was about 5 minutes ago that we last heard it from the team.
Absolutely. With FPX, it is very much a mid to late game team fight comp, but it's at the price of early laning phase. I think there's a lot of inroads that can be made in top and bot lane here for G2. As Gingoon finds Wunder, Tian backing him up.
Okay, Sonic Wave will find him down. Flash is available. He's not going to be able to get away just yet. They're not needed. And it should take some damage. Looking at the minimap, no responses yet.
Now, it's incredibly important to look at the aftermath of this invade. It is a split map here. FPX trying to invade on the top side and take away red buff here. G2 doing the same on bottom side. Defensive vision has been in place.
It's very often that we'll see FPX go for these lane splitting strategies at the cost of their bot lane, but with Sivir Thresh, who weren't expecting lane dominance anyway, so they seem to be wanting to give breathing room to the Gangplank. Ryze can't take aggressive trades with no jungler top side.
It's exactly as we mentioned in Champion Select. The Gangplank is very vulnerable to dives early on. Ryze can use the range advantage and go for that, but bottom side of the map, FPX are trying to defend against the even split map. Usually you'll have red traded for red side, but Crisp denies the Krug camp, the one with the most experience and gold on it in the entire map.
Actually, in the G2 Griffin series in groups, saw how a delay in scenarios like this can have huge cascading effects on lanes as the jungler isn't there at level 3 at the same time. Back in bot lane, LWX and Crisp just being super respectful as Doinb's already walking.
While they're being respectful in game, Perkz was not too respectful out of game. Doinb won't even be the second best mid in the final. Carlos reiterated that, but if you look at the minimap, Doinb has already roamed very early on. I'm looking at the minions, Kobe, and Wunder's still under pressure. Tian's one nearby, but Doinb's gone back to lane.
It's really worth highlighting how top laners play when they do not have pressure, when their jungler is the opposite side of the map.
Wunder, he didn't go forward for the chase. Tian is still nearby.
And it's highlighted because Wunder knows that this is a split map and it's a possible dive being set up. Also, as you can see on the mini-map, Doinb has started to move.
All right, Tian has pulled the wave. He's got himself the red buff. There's the overload. Teleport starting to come in. This is a 3 versus 1. Wunder's got mana. He's got flash, but it's a reply already. There's the root down. Wunder gives up first blood to FPX. Caps gets a stun under the tower. Doinb still doesn't go down. Now Caps is in trouble. Fun plus Phoenix are looking for the double. Caps is trying to swim to safety. Teleport begins to channel in the top lane. Wunder joins, but FPX are on the board.
Hey, two things to look in the aftermath. The teleport's both used there, but the big minion wave also forces Wunder to teleport back. You can see Caps actually now rotating around for a possible answer here.
Looking to interrupt it back if he can, but for now it will be a blue buff steal. Potential 3 buff here for Jankos.
I really want to highlight how Duenby had started to roam up and walk his way there, but because they needed the extra second, starts teleporting on the minion under tower, even though he had made it halfway up the map. As you can see now, he's almost there already, but they know that because Caps is going to answer, they need the extra second, flashes in, then you can have the W from Tian to guarantee the execute damage there. Just really nicely coordinated here by FPX.
But a very extended setup. That's the FPX way. They don't mind to surround you, put up the spears and say, you're in trouble, just give me a second to fully set this up. G2 are usually more instant about their plays, but this time wasn't in position the Elise to punish. It's to the profit of an extra blue buff.
All right, Caps takes a little bit of damage, and Duenby the first one to move. Now Wunder, flash the Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. He's trying to escape. He's going down. Jankos arrives. It's too little. It's too late. And the top difference from pressure is fantastic for FPX.
And it's a different look. They haven't gone mid lane to try to work with the Nautilus. It's been Tian setting up a camp. He's back again.
He absolutely is. Remember we said FPX are great at diving bot. Now they're showing us they're great at diving top. Jankos is caught out and he's going to get squashed like a bug underneath FPX's boot, because what goes up must come down, but the flash gets him to safety. Jankos with the quick fingers. I was convinced he was dead, and he survives for now.
And look at the pace that FPX are setting here. They're not letting G2 reset from the loss of pressure that they have accrued on top side. They keep chaining play after play into G2's weakness. This is something that both of these teams have been so good at once they get an early lead, and FPX mining that top side advantage so heavily.
And it means that the kill involvements for GP puts them in basically parity, maybe a small lead. Over the rise here, trades are still going to be very one-sided to Wunder, but it's definitely been a lot of top lane focus from the split map level 1 on the side of FPX.
I like the attitude from FPX. They're not trying to defend where they are weak. They are attacking G2 to force them to change their game plan.
Wunder is putting so much pressure individually here onto Gimgoon, despite 0-2-0. Jankos waiting in the wings as a potential dive. The overload comes out after the Rune Prison as well. That's a lot of minions denied. Plus 10 CS for now, and as it stands, even on levels. Jankos is looking for the cocoon into the bush and he won't find it. So G2 will be content with pushing back the pressure. They are still down 700 gold, but Papa Smithy, they concede the Drake. So great heads up play from FPX.
Both teams kind of ahead of plays here. Good map read from Gimgoon. That is definitely his trademark, often playing on the weak side. Hasn't been that way so far this game, but they're reading the change in tempo, the way the wind is blowing when it comes to the aggression. They'll take the Drake at Crisp.
Oh, Death Sentence comes down, as does the Boomerang Blade. Mickey's waiting by with the Devour. Piercing arrow tags. Chris, I'm keeping my eyes on Tian to see if he wants to go under the tower. Flashes available for both bot laners on G2 sides.
Yeah, I mean, one of the nerfs to Tahm Kench was the cooldown on the Devour there, so it does open up a bigger window early game. But as you can see, we're highlighting now back to Champion Select, where we talk about the Varus and Tahm Kench synergy, you know, shoring up that weakness of the Varus. If you get caught like that, can come through and save a disastrous play.
We're still waiting on the FPX standard playbook, which can still be re-entered this game. It's usually boots of mobility first back from lane for Crisp, where we do see that trio mid lane. Might be a duo because Tian's level 6.
Exactly. You have to keep tracking the junglers. This game is so much about playing where you have the numbers advantage. And the one that moves first is able to open up that opportunity of chaining across the map.
Let's take a look at how they can chain things across the map on the G2 side, because Papa Smithy, if you remember back at MSI, G2 started to fall behind SKT, and it was the Pyke mid-game plays that brought them back into it. Right now, Caps is not activated. The first one to leave mid is Duenby. Again, with that superior push, he's come up with the help of Tian, and there's plates being taken down.
And we're seeing the exact opposite play here. It is push up through a big minion wave. Seeing that, Wunder backs off. There's a roam up through the jungle from both Duenby as well as Tian. That means G2 know on the bottom side, yes, they did lose a minion wave on top side, but they're going to try and deny that same minion wave on bottom.
And you notice Perkz actually has a back timing here rather than trying to cash in plates. So plate gold is certainly not going to be equalized. I actually don't want the minions to push down this plate, otherwise Perkz will not get involvement. All the gold goes to the Tahm Kench, and he backs now.
This game is really highlighting that ebb and flow of pressure. Once again, the flow now on the side of FPX if they have overloaded top side.
I was a huge fan of some of the missing pings there from G2, Kobe. You talked about overloading topside. G2 aware of it. Missing pings as Tian was sitting in the tri-bush. Doumbé could have roamed. Doumbé, by the way, plus 15 CS. Moby Boots just completed, so I'm expecting more running to the side lane.
And that's when you start clicking your fingers, because you should mention that with the Tiamat, Pyke can actually push out, doesn't just fall into a huge CS hole like it has been so far, about 20 CS, and match, because the Nautilus having the ability to the earlier roam on the Moby Boots rush means that Predator Pyke has actually been caught farming in mid lane a lot.
Yeah, this is so exciting to me because we're seeing the peak of fluid League of Legends where it's all in on roaming around. You know, first couple of item purchases for Caps do highlight that strategy. Now bottom, will they go for the dive on Perkz? There's no Tahm Kench.
There's no Tahm Kench right now. Perkz has done some work to clear the minion wave out. I think the piercing arrow did its job. He held on to the hail of arrows. Dredgeline will catch out Mickey. Blast Cone sends Doumbé away. Now all of a sudden, how did Tian go down? I didn't even see it happen. G2 on the ball.
FPX disconnected there, trying to make plays in 2 areas while the Nautilus was taken. Speaking of Nautilus.
All right, the Cocoon lands onto the target. Abyssal Voyage is going to be cancelled. Mickey was looking for the dive. Need to catch a quick glimpse on how Tian was caught out, and so crucially for G2, it's Perkz that picks it up.
Yeah, beautiful chain of corruption there from Perkz to lock him down. That was a big difference in power too, because it was completed jungle item for Tian, while only pieces for Jankos, and Perkz makes a big play for G2.
All right, we need to find the Cocoon from Jankos. Crisp is aware of the situation, and he plays the defensive Thresh, more than a screen away, throwing down that lantern to safety. Gimgoon takes a good trade in favor of Wonder, and now all of a sudden Tian again present on the map. He has been everywhere this game.
Yep, looks like he's headed top again with Doumbé here as they push mid and look for another opportunity. Here you go, Trevor, asking you shall receive. Perkz able to land the corrupting chains right on the Gromp, and then of course Caps is there to ensure that they get it.
And this is a tendency that I'm sure G2's coaching staff have noted. It is that when they go for these plays, when they threaten the dives, they tend to stay around for a long time and check a second time, a third time. They're definitely the sort to check the weather report multiple times before planning an outing. This time caught a little bit there, and that pick does reset some of the good work by FPX.
All right, Jankos waiting in the bushes here. The gold is just about even, 300 the difference. Jankos will get caught up. The Cocoon into the tongue lash, but he's caught by the dredge line. Crisp goes in with a death sentence. There's the ignite thrown down. Cannon Barrage comes out as well to Doumbé ultimate. What goes up must go down. There goes Caps. Death from below gets interrupted. That was a fantastic stopwatch. FPX escape. We are going to have some of the best team fights this planet and game has ever seen, as both of these teams are trading blow for blow.
A lot of tools used by both teams, we have to remember, so very opportunistic for Tian to start up the Rift Herald. That's not going to be a goer for now, and FPX back off.
Yeah, that was very close to death for Chris. You mentioned quick shot, the stopwatch they had to use, and then immediately he had to flash coming out of it because Perkz almost timed a Q from Varus to be able to finish him off afterwards. Now, though, as you're talking about, full resets are coming out.
Oh, look at the minimap. 1, 2, 3 members, if I count correctly, in the top lane for FPX. G2 Esports are pushing forward. Tian is still snuck in the bush. He's got the Dragon's Rage available. If Perkz continues to step forward, and he does, he's caught by the Dragon's Rage. The kick throws him under the tower, and LWX picks up the kill. It's not done yet. Tian goes for the Cocoon from Jankos. May have just saved Mickey's life. Doumbé continues to change. He dredge lines a little spiraling, and now all of a sudden Caps is waiting in the wings. Level 9 to level 9. And he's going to get spotted out here as he steps forward. Now, all of a sudden, Jankos is the one caught by the Q. Those spiderlings doing some work for Doumbé. Bone Skewer pulls him backwards, but I don't think there's enough damage just yet. FPX, 1,000 gold up, 3 kills to 1, and they reclaim the lead.
Tian here is the highlight. Getting credit here for the brush attempt from him. Crisp actually able to land the hook and set the whole thing up, but because Tian is there, he safeguards in. Dragon kick back, getting the kill, and also chasing down the rest of G2 members, thus not letting them get the play on the map. Here we go, they're all headed mid.
Oh, very cheeky play from Caps, waits for the mini wave to go down, but he's already caught out, flashes away to safety. The Riptide from Doumbé! You don't need to see him when you've got AoE. Now Mickey continues to chase forward. Realm Warp from Wonder, dredge line to safety, but you can't get away from the Rise Q. Jankos goes up and goes down. Perkz has rejoined the fray. G2 get their second kill of the game, and they will get some chip damage onto this mid-outer turret. Keep your eyes on the minimap. Gimgoon is uncontested in the bot lane and pushing forwards.
And with always a jump scare around every corner in this game, always the backup. The grouping phase started about 8 minutes into game number 1. Man, the darkness in this game, we don't need a Nocturne for it to be just so scary.
You have to consistently move your eyes towards the next objective. Chris right now is setting up the vision game for the setup here on Ocean Drake. FPX are on attack once again.
Take a look at the CS differences, by the way. 123 in the mid lane for Doinb. That superior push early has accrued him a 40 CS advantage. G2 will be taking the Rift Herald in the top lane, while another Dragon is secured by FPX in the bottom, and Wunder and Caps under some pressure if FPX decide to push. So Herald secured, it's still a 1,000 gold game, Kobe, and the second Dragon picked up by FPX.
I like this move from G2 because they're trying to get the Rift Herald on top side in exchange for the Dragon and get some value out of the extra teleport. But Wunder now stuck under the tower, 1v4.
All right, let's see what he can do. Rune puts it into Overload, gets caught up by the death sentence, and that was just flawless from FPX. They pick up an easy kill. They'll be able to pick up the tower, but the tower first blood bonus goes to G2 Esports with the help of the Rift Herald. Keep in mind, it's still a 1,400 gold difference, Papa Smithy.
The gold in different corners, but remember, this is a very healthy Rift Tower. Could be 2 turrets here. An advantage that is going to be felt, and a GPO is drawn already.
You can see FPX trying to rotate the Sivir into mid lane to hold this wave and allow the rest of the team to push on the minimap. You cannot race with a Rift Herald. Perkz is just ushering the Rift Herald straight up to the inhibitor before FPX had even broken secondary turret.
And it's even more big than that. They've been behind this entire game, behind the skirmish, behind the 8-ball, and they are losing the turret tempo race. They're getting it slower as this Rift Herald draws a huge cheer from the Paris crowd.
Paris are loving it. It's 5 kills to 2, but make no mistake, FPX are currently in control. As we now transition into the mid-game phase where a lot of skirmishes and fights can break out, Kobe, I have to ask, FPX, you said they were a mid to late game team fight team. They have to feel happy with the lead they've generated already.
FPX are very happy right now because they have Trinity Force on Gangplank level 11 for the level 2 ultimate that can come through. So all they have to do is give that Sivir speed boost to the Nautilus Thresh and look for those 2 hooks onto G2. Now G2 has a harder deal, but they found a pick of their own.
Yeah, they absolutely have. That will be secured by Perkz. Mickey arrives just in the nick of time. Now this will give some pressure into the mid lane.
We've talked about the importance of timing, Trevor. Every pick is another 20 seconds of extra pressure, and G2 will use that to try and get half of mid turret, maybe even the full thing.
The Dredge Knight doesn't find a target, and Doinb maybe wants to be happy. Death from below thrown out from Caps, and that's the tower lead now in favor of G2. The gold lead as well, and one simple ward, one simple pick gives G2 control of the mid lane.
And that's the thing that G2 have, regardless of gold lead, as a bone screw is there just to show Doinb that Caps is around, is they have an insane pick come. If they're ever shrouded in darkness, they get those picks and they subvert team fights. Here we go.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Realm Warp's coming out, but it interrupted. That's already a kill onto Wunder. LWX threw down the ultimate. 6 kills to 3. 2 dragons up, but the gold is irrelevant right now. Gimgoon, however, will equalize the towers. And if you look at the minimap, there's a lot of wards in the northern quadrant in favor of LPX.
And look at these 2 teams going blow for blow. Quick shot, 1 pick into a turret. Answer here from FPX as soon as they see Wunder in the river. The flash, no hesitation from Crisp to answer it and get the exact same back. Now G2, power play on bottom half.
And look, there's just not much gold to separate, even though you'd love it as an FPX fan. It's only about 1,000 gold between the 2 teams we see where it's centered. A lot of that Rift Herald play has reset what was just a growing, snowballing lead in terms of map play and also just gold lead from the side of FPX.
Now, I'm very interested to see how these next 5 to 10 minutes play out, because when G2 Esports fell behind SKT in the semifinals, they found crucial team fights to bring themselves back into the game. I feel like at this tournament, FPX is a different beast and it will be a more difficult challenge for G2.
Exactly. You have to play to the champions that your enemy has drafted here. And G2 have a lot to highlight because they've got Ryze for side lane, they've got the Predator boots, plus the Ghostblade 4 caps. So if they can rotate Varus over to hold the mid lane, then they start to look for those picks to get back into it.
But one of the unique things to look for the fans at home is we don't have wave clear mid laners here. They have teleport, they have hard CC. They don't want to be caught in a side lane at all. So that means we're going to see a lot more fighting, as often we'll be playing around 1 or 2 lanes maximum rather than the 3-lane fan out you often see in games like this.
And there's a very, very big difference between having your AD carry in mid lane clearing waves with the mid turret and without. Now Cap's going for a play under tower.
Oh, it takes so much damage when you miss the skill shots. You can't go for those dives, and Caps walks away with his tail between his legs.
All right, here we are, a power play on the blue buff side of the map, but there is a ward to scout it out.
All right, so FPX have got some sort of a numbers advantage. G2 sniff it out. Look, Volatile Spidling, I think that just spotted up 2 members of G2. Crisp is now making his way forward. Teleport coming in from Wonder on the tower. The Bone Skewer catches Crisp. That's a death from below as G2 will even the goal. But what can they take?
They can start up the Drake here and stop the snowballing. G2 are so smart at sussing out these combat puzzles that often games of League of Legends in this meta turn into. The moment they got an inkling of there being members on the flank, they took them out as 5.
And once again, vision will be so important because both of these teams rely on the picks.
Chain of Corruption will tag doing B. Dredgeline pulls him to safety. The Cocoon from Jankos. It will not secure the kill. It will not secure another. It's 20 minutes on the map. This is such a tense game, but G2, they continue trading blow for blow.
And I want to highlight what's not on your screen is the mini-map. Both side lanes pushing in opposite directions here for G2 as well as FPX. We mentioned these teams have a lot of similar strengths. So while the mid core of both teams are looking for the picks with the Elise, with the Varus there, with the Tahm Kench, they are also trying to get the side lane pushing in their advantage to get the extra standing gold.
And I love that you pointed out with the arrow there, because the sort of thing that's lost, because people say, oh, it's a death match, oh, they're just fighting all the time, but it's the setup and the side lanes that allows it to happen. And speaking of side lane setup.
Fantastic setup, Papa Smithy. Teleport comes in, FPX have still got a numbers advantage. Crisp will arrive, and Caps is in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The Realm Warp from Wonder! But now they're not done just yet. All of a sudden, the Death Sentence comes out. Ignite goes down. Wonder's running for his life. Tian gets the Sonic Wave, does not follow the Resonating Strike. Caps tries to escape, goes for a swim and does so for now. G2 get up, but FPX's play to set it up managed to avoid defeat.
This is definitely a World Championship game. Quick shot, so close. The margin of error here. Caps able to just utilize the full mobility of Pyke to get into the edge of the Realm Warp as it was about to disappear. Now it's a reset as they're trying to hold lane though.
Take a look at the minimap there. A lot of members of FPX sitting in the northern quadrant as Caps catches the top lane wave. He sees FPX on top of that control ward, and now G2 looking for a hunt. Baron won't get tagged by the skewer, nor will another champion. And the Volatile Spidling goes wide.
Timing is in the favor of FPX because they're the ones that have the split push going for them. They've got Gimgoon on the gangplank in the bottom lane, you can see on your mini-map. So G2 trying to force them off of Baron, but FPX gaining 1 extra lane of momentum.
And you look at the wards here, you can see the G2 are leaving the vision behind as they fish for picks. Going to go to bot lane here. The flash was super necessary because the moment this Realm Warp is armed, I didn't think Caps could even get in.
Yeah, exactly. Because he got slowed down there, even with the mobility of Pyke, barely flashes to the edge. The margin there of error is so incredibly small.
Wonder's screaming, I'm helping, I'm helping! And Caps manages to make it out. He, by the way, 1, 1, and 3, just sitting on 1.5 items for now. But G2 has sneakily picked up 1,000 gold lead. I think it's going to be the least important stat in this game because setup and execution of these team fights, as we have already seen, is what's going to dictate who comes out on top.
But Trevor, I feel like the eye test, you'd be surprised by it, right? You're like, wait, it feels like FPX has been on top. Where did this gold lead come from? Those were the fundamentals that allowed them to stay competitive against SKT in the first game of the semifinal. They are so smart about always playing the side lanes and keeping competitive in CS numbers, which keeps them competitive in gold.
And remember, people should not just look at gold because there are other things. Gangplank gets extra gold, Pyke shares extra gold with the ultimate. Here is a setup though. What's very important is the control of that setup. Vision around Baron.
Chain of Corruption tags a target. There's no follow-up. Remember, if G2 pick a fight in the Baron Pit against Nautilus, Sivir, Gangplank, that's not really a place you want to be. Cannon Barrage is available, and Chain of Corruption was just used. So Gimgoon steps up to the plate, does not find a fight yet. But one of the things that we are seeing is FPX need to find an answer. When G2 put pressure down, they are gaining a few more benefits outside of just the Dragons, but it's FPX with control of the Baron picks.
And while these teams are very similar, there are some key differences where G2 have very good burst damage, more for single target. FPX have a lot of AoE that they can try and bring to brunt. This is what you want to do if you can funnel the enemy team into a smaller corridor where they can actually get more value there.
Another difference is the fact that Rise will just outmatch any opponent in the side lane as the scaling comes up. Another 6 minutes on the Rod of Ages to complete that. So even with some magic resist incrementally put in, they're going to have to try to force those fights and maybe overforce, as otherwise Wunder will take side lane objectives.
Love this point because if you can open up the map, Papa Smithy, one of my favorite strategies that has evolved over the years is the trailing split pusher. And Caps is on a perfect champion to play that role. If you hover behind the split pushing Rise and the opponent send 2 people, you surprise, you go for the burst kill.
We have to align on the language. I call it piggyback ganks, where you both have TP to piggyback over.
Let me
to
on!
the top lane side. Here we go.
I'm a fan of the piggyback ganks this game, and that's the 3rd dragon secured by FPX. Double Clouds is definitely going to benefit them as they want to continue to move around this map. Caps does get spotted out by an FPX ward, but important to note the synchronized recalls on the side of G2 allows them to group up on the map, push back for some control around that Baron Pit. And now we're moving into this Baron phase of the game.
And for chaotic teamfights, one thing that you should look for as a G2 fan is the fact that we have a Rageblade build here coming through from Perkz. He actually needs to warm up on a minion wave or targets before he actually gets that double hit passive and gets going in a team fight. And this is a sort of game with as many threats as there are that you actually need a certain type of terrain to fight around to get that amount of time.
And also, when you are thinking through these possible picks and these possible team fights, you actually have to opt into who is going to burn cooldowns from your opponent. Because there are so many critical ones and squishy members on the team, if you are G2, you're looking at Jankos. He's got the fully completed Zhonya's, and Elise also has Repel built in. So while not a tank, you do want the Elise to bait out some of those big cooldowns. If you repel a Nautilus ultimate, it changes the game for your team. They also have to talk about the positioning of Mickey with the rest. So continually press tab, look for these stopwatches, look for these Zhonya's completions, but also the positioning on the members with that stasis.
And when it comes to these vision wars where someone puts down their wards, they have to back away and reset the wards and go and buy when the enemy can then take over vision, I actually think FPX will struggle to reclaim vision against a G2 camp, because even the Lantern, control ward down, you're going to be caught going for a face check, and you already mentioned G2 have multiple ways to make them untargetable, like the Repel and like the Tahm Kench Devour.
Now, there is one thing that is always a huge benefit on the side of FPX, outside of just doing B, setting up a fantastic play. The Proto Belt into the hook, and Mickey gets chunked out. While that's going on, Gimgoon almost picks up a solo kill in the bottom lane. FPX have found themselves a gigantic advantage on 2 sides of the map. Also important to note, Rapid Fire Cannon picked up by LWX. The 600 CS Sivir win condition is always a possibility.
Quick shot, the rewards for that pick are enormous. Mid tower, the last of the outer defenses going down for G2, make it incredibly more difficult to try and defend in the vision wars around Baron. That was Doinb using the Proto Belt to get into range to try and land the hook onto Mickey. What a big critical play from the star player of FPX.
And a 27-minute mid lane turret doesn't sound like a big thing, but Kobe, you're right on the money. Look at this Siege comp. They've got almost no range on the side of FPX, so they needed a pick like that to ever actually get the turret that's core to Baron defenses, that mid lane out.
All right, Gimgoon will now run into Wunder. Both of them level 15. Wunder got the first trade, but doesn't follow up with any more. And outside of just clearing out the vision, FPX weren't able to get more than the tower. It is a huge win for them. Doinb making the move that counts.
Yeah, I mean, people have criticized the champion pool for so long. You know, some people advocates and want to see Doinb on the world stage proving his style. You see proof right there in that play. This is why he plays these types of champions, to create openings for his team in this case. Now, FPX have to look to the next step for themselves. They want to use that speed advantage from Sivir Ultimate whenever it is up to enable those two champions to try and find that hook.
Caps, by the way, level 13. It's matching Doinb. Top laners have got most of the experience this game. Wunder is up 80 CS over Gimgoon and still playing that side lane. But we haven't had that huge explosive team fight. It feels like if one team is able to win it, they could either take it inhib or a Baron and get huge control in this game.
And it's getting much more difficult now for G2 to play to their champions. Because FPX have such a good possible team fight here, Sivir, as you mentioned, Quickshot, extremely good and well-protected damage output for that force. It's going to be very hard for G2 to actually find that kill onto the backline and remove those AoE crits.
And that's the really important point, is that in the open, you just can't win as G2's comp. In a 5v5 where everyone opts into it, it's not going to work. But they always have that pick CC opportunity if they get a vision reset. So actually look down the middle here. Look at the scoreboard. See the control wards put together. Doinb could be caught.
All right, who's catching who, though? Because I think there's more support for FPX to respond. Caps escapes from the dredge line. We are 30 minutes into game 1 of the championship final, and truthfully, we still don't know who's going to come out on top. FPX have got Prio in the mid lane.
They do not have control wards. They don't want to face check, so again, this awkward setup.
All right, here's the potential team fight. Doinb stepping forward. He's gonna take some damage from that volatile Spiderling, and with the Banshee's Veil, Wunder feels more confident to step up. A 30-minute Infernal could be very valuable. Dredge line is dodged away from as the Drake is secure, but now G2 are split. That's at least some CC to interrupt. The Chain of Corruption will start to spread, and it's Mickey that gets tagged. He's locked down, he's knocked up, he's dead! LWX is on a rampage. The Sivir is terrifying. There goes the teleport, the King! Tian, you beauty! Gets the double kill for FPX.
The flash to gap close, but Doinb might die here.
He might just indeed. 2 more teleports thrown down. Realm Warp's coming out, and they manage to escape. Wunder and Caps run for their lives. 3 members of G2 Esports are down. Death from below is available for Caps. Can he snipe Doinb? He does! He gets the kill. 10 kills to 5. Now it's a 2v4 inside the pits.
The G2 solo laners, all that's left for them to try and defend the Baron. Quickshot.
There's a death from below available to Caps. He manages to get the skewer. Wunder takes so much damage from the barrels, goes straight in, but the ulti does nothing. Baron's been enlisted to help G2, and finally, Wunder goes down. Gimgoon is low on HP. 8 seconds left before Perk survives, but it's FPX that get the Baron.
They will claim their prize of Baron buff to empower the push.
All right, Gimgoon, will he find trouble from Caps? Yes, he does, and not gonna go for the kill just yet. Caps now continues to chase. Abyssal Voyage comes in from Mickey, but the tongue lash is sidestepped. Gimgoon escapes. 3-0-4 on that gangplank. It started with him, and it may end with him.
I just want to highlight how quickly the decisions have to be made after this play. Instantaneous from all teams. Infernal Drake picked up by 2. They go into evasive maneuvers, trying to kite down towards the bottom half of the map. But with the Sivir Ultimate and with Nautilus, immense crowd control, they are split apart, Papa.
And then it becomes just a buddy story here of trying to allow Perks to escape. The kick to interrupt with the knock up there. Beautifully done. You see the cheering here from backstage.
Yeah, Jankos wanted to get in between so that the Q wouldn't land, but you just kick him right through, still gonna get the knock up there, and that led to what we're seeing on screen. Baroned up, FPX coming for those inhibitor turrets.
It's unbelievable performance from FPX. If you look down the kill scores, 304, 316, 126, 403, of the team's 11 kills, the kill participation is extremely high. It's what we wanted to see from FPX. Push out a lane, roam to a side lane. The difference is it was Gimgoon's gangplank with the cannon barrage that was the recipient of this game. And he sets LWX for another kill. 386 CS on that Sivir. With the Baron buff empowered, the inhibitor turret's going low. But Wonder is rattling across the damage onto FPX, but he's caught out. The dredge line into the flay. Wonder's looking for the round wolf, and he won't escape. 6-0-3. LWX is dominating. G2 did so much damage, but they couldn't finish it off.
FPX are able to get what they came for as well, Quickshot. Inhibitor in the mid lane is down. Will be constant pressure for them to get off.
And getting the Baron, which was such a difficult ask for the team comp they had, is the tonic to actually get those 5v5s in open areas where we already outlined early. There's just no response from G2's comp. The moment Caps fishes for a hook, his health bar is deleted.
Again, so much of this game has been about finding picks, hitting skill shots, and then using those openings immediately to get more from your opponent. Look how FPX do not hesitate to burn all their cooldowns to look for one more advantage. This is the way that you can snowball one play into the next and to get the most out of it.
And you see how low FPX are. Had Caps been alive with death from below, in the melee, in the AoE, that ultimate reset could be a game changer, but he was not. So the inhibitor goes down. G2 are 4,400 gold behind, and you can see that gigantic spike from the Dragon fight to Baron. And Papa Smithy, FPX are in complete control of game number one.
And I think the one consistent through this topsy-turvy game of action has been that we felt the impact of Doinby's Nautilus above Caps' Pyke style pick at the end consistently. You understand the theory behind it, starting boots, going Predator, and having the ability to roam, but never getting the lane control to actually match Doinby, who was 3-4 times ganking top and bot.
And this is Doinby's most iconic champion for the mid lane, because it is so abnormal, because no other mid laners fully embrace it to this style, and everyone has always posed questions and say, okay, but prove it on the world stage. Here you go, Papa Smithy. I submit Exhibit A.
And yet, we see that, blown by Sivir. They want to catch Jankos.
They absolutely do. Jankos flashes over the wall. Now look at the minimap. The rest of FPX were setting up for a potential Elder Drake. Perkz gets caught by the Nautilus ultimate, and while the cannon minion is still there, G2 Esports concede the Elder. They're going for the inhib, but the Dredge line tags down Wonder. He's in trouble. Doomby goes golden. Another death sentence comes out. Devour from Mickey buys enough time. Caps, death from below. Kills down Doomby. This is a 5v4, but the HP is low. Crisp gets tagged. Caps goes down. It's another one, but look at the damage from Wonder. He's looking for LWX. Gimgoon turns around with a parlay. LWX gets the boomerang, gets the ricochet. The round one comes out, and G2 escape.
Oh, G2 remain on the attack, even while FPX have the upper hand, and in that, they open up the base.
And just remember, during SKT, they conceded the Barons to get the inhibs. This is a game about pressure and control of the map.
And this is why G2 is so beloved. They never go quietly into the night. They will always try to find a counterpunch. They are impossible to KO.
Exactly, Papa Smithy. They will always look to surprise you by remaining on the attack, on the offensive.
And even if FPX close this game, there will still be lingering doubts. Not often the case when you win game one of a World Final.
Mickey looks like he's going to get caught out by Gimgoon once again. 4-0-8 on that gangplank. Throws down another stopwatch, and while Caps is arriving to see him go down, that is another kill, another death that is unneeded and unnecessary at this point.
FPX strike back again. And guess what? The Baron is soon to arrive. In only 30 seconds, with a Elder Dragon 3 Elemental Drake buff, FPX have full control over the area.
They're hunting indeed. Jankos has got a Banshees, no flash available to him. And on the minimap, we've got no vision. The observers building the tension, highlighting what G2 can see. FPX are putting pressure in the top lane.
And as what we can see, Quickshot, they're moving to the bottom side of the map. Again, trying to remain on the attack, even though FPX have more to gain with Baron coming over from that side. They still want to make the offensive play. They rush the minions ahead with the Rise Realm Warp, and they're going to race it.
Look at the minimap, though. The rest of FPX, they've peeled onto the Baron. Recall's coming out for Doinby. That's a 3-man Baron stack. Teleports are coming down. No, that's correction to the top lane. Perkz manages to make his way up. So Baron will be conceded here as Wunder concedes the flash to run away. Gimgoon is chasing. He's got himself the Eye Edge, the Essence Reaver. The Baron is secured. This is the second of the game in conjunction with Elder. FPX should be in control, but G2 don't care about should.
And I love those conditional languages in a match like this where FPX has been packing the punch or had the scaling. It's still conditional because G2 still gives you questions to answer. And if you're too slow in this meta, you can still lose.
Gentlemen, coming into this game, we were discussing how FPX and G2 have redefined how League of Legends is played. And we are already seeing all of the arguments being made.
Both of these teams continually shooting their shots, taking their looks. FPX have not buckled under the pressure where a lot of teams get surprised by the constant offensive moves while G2 is down. FPX have remained calm, and this is the key to game number one. Now, with the Baron and the Elder Dragon, they're able to push on top side, and they should be able to get the rest of the rewards. G2, though, throw another counter punch on the bottom half of the map. You can see in the mini-map.
They get the double TP down bot lane, but what has to shake up on the top side, and can a TP flank undo this three-man push?
All right, we're going to have to find out. Doomby is able to defend for now. Teleport is coming up. That's the recalls now coming up for G2 Esports. The top lane inhibitor is going to fall, and the mid lane inhibitor is exposed as well.
FPX have used the teleport from Doomby. They're going to try and get two inhibitors here. G2 recall.
All right, inhib number one hasn't fallen just yet, but it will in a moment. There it does. Both of them fall down. Caps manages to find the Bone Skewer, and G2 are looking for an initiation. By the way, Gimgoon did not leave that bottom lane, so two inhibs secured in favor of FPX. They still have a minute and a half on Baron, and another 3 minutes to Elder if G2 can survive it.
And you're in this awkward spot as G2 where you want to walk up posture and draw a GP teleport so your piggyback gank down the bot side, your pushing game can actually work. They don't get that TP. Gimgoon holds on to it. If all TPs are down, there's still a split push scenario for G2.
FPX marching ahead here. They have remained calm. They still have a minute and 20 seconds to work with the Baron buff as well. Teleport available for LWX as well as Gimgoon. And it looks like it will be a reset.
40 minutes into the game, and it is a 7,000 gold lead for FPX. LWX sold his boots, is at full Sivir build and 26 CS shy of what is considered the win condition for Sivir. 500 equals victory. Now it should be even more confident than that right now with a minute on Baron. Relborg comes out and Wunder's going to get caught up in the death sentence. It's another kill. It's another pick. It's another moment where FPX are shining. 60-second death timer Kobe with super minions in multiple lanes and Baron to defend.
That's probably going to be game number one. Quickshock FPX with the 5v4 advantage will march on the Nexus turrets.
Chain of Corruption is available and Jankos gets caught out. The Devourer's buying some time. There goes Caps forward. Crisp manages to stay alive. That was a fantastic flash. The Chain of Corruption is starting to sprint. Jankos buys some time with the Hourglass and Doomby goes low. LWX gets another. TN finds a second. The Nexus tower falls as well. FPX are looking for one last kill. Not going to find it just yet as the Nexus gets focused. The Nexus gets killed after the ace and FPX strike first in the finals. First blood, first dragon, first Baron, first Nexus. And truthfully, it does not play out that easily. Big smiles on the G2 faces, but FPX open the finals with a statement.
And I think G2 can actually take from this that they made the enemy fight, and we talked about how they played a dangerous game. They left open all of FPX's classic calling cards, and they knew if they took game one, the draft wins from this would be massive. They're not going to get those draft bucks. They are taken down, but damn if it wasn't a twist and turvy road over 40 minutes.
The play on Summoner's Rift was exciting. I'm also equally excited, Papa Smithy, to head into what you're talking about, the draft for game number two, because blue side we talked about being so important for both of these teams because of the nuances here of those specific champions.
Oh boy, this is already setting up the way we want it. We had the outplays, the Caps escape onto the Realm Warp, and now we have to just bring ourselves down and regroup for game two.
It's so hard with the energy and the screams in this arena. I feel like I'm attacking the game at all times, and so do FPX, so do G2. Let's also talk about the fact that FPX, I don't want to say surprised us, but they were going top was something that we haven't seen them do a huge amount, and they did it so well, Kobe.
And again, that element of surprise has improved for both of these teams throughout the entire tournament. A lot of people dissected G2's game versus SKT as well, and then making a lot of uncharacteristic surprise attacks moves. FPX do the same thing.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and it ends up getting them a victory in game number 1. So obviously G2 are going to get side selection. Papa Smithy, this is something we've talked about a lot. Blue side has been the preferred side of choice. It's been more victorious multiple times. We will get to talk about it in the next game for more on how game 1 played out. Let's hear from the State Farm analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. That game 1 had just about everything you could have asked for to kick off a finals best of 5, but it's FPX that strikes the first blow.
That was wild. We had the outplays. It felt like we were going to go to hyper late game. You didn't really know when you were going to count G2 out. It kept like they were in striking distance, but FPX just closed the door.
That game was tense because both teams were giving so much respect to Fog of War. Like, they were playing actually at a very high level. Yes, there were a few missteps here and there getting caught out, but that's because that was the win condition. G2 never wanted to team fight. They were always trying to spread up. And the way that FPX gave a few minion waves to make sure they could find the fights. Like, it was a beautiful game.
A few minion waves, sometimes there's support as well. And that's the thing. If you don't see anything, who do you send in first? Your support, the Thresh, which doesn't add that much late game value anyway. That's why you got caught out a few times. That's what we saw from G2 and what they wanted to do, but it wasn't enough because you never got rid of the wave clear.
Let's take a moment to evaluate champions like Frosk. I know during Countdown we talked about, you know, the bait of the Varus Tahm Kench to maybe have the G2 response with the Pyke on the other side. Well, they got all 3.
Yeah, and the big question mark here is going to be the Pyke bait. The casters did a wonderful job talking about it in game, but that's kind of where I felt everything started. You see a draft like that, and it's pretty clear-cut what G2 are going to do. They're going to roam a lot. They're going to try to beat Doinby at his own game, and specifically in the top lane. Ryze versus Gangplank is a great matchup for Ryze. You have Elise, who is phenomenal at diving, and then you throw a Pyke on top of it to have that mixed damage of the AD with the 2 AP carries, and suddenly G2, for the first 15 minutes, you're like, this is all about blitzing top lane and diving with Pyke.
And we also get to see the power of the blue side for FPX and why they selected here in game 1. There's not enough bans to get rid of everything. If you also want to remove these key target picks we talked about in the pregame, Doingby's champions, do you ban them away or not? In this case, Qiyana, Xayah, and Pantheon are just power picks you got to get rid of.
And so, typical to FPX and what we saw from them in the semifinal, they came in with a plan, and that's what I want to talk about, the early pathing by Tien to disrupt the game plan formulated by G2.
I think Tien and the whole of FPX played this properly, and this is actually another reason why I don't think G2 will go back to the Pyke as a Nautilus counter, because the Nautilus gets too much freedom in the early game. So A, they split vertical on this side because they know that they would much rather dive the lane that doesn't have Tahm Kench in it. This isn't necessarily about having GP top or needing to get Gimgoon fed. It's just the only thing they had to do, and FPX have been masters at stacking waves and diving.
Yeah, it basically throws a wrench in G2's plans. FPX read exactly what they wanted to do. When you split the map like this, G2 can no longer just start throwing everything top lane. And even though they slowed Wunder down, they didn't shut him down. But this then meant that the next time G2 could strike was waiting on that Tiamat power spike from the Pyke so they could compete with the wave clear.
And that happened 8 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. And that's when FPX did slow down a little bit with all these plays towards topside. Wunder did start getting a lot stronger in the game as well. Despite him ending with a 1-6 score or something like that, he was still able to push later, but that's why you normally don't attack the Gangplank lane if you have Gangplank on your side. But in this case, it stopped G2 from playing aggressive early. I think that was a beautiful call. And FPX, they love invading with the jungler level 1.
FPX going to feel good about that one. And while they got out to a small early advantage, this game was not without those moments for G2 where you saw their comeback potential. And when it comes to performing in front of this epic crowd here in Paris, some players, they try and show off. You know what? I'm just going to let Quickshot take this one.
I love that you pointed out with the arrow there, because the sort of thing that's lost, because people say, oh, it's a deathmatch, oh, they're just fighting all the time, but it's the setup and the side lanes that allows it to happen. And speaking of side lane setup...
fantastic setup, Papa Smithy. Teleport comes in, FPX have still got a numbers advantage. Crisp will arrive, and Caps in so much trouble. He's going to get taken out. Oh! The Realm Warp from Wunder!
The moment this Realm Warp is on, I didn't think Caps could even get in.
Yeah, exactly, because he got slowed down there, even with the mobility of Pyke. Barely flashes to the edge. The margin there of error is so incredibly small.
Wunder's screaming, I'm helping, I'm helping.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Quick Shot.
Sure, I love the hype around the play, but I have to highlight that actually cost G2 so much. Wunder sitting there getting caught out initially by Doing B, and then the forced TP to try and defend him. That meant for about 5 minutes, G2 were not able to have Pyke roaming in the side lanes, and it just meant that Sivir, who was sitting on one item at that point, got to farm and farm and farm and farm and farm, while G2 could not split up the map due to lacking TP on that Pyke. So this actually cost G2 so much and allowed FPX to get to late game.
Well, this game was back and forth, both teams having moments of pressure and pushing the aggression, but I do want to take a look at where it all broke in favor of FPX. Let's go through one more fight.
And this was right, I believe, at the end of the game after they'd been able to pick Wunder. And when FPX can get this type of situation, they're going to have a good time. And I have to just say, Crisp played this game so well, not letting Caps get good Pyke resets off in team fights. There were actually a few very close moments in this fight, but once they got this push, it was over.
Him and Tian, the jungle support, we gave it to FPX coming into this. They showed up big time.
I mean, I'm going to add another name. Doinby. I thought his Nautilus play when he was hard for us, when he catches Mickey, he did that blind, and he just grabbed him in the bush. He's like, I have a suspicion someone's going to be standing here.
This goes to FunPlus Phoenix Game 1, that is, but G2 definitely not out of it as they retool in their ready room. But that's going to do it for Game 1. FunPlus, they've stuck, or rather struck, the first blow here in the quest for the world title. We'll see what G2 can deliver after this commercial break.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We came to fight, we came to win. We lost before, but never again. Back on our grind, you know what it is. We gotta win, win.
Igennem spillet og hans karriere har vi skabt en ny relation, som jeg vil værne om altid.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground of my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 멜로 모든 배 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar.
shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants. Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. Our soul reign of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar.
Welcome back to the Accor Hotels Arena here in spectacular Paris, where Game 1 went the way of the LPL champions. Now, important to note that during quarterfinals and semifinals in the last 3 weeks, the team that won the first game went on to win the entire series.
Congratulations!
This is a bad sign for G2 Esports, Papa Smithy.
But it's such a different animal to face G2 Esports on the blue side. I actually think that's the most terrorizing proposition for any coach, maybe in history, given how flexible they are to send just about anything into Perkz' hands in the bot lane.
Exactly, because the red side has to ban Pantheon, so you lose one there. Plus, blue side gets first pick, and the detriment of blue side is usually that you're going to have to show everything first, but because of the flexible picks for G2, they usually get to hide even further. First instance, Gragas, S-tier jungler, but also a support. Mickey has used it very effectively with Perkz' Yasuo.
And you're already thinking about Gragas Yasuo duo. If you think about tier list, Ryze Kai'Sa is kind of the obvious duo available to FPX. But what's the support going to be to deal with Gragas Yasuo? Because post level 6, what a terror that is on the bot side.
And ding ding, Ryze Kai'Sa locked in for FunPlus Phoenix. Are you bold enough to run the Yasuo down 0-1 in a series if you put yourself in G2's shoes?
I think for sure, because if you're going down the list of supports, there's nothing that's really going to deter you. As long as you can focus with your jungler to help control the minion wave for the Yasuo Gragas early on, maybe you're most worried about some tanky melee supports to counter it.
Got the confirmation on the Gragas Yasuo somewhere. When we were beatboxing about this, we came up with Galio support as maybe a premier support to try to deal and threaten a double melee lane. The Akali that's been permabanned for quite a while this tournament, going to be locked in somewhere for G2.
And this is why we're highlighting the importance of side selection for this matchup. Because things are going to have to get through the draft because of these guaranteed bans, now Akali, one of the most feared flex picks on one of the teams with the most feared solo laners.
And you have 3 flex picks already for G2. They can still pivot this draft in any direction, but Gen plus Phoenix Phase 2 bans will give us an indication of the direction that they believe it's going to go.
And from the G2 side, I wonder, do you ban Kayle? Because it is a pick that Doinby's play that doesn't fit in with his Ryze and Nautilus Hard CC duo, and Kayle Kai'Sa has been the premier dive bomb duo. It's the maximum value out of that Kayle ultimate. Because it doesn't fit with the way FPX usually play, you could understand G2 just giving it over to be selected.
Yeah, and it would be a fairly AP heavy for the team as well. We don't want to have, too coordinated of the damage profile. Olaf is the first ban here for FPX. I like that they continue to focus on the jungle. In the last game, it was very, very big difference here with Lee Sin. We saw Tian roaming around, trying to get that extra second to set up plays, and now they throw 2 more attack damage jungler bans. This is why I mentioned in the champion select for game number 1, taking these away, trying to force G2 onto an AP jungler, thereby maybe forcing a little bit of a shift of that Yasuo and bringing it back to a solo lane.
And they do actually, G2, ban away the Kayle, the GP, the normal. Blind pick here for Gimgoon, trying to put Gimgoon away from the sort of comfort he usually prospers in. So it's a very different draft. Consider game 1, they left open all of the calling cards of FPX looking for that mental edge, those draft bucks that we've talked about. This game, it's very different as there's an old comfort for Doinby.
Is it going to be the case? It is locked in. During the press conference, he said if they are brave enough to leave it open, I will crush G2 with the Kleds.
And what was so cool to watch from them in the last game is the execution on these force plays. It's one thing to draft these types of champions and be able to set up and try and go for picks, but the execution on those tower dives is so clean. Now again, as we mentioned last time though, Kled being dismounted is another facilitator of possible early game plays, early tower dives, and you have to keep your eyes out.
Okay, so let's turn our attention to the last pivots here. Tristana as well as Elise. I would anticipate this to be a Caps Tristana if it's going to be running into the Ryze and trying to match that. What do you make on that, Kobe?
I definitely agree. High priority on solo lane Tristana because we saw last time around, so much of the game is determined by being able to open up roams for your parts. Usually people are used to one variable, the jungler roaming around, but both of these teams try and introduce more variables into League of Legends, and Tristana is one of those champions that can mine turret plates if you leave her alone, or push a wave with explosive shot very quickly.
Honestly, Kobe, when I'm watching a G2 blue side draft, sometimes my eyes glaze over till 20 seconds because I'm thinking about the infinite possibilities of that further swap again and again. Seems like FPX have come to a similar conclusion that we did in terms of support against what they assume is the Gragas Yasuo, the Galio support to try to actually just threaten that taunt. If you get brush control, it's hard for Gragas Yasuo to walk up.
Exceptional read on the draft, gentlemen. Now let's zoom out and look at these 5v5s, maybe from the G2 lanes first, because I think FPX is a little more simple to understand, albeit it's Gimgoon running the Kled, which made me a little sad.
Definitely the historians over here want to see the 9-2 mid lane Kled, but it hasn't been a pick he's gone to this year, and Gimgoon had been showing in solo queue, so I guess there's no huge surprise there. We get this Akali versus Kled top lane matchup.
Yeah, also Kled a little bit more trouble in mid lane, seeing that it's a Tristana. It's very difficult to deal with that range discrepancy because Kled gets a lot of value in matchups from going all in and using the vicious strikes, but Tristana always has either rocket jump or Buster Shot to get out of that. So given the last lock-in, I like the flex here.
And Pick Your Poison has kind of been one of the costicles you said the most times. You still end up with Tristana versus Ryze, which has been considered a Ryze counter pick in Worlds 2019.
Yeah, especially when we do cast our minds back to that Faker performance that you gentlemen have already talked about. Man, on your screen, Caps and Doinby. It is 0-1 for G2 Esports and FPX, the #1 seed from the LPL. The defending title region is looking to make it a second world championship in a row. Very interestingly, in that previous game, despite the dominance these two teams have showed all summer long, it was the second longest game for each of them at the World Championship. Look at the mini-map, and shenanigans are afoot. Both teams are grouped up, both teams are invading, and it's Gimgoon that takes the first auto, while FPX are grouped in the bottom quadrants.
See if they can actually get that deep ward down. Looks like they're fighting over the Raptor pit here. They're going to see if it is a Tion red side start, and once again, with the level 1, trying to discern if they can isolate this matchup.
that FPX bot lane invade, if they can actually make this a bot side controlled, would actually be another thing that would force Yasuo Gragas onto the back foot as the ranged opponent. Notice they actually didn't put down any vision when they went down into the red side jungle. It's very much just scouting with their faces and then backing away. Vision is much later, spotting the alcove there around the entrance to the red side of G2.
Let's see how Perkz and Mickey play this duo. It's been an interesting discussion, the Yasuo Gragas play, because they were able to shut it down so effectively, even the quarterfinals, but then weren't able to demonstrate a mastery against SKT. So with both sides of the coin being shown, which one will we see today?
Well, I like that what you expect is often not the case with either of these teams. Both of these teams like to attack where your opponent thinks that you are weak. Trying to use that element of surprise will often turn the tables. Usually early on, Gragas and Yasuo can get pushed under tower because of the range disadvantage and because Yasuo doesn't yet have access to the E, only the Q trying to scrounge up CS here. It makes it a completely different game once Yasuo gets the E, is able to go for possible all-ins, and they can commit to those.
Speaking of all-ins, so walking up there. Level 2 ping doesn't come in. So Galio with brush control is what he alluded to in draft. Just seeing how difficult it is to interact. Tian's actually level 2 mid.
All right, Rune Prison does connect Sonic Wave just short. You can hear the chants here from Paris. Top and mid was pushing towards FPX in favor of G2, but obviously this Gragas Yasuo is being bullied back.
In case you're wondering at home, very non-standard gank time to be mid lane as a red side Lee Sin at 2 minutes 30. You're not going to be level 3. You don't have the ward hop shenanigans available. It's a bit of a mind game there, but no inroads for FPX.
And because of the early invade, they're aware that G2 knows that Tian start on the top side, so they're not giving a tremendous amount of extra information away, and they both want to make their way down towards Gragas Yasuo. Tian, though, does not catch sight of Jankos.
Number of pings there from the FPX side into the bottom tri-bush. Jankos with flash available to him, caps at level 3. Sitting in position, either waiting for a repeat gank or just shadowing that lane. Now all of a sudden he'll grab the Scuttle Crab.
And that's a key idea right there, a quick shot. Jankos just looking for the move from Tian, a possible counter gank there, because he's protecting the pushing Tristana.
Spotted with the plan. This does mean that Gragas Yasuo will have a bit more swagger in the bot lane to take aggressive trades. The Hail of Blades tech was debuted at this Worlds, does allow you to get much more impactful trades early. Caps actually just rocket jumps onto the minions to get the push.
Exactly, as we're talking about, the push in mid lane so incredibly impactful. And now we'll see how that actually trails into the rest of the game here. Akali Wonder actually goes back in.
Well, really fun trades between the two of them. Wonder and Gimgoon they were actually battling extensively in the Gangplank versus Ryze matchup in game number 1, and they've already started with some heavy trades. Tian makes his way down bot, but he doesn't look like he's going to go for any plays just yet.
And the recall that we just saw in mid lane actually incredibly important, because that was Doinb trying to get the first recall off to get the purchase on the early tier. He can start stacking this mana. He shoves the wave now, and we have to play around these 30-second windows. A new minion wave will spawn every 30 seconds. If you're able to push it in, force your mid laner opponent to actually handle that homework, then you get to make an offensive play.
And I want to make it clear, there's an extra variable here to talk about this Tristana-Elise duo when it comes to ganking mid lane. It's the Ignite being run by Caps. Already these Elise duos have been the talk of this tournament, Elise and Renekton, for example. We already knew that Tristana is strong in this matchup. You add the Ignite and the Elise jungle against any opponent, and basically as Doinb, you're pushing out one minion wave and then back.
And I think it's so important to note that right now, while Wonder is under trouble, Skull gets actually procced. This time around, Jankos is looking for opportunities. Contrast that to game 1, where Doinb on the Nautilus and Tian on the Lee Sin were able to get early advantages, and many of them in the top lane. Jankos is looking for a play. The Justice Punch will find a tag there onto Perkz, and LWX continues to step forward with that Icathian Rain. They end up winning the trade in the bottom lane.
Meanwhile, we're already seeing this Akali start to pull ahead on the top side of the map. Wonder, when he's afforded isolation there with the Akali, landing so many more of the last hits despite Gimgoon going for these trades.
All right, the exhaust was thrown down there onto LWX, so Summoner Spell disadvantage for the G2 bottom lane, and Tian is now waiting in the wings. Level 5 for Doinb. It's the flash exhaust on that Ryze, and I'm waiting to see the Safeguard Sonic Wave Rune Prison combo, there is enough damage if they want it.
And I think Tian is mostly there for counter gank because we already alluded to how much threat there is. Starts to walk up and clear a ward.
All right, I want to look into the future because we don't want to get behind the game here.
Wait, you can do that?
Yes, I'll pull out my Scrying Orb. Ooh. With FPX actually having multiple people on bottom side, I expect G2 to try and play off of a level 6 power spike from Akali. I just mentioned Wonder's doing a very good job in lane. Akali is so good at executing the second part of her R ultimate and getting the kill onto Kled, because whenever you dismount, the extra percentage damage there does help you finish off tower dives, and you have an Elise on your team. So we'll see if they can actually afford to focus that lane with an Infernal Drake alive.
Notice, though, that Gingu didn't use his teleport, so they can actually have 5 members here, FPX, and Akali can't join.
Not just yet. The Scuttle Crab was picked up there by Jankos. The Elise was able to secure that final hit. 10 creeps up. Note as well, Wonder nearly double the CS of Gimgoon. Both of them at level 6, and Mickey and Perkz making their way to ultimates as well.
That Scuttle Crab was an incredibly efficient smite from Jankos. Necessary defense now that they've acquired this vision, and bottom lane pushing up. Perkz has been able to start the dragon. Yasuo very good at helping take these dragons because of the wind wall and allowing possible denial of skill shots from the opponent team.
This multi-step process, in spite of the losing 2v2 early, is going to get them an Inferno, it looks like. Chris Facechecks gets the bad news. Tiana, don't be late here.
Well, they are going to be a little bit. 800 HP on the Infernal. Caps will just avoid that overload.
Oh.
That's a flash forward into the taunt. Dragon secured by G2, but the first fight is on the board. First blood again to FPX. Now Tian is going so low. Jankos repels up, comes down, gets kill. It's a jungler for jungler trade, and now Perkz is blown up. 3 for 1, but the dragon goes to G2.
I believe Jankos didn't even have smite when they're starting up this dragon. That's why they're waiting around it for so long too. In the end, he gets it with the execute Q form of Elise, but FPX with the extra kill are going to try and push on bottom and earn some turret plate money.
And the instinct to walk up there actually gets them much more fruit than you'd expect. 3 kills for that first Infernal Drake secure. LWX gets a plate as well. That's a big early gold injection for FPX.
All right, let's take another look at it, because for G2 here, Jankos just used the smite on the Scuttle Crab for the vision, but because Chris flashes in there, forces up extra vision, they are under attack very early on. Tian eventually gets focused here as they get into the back of the Dragon Pit, but it is still 2 for 1, allowing then some map pressure for FPX, resulting in what you just saw. Now Kai'Sa with the gold bounty, 2 kills to his name for LWX and the CS lead.
It was really a matter of time in this meta with your fast, decisive decisions required. And what we saw in that was the no smite and Tian lasting so long in the fight that ended up with the 3 for 1 trade.
And those are 2 trades right there. Later power of Inferno buff, but look what you can see on the gold total right now. LWX far and away the richest person in the game.
1,300 gold above Perkz right now. His lane opponent, 15 CS lead. Obviously, you can see 201 in the kills, compliments of that dragon fight. And FPX again strike first in the game, get themselves an advantage, and we need to see how G2 will bounce back, and also how FPX are going to push this lead, because with a enabled Kai'Sa, maybe a little earlier than anticipated, Kled, Ryze, Galio, Kai'Sa, that is a terrifying death ball dive style comp. As Gimgoon's going to chase forward using the charge, and he almost gets the solo kill. Skarl gets popped. How did Wonder survive? He manages to stay alive a few seconds longer and gets under the tower.
And it was only just an inch away from being a straight up solo kill. That always does more damage than you expect in the 1v1.
Kled able to force out the flash there from Wonder. Now let's see if there's going to be any sort of response. We just have 2 resets on the side of FPX, so I think everything should calm down.
The gold standard here for FPX to use that extra gold to get deep vision on the red side jungle to stop Yasuo or Gragas doing what it says on the tin, which is after level 6, doesn't matter how much gold Kai'Sa has, you can't walk up at threat of the body slam flash or the ultimate coming in. So actually expressing the lead in the 2v2 is actually difficult against specifically Gragas Yasuo duo.
All right, Gimgoon with the Hex Drinker here, going to afford him more opportunities to go for those all-ins onto Akali. With Press the Attack, you have a lot of burst damage that you can try and threaten very early. It's going to be about how these junglers work around the Rift Herald. Jankos leashes it all the way towards mid lane. That should give up his position.
Now Absolutely the case. Tian,
he knows.
Gets spotted out. Sonic Wave finds a target. Repel app finds a minion to go down. Rune Prison locks him down. That's a buster shot on the rocket jump with the ignite coming in. Crisp comes down with the ultimate. They end up trading.
Long cooldown used from Crisp there to no inroad. Mickey's mid lane going to be spotted on this play. You start to see the burst potential. Didn't really feel like starting to put too much oomph into the autos, and yet Lee Sin almost went down.
A lot of damage potential when G2 gets the time to set it up, if they want to use the Tristana combination. But then you add the burst combination for the Akali as well as the Yasuo. There are tools for them available. Mickey sneaks away a little bit more damage on the mid-outer turret. And look at the minimap now. LWX and Crisp, they've recalled. They've put themselves in the top lane, and it looks like we're going to have Australia lane set up.
Yeah, and there's a very big difference here. Because of the extra teleport on Wunder, G2 can actually force a Rift Herald play. After swapping over, Gimgoon is basically relegated to bottom lane, especially until the Kled ultimate comes up.
But it's bottom lane with a TP disadvantage. FPX fantastic at using their teleports for offensive moves. Sometimes these teams walk up and fight too much. For now, Tian is going to be in disengage duty. They want to buy about a minute and a half for Gimgoon to be able to be back on the map.
All right, Yanko showing bottom. Actually going to hover behind Wunder rather than go for the big play on top side with numbers advantage. And Tian, I think he gets it.
Yeah, he manages to sneak that one away. Crisp goes for the Justice Punch forward, will not find a taunt onto Mickey, but look at the minimap. Jankos has made his way up, and now FPX, they've positioned themselves to start the Heralds.
Yeah, you can see whenever Gimgoon hovers in the river here, he's threatening possible Kled roam
Perks wants to solo, Perks wants to solo, and he will get out the Killer Instinct. He doesn't find the knockup. The exhaust was committed for that. Now, there's no Killer Instinct from LWX, and that final breath from Perks' Yasuo is available. The Herald is secured, and that solo attempt prevents G2 from picking a further fight.
Crucially, there's no TP ward here for Akali to come in, so despite having TP, it's not felt. The Rift Herald goes down. Perks is lingering on the top side.
Oh, G2 will get themselves a Cloud Drake, and the Taunt finds two! FPX step forward. The Wind Wall and the Gragas Barrel does so much to work.
Oh!
The tower. Mickey goes down. Tian's not done yet. He gestures all the way forward. FPX are looking for the first tower.
This is a tale of two pushes. Quick shot, top side. FPX strike quick, and they strike hard. Meanwhile, mid lane, G2 trying to fight back. They get a counter punch, and the Tristana explosive shot will do some work.
And maybe the Tristana can be the difference, but otherwise FPX went all tails up in this play. This time they have the Rift Herald on their first push, and plenty of backup for LWX.
FPX continue to strike first here, mining more and more money. Let's see if there's a counterattack. As you can see on the mini-map, Mickey and Perks move up to try and take down the Rift Herald before the charge gets off, but the damage has been done.
It absolutely is. No Gragas ulti available. LWX will flash away from Mickey's flash. It's traded 1-for-1. Here comes Perks, here comes Caps. Duabee's the target, gets caught up on the final breath, but the hero's entrance does so much to save him. FPX cannot be stopped, cannot be contained, cannot be controlled, and they've got a 4,000 gold lead.
There's no way to back up through that hero's entrance, and the zone control of the Galio means that Yasuo is food for FPX.
FPX looks so clean right now, executing no hesitation on the re-engage. After they see Mickey burn the flash, they know they can just turn and burn. Root is used, and no member for FPX actually losing out.
And my eyes are fully dilated because it's a two-item build. Manamune into the Rage Blade already done. Coming back onto this play, it was a nice disengage. Doinby just about gets enough damage down and finished off by LWX.
And that's LWX accruing another kill. Kaisa now with 4 kills. As you talked about, Papa Smithy, the build is well underway.
I have been here before, gentlemen, watching a European team playing a Chinese team where hope was high and gameplay did not live up to it.
Yeah,
it is a
let's hope it changes this time.
1,000 goal difference. Now, one thing that is important to note, G2 Esports did win consecutive team fights behind in gold versus SKT just 1 week away. And they need to channel that performance again to bring it back this game.
Well, Cookshot, they're about to be posed a very difficult question. Gimgoon split pushing on the Kled on top side of your map. We're about to reach that top tower, but G2 continually looking for a possible aggressive move instead.
The silver lining is that the cooldowns are much longer on FPX's side, so you actually have to not lick your wounds. You have to re-engage before Hero's entrance and also the charge are off cooldown. But now, though, they're showing respect. Caps continues to get plenty of gold in the side lane, but they lose mid out.
It ends up being a mid-outer for bottom lane trade. Perkz to sidestep some of the damage. Mickey gets caught up by the Kai'Sa W, and the Wind Wall is doing some work to reduce the follow-up damage. FPX, 2 towers to 1. They are behind in the Dragon game, but that is it. They have everything else on lockdown, and a super strong AD carry, 4-0-2. LWX has been consistent all worlds long.
And the team consistently drafts these compositions that allow him lots of room to work with. The idea behind FPX's strategy here, you have the Kled charging in with the extra speed, then Galio ult on top of the Kled to actually protect the remount there, and this opens up so many plasma targets that LWX is afforded a very offensive ultimate.
And it's just threat and zone control for him to just free hit and choose his moment. And yes, open the tournament ulting too much. As speaking of ults.
All right, Realm Warp comes down. Void Seeker will connect onto Cap, but LWX decides not to go into the Killer Instinct. There was enough distance put between G2 and FPX before expending any additional ultimates. Doumbé goes fishing. He doesn't find anything right now. It'll just be a matter of time before he throws down that Realm Warp. He's sitting 1-0-4. The front man for Fun plus Phoenix. And he'll need to get a little more creative to put some pressure. But look at the minimap. Gingoon, he's pushing on that outer turret, and I think he'll get some chip damage before Wonder rocks up.
Still a lot of pressure here being applied by FPX. Stopwatch on this back coming through from LWX to go for one of those overeager dives. And yeah, it was the first day where suddenly we were down on FPX, that first seed from China that just wasn't able to pull the trigger smartly in the first round robin of the group stage. But they've been building since then in this first seed versus first seed battle.
And I really like that people sometimes forget that these players are very, very new to this big of a stage. On the world stage, all of them showing up now under pressure. And that is very heartening to see.
All right, there's the engage, the kickback. Mickey finds some damage on Doumbé, but he's instantly thrown to the wolves. The charge from Gingoon brings some damage backwards, but goes gold, and LWX stays alive. Wind will buy some time, but simply not enough. Perkz goes forward. The final breath does nothing, and it's Crisp that gets another. 2 quick kills to FPX.
And look what they could do with that quick shot. They get free reign over the map. The Dragon should be in the hands of LWX and the rest of FPX. G2, they have to back up and retreat to their towers now. There's nothing left for them to defend.
It's very much an every man for themselves when someone gets picked so quickly to open a fight, and there are more re-engage options available for FPX. We're mercifully before 20 minutes. There's no Baron punish open for FPX. Here is the replay. So much lingering doubt in the fog, and very quickly, Mickey got the bad news.
Tian is so good. Everyone highlights Doumbé because of the champions that he uses. But remember, Tian was also added to FPX to start off their remarkable rise. He's able to get the kickback to start this whole play. And then, as you're talking about, the chase down there, Papa Smithy.
I'm a big fan of LWX leading with his face. He says, I don't care if I'm 4-kill Kai'Sa. I'll frontline. I've got the stopwatch. I didn't build this to save.
Oh, I love that, leading with his face.
Oftentimes, as soon as you buy the stopwatch, you're like, I'm going to be pretty rich soon. I'll turn it into Zhonya soon. I need to get the active usage now.
Exceptional lead here for FPX. 5,000 gold just before 20 minutes. And despite the fact that a recall's coming in from Crisp, G2 Esports have no idea. Look at what they have to deal with. 1-0-6, 2.5 items completed for Doumbé. 2.5 plus that broken stopwatch for LWX at 4-0-5. And it feels like every time G2 have looked for an opportunity, their response has been equal or better from FPX.
And while FPX are super far ahead. 5,000 gold pre-20 will tell you that. The final tipping point is Baron. If FPX get Baron, this G2 comp doesn't have anywhere near the right amount of wave clear. Close the game. Then it's going to start it and take the fight if G2 come in.
Take a look at the minimap. Akali and Tristana are nowhere nearby. They were not invited to the Baron party. Now Mickey can get a multi-man knockup, which Perkz can follow up on, but they're too late. They're too slow. And FPX, they get the Baron. They realm warp forward, and now Perkz is the target. He gets a small knockup, forced to flash defensively. While that's going on, Wonder's pushing the bottom lane. FPX extend the gold lead even further. They are looking at the inner turret, and Kim Goon is able to reply. FPX don't even lose a bottom outer turret.
This LPL train's not stopping anytime soon, Quickshot. They'll got the Baron empowered recalls off for the reset and head straight back for more.
The Chinese freight train was one of the big memes of Season 3 and Season 4, and it's rolling.
Taking me back.
It's rolling. Well, it's, you know, history lessons abound. We're trying not to think about 1 year ago today, effectively in the last World Final. But FPX look impervious to G2's strategies. They've called out and they've dealt with this Yasuo Gragas duo that so many other teams have rolled under the strength and pressure of. And suddenly, it really feels like G2 have one more roll of the dice, and even then, these are loaded dice to FPX.
Absolutely are, especially with one additional little quick stat.
I'm listening.
That was the fastest Baron of Worlds 2019, set by Fun plus Phoenix. This was always going to be a crazy final, and we've just hit a small pause. As soon as I hear why, I will let you guys know. But FPX are in such a commanding position this game.
It's the face cams of the G2 players that I think will be the most interesting, because you're going to be wearing the anguish on your faces. I was a big fan of their strategy in game number 1, of really going for a dangerous game, and look, got answered, went down 1-0. G2 have the grit to come back from the corner of the plank, let's say. They have come back from 0-2 down multiple times, and you can certainly count on the Paris crowd to try to help them rebound.
Yeah, help or hinder. That amount of noise, that amount of pressure. We are finding it hard to focus at times. I can only imagine. But look, everybody watching at home, 32,000 to 40,000 gold at 21.5 minutes. There's Baron on the side of FPX. And look at those players on the G2 side. That is not happy and smiley players. They feel the pressure that they are under. And since quarters and semifinals, no team that lost game 1 has been able to win the best of 5.
No League of Legends players will have greater pressure on them than those in the World Championship on home soil, Quickshot.
It's G2 that really has transferred that pressure, not to themselves, but to all the European teams coming over to the LEC, picking the brain of the pros and the coaches. They said G2 winning MSI meant they could no longer go to Worlds and go as far as they could. They couldn't be happy with just a playoffs best of 5. They felt pressure to make it to the final and to win the final. And here are G2, and they're starting to feel the same pressure they created for their region.
Can I take a moment to once again quote the press conference?
I'm listening.
As Paris is cheering and screaming. Warhorse, the coach for Fun plus Phoenix, was asked a question about, will the noise, the cheers, the scale of this stadium be different for the players, and how will they handle the pressure? He laughed, physically laughed, before saying, I've looked at G2's win-loss internationally. I've looked at ours. They are the ones that should be worried. And as it stands, FPX have come out the gates and they have just delivered in every game.
Well, Trevor, now is the time where veterans need to step up. Veterans need to shine. Because when you are under pressure like this, especially when you get towards those late game team calls, you have to have the calm voice. You have to the focus be brought back under the magnifying glass to keep your eyes on the prize.
I'm going to call out Warhorse. The sample size is pretty different between the history of games that G2 have played and the history of international games FPX has played. I'll take his point. I know what he's trying to say, but there's some sample size issues there.
And of course, you have to step back and think a little bit about 2 finals in a row, EU versus China. LEC versus LPL, 2 years in a row where hope is high for the European representatives. But when the pressure is turned to max, failed to deliver. I love the sign, raise your baguettes for G2 Esports. You need to raise a lot more. Give them your energy if you want us to see more games this series.
And if you want to talk stats, there, of course, has been much discussion about this on Reddit, the fact that FPX so far have dodged Korean and North American teams. You look at G2, they played 2 games against Chinese teams this year. Scheduling worked out that way. They lost both to IG, and we never got that big best of 5 between those 2 teams. So regionally, this is definitely a bit of a bogey team for G2.
I think there is no doubt that right now LPL is the strongest region. If you look back over the last 2 years, 3 of the 4 big international victories came from the LPL. Let's take another look at that Dragon because it was so exciting. No smite for Jankos. He does get it with the execution with his Spider Form Q, and the thing that's traded over is more gold and a favorable map state for FPX. Because they get the 2 kills, not only do they get that extra immediate value, but they were also able to get the turret plate off of bottom and push heavy.
And you just see the value of Galio in both these plays. In the first play, get the Gragas Yasuo level 5, so they don't have any zone control. In this play, Yasuo goes in, the Galio's there to cut off the rest, and that's why exit kills were possible for FPX.
Crisp has been so incredibly good for FPX, setting up a lot of these plays. Tien has been so incredibly good setting up so many of these plays. In back-to-back replays, we see each of these 2 facilitator players being highlighted.
And as the play tail ended here, there's not really any passengers on this team. You know, Kim Goon has been really good in his role of not getting a lot of help in most games, game 1 an exception, and still flourishing. Has some very nice sidesteps on the GP, for example. So with no passengers, you start to reap the rewards as the pause does draw on.
It does indeed. And as an update, League officials have received reports by FunPlus Phoenix during the last team fight, as League officials have reviewed the Shadowplay footage to verify some of the lag that was reported and resolve the issue. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Quick shot while we wait for league officials to sort that out on stage with the teams. Gives us a moment here in what looks like dire straits for G2 to start breaking down this game 2 and what might be the rest of the series here.
I mean, frankly, it's starting to look like a 3-0 at this point. Like, yes, there's still a lot of game to play, but I really do feel that if G2 just get absolutely smashed here, FPX are proving, like, we came into this and we were like, oh, you know, G2 have the individual better players. Today, FPX far exceed G2 in individual powers. Mickey especially is just getting schooled by Crisp.
I think also there's a huge thing in the draft, 2 games in a row now, where execution required from G2 to actually pull it off is much, much higher than what it is from FPX. If you look at this one especially, first picking the Gragas into them playing your Gragas Yasuo, which we have seen so many times from them, it does make it a bit harder to play the game because you don't have the traditional AD carry just sitting there. They traded that for the Kai'Sa pick that we knew was going to get locked in by FPX. And I think that's a bit of a problem because G2, they've been so used to outplaying mechanically in these skirmishes. They're not doing that against FPX. They're matching them or beating them.
And I want to point out what's happened in the first 2 drafts in terms of bot lane champions. Because coming into this, we had 1 checkmark for Perkz and 1 checkmark for Crisp. But what's ended up happening in the draft phase is G2 have been tested on the AD carry champion pool, and FPX has won both 2v2. So the very first time Xayah and Rakan are gone, you immediately think Varus Tahm Kench is now the highest priority. So G2 just jump on it. However, Sivir Thresh split the lane, which means they beat it because Sivir has a better late game. So that's one example. This game, we see it again. First pickup, Xayah banned, do you lock Kai'Sa? That is almost an instant lock for any other matchup so far at the World Championship. But G2 think Kench Varus beats it. So they instead go Gragas Yasuo, say if you pick Kai'Sa, we will beat it with Gragas Yasuo, but then they don't. So now they're 2 games in a row kind of losing that draft test in the bottom lane, and it makes it very difficult for them to draft their way out of it.
And one of the signatures of G2 taking this Yasuo Gragas is splitting the map, just like what we saw in game number 1 when FPX did it. Usually, when they have Yasuo Gragas, G2 like to do that. So they can start to set up some dives, and they can start to set up this Yasuo and Gragas to just be a terror down there. but they didn't. And I'd have to go back and review kind of what happened, or if it was just G2 making that decision. But what is normally a very aggressive, very forward lane around the level 2 is when you start having that kill threat. I don't know what happened. I'd have to go back and see, did Chris zone them off a wave? Did they take some really bad early trades? But something went wrong down there, where now G2 in what should be a comfort bottom lane is playing from a very far back foot.
All right, well, with that, I've received word that the players are ready checking and heading back into game in just a moment. So we're going to toss it right back up to those 3 handsome gentlemen for the call.
Thank you very much, and we are right back into game. Tian will throw out the Sonic Wave just to catch you up. FPX have smashed this early game. LWX and Doinb, recipient of so many kills and assists, and obviously with the Baron, are now doing some work. Crisp gets caught out by the ultimate. Tian puts so much damage on the Jankos, is turning around. Crisp throws down the stopwatch, we're right back into the heat of it. Here come FPX over the wall. Hero's entrance into the river, and G2, they cannot find anything yet. They're chasing on Chris. They've got themselves finally one more kill, but the teleport comes up from Gimgoon. He doesn't have the charge available. All of a sudden, Mickey's down. Oh, 2, 3, LWX can find the triple. Tian gets another. G2 are aced at 22 minutes.
And FPX will march down mid lane. Baron buff in tow. They will lay waste to these towers.
They laid waste to the enemies there. LWX is so damn fed on this Kai'Sa. They'll barrel through, and because it's early, they might not be able to close purely because the death timers are short.
It's a 10,000 gold lead already. And look at the members of G2 Esports faces on the player cams. They are grinning manically, sadistically, because they are understanding the situation they are in. G2 Esports have their backs pushed against the wall. There is no more room for any mistakes or any dream of coming back this game.
However, you also have to increase your acceptance of risk and go for the opportunities that are presented to you, Quickshot. Take your chance because you're so far behind, you need to make it work. That's why they're smiling here. They know they have to throw a big punch, and they attempt to attack FPX while they're split. This moment where LWX has a great dodge with the Kai'Sa Killer Instinct, but Chris already used the Galio ultimate, was almost an opening. They were able to get the Galio kill, but it bought time for FPX to collapse, and FPX do not let them get away.
And of course, that replay brought to you by Axe Gaming. What's your move? What's your move, Tian? Setting up LWX. It ends up being a trade of 1-for-1. Jankos escapes a few seconds longer with Bear Trap on a rope. Will not pull him backwards. Now Caps, he steps forward, trying to get Skarl to run for the hills. Rocket jumps once again. Not gonna find him just yet. I think that Realm Warp was interrupted. I think the Cocoon did it. Now Perkz is looking for a last breath target. Jankos escapes for now, and Perkz gets blown up where he stands. Caps will not be able to kill Gimgoon. He goes golden. The stopwatch saves him this time. Now Caps is in trouble. He gets chased down, run down. Not yet killed by LWX, but it will only be a few seconds longer. Jankos repels up, drops down. Chris continues to chase him. Goes golden. The stopwatch buys again. So much time. But here comes Doinb. He gets the kill. LWX cannot find Caps, but Gimgoon may be able to. Blast Cone is available, and so will the rocket jump. Oh, Caps! He runs into Tian, and he will finally get taken down. 17 kills to 3. It's not done yet, Kobe, because Mickey's chasing Chris.
Action still going here. Quick shot. Root lanes for Rise.
Yes, screw it. Here comes Wonder. Pick another fight. Why the hell not? Flash over the wall. Killer Instinct to kill Wonder. Now, Perkz has rejoined the fight. He's going to get taken down by Doinb. He gets the knockup. He can't even breathe one last time. Nor can I. At a 13,000 gold deficit, FPX are pushing the base.
They're pushing the limits of your large lungs over there. The Yakety Sax music reverberating around the Accor Hotel Arena. This should be the close for FPX.
FPX are one win away from a World Championship title. They turn their attention to one last kill. The Nexus goes down, and FPX are 2-0 up. We are on the cusp of deja vu coming true once again. the beginnings of a potential LPL dynasty. 2 world championships back to back. That is what FPX is staring down right now with a potential clean 3-0, which we haven't seen since play-ins.
And it's incredible that this is one of the newer teams from the LPL. The rise of this Phoenix has been meteoric, Quickshot. With adding Doinb and Tian, them coming together, coming from a bottom half LPL team, skyrocketing to the very peak of competition.
I think it's pretty arguable that Doinb was the best player to never make it to the World Championships before he qualified for his first. And now he might be a world champion on the first go. Ambition was the last person we talked about with that metric. Took him 2 goes. So this is already a royal road of its own.
It's unbelievable looking at the impact that Tian is having. The fact that even when Gimgoon was in pressure game 1, or got support game 1, had pressure this game, it doesn't matter. Every single individual is showing up. Kobe, you were saying that all 5 players are doing what they need to do to get FPX ahead.
And I love the style of League of Legends that we're seeing, what it has evolved into, because not only does it require you to be mechanically proficient, it also requires you to be very, very quick with your decision-making. Both of these teams, as they get further behind, they're going to take riskier and riskier plays. They don't stop forcing. And so the one ahead has to keep answering and keep making those come true.
And of course, in the next game, we'll get an opportunity to talk about G2 Esports and why they are down 0-2. Fun plus Phoenix are a game away from claiming the Summoners Cup. Let's find out if G2 can put a stop to the Phoenix's flight right after this.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. Nearing the end of Game 1 in the G2 versus SKT semifinals, SKT was ready to strike the final blow. After gaining vision around Baron, SKT started the objective, ready to turn on G2 Esports if they steered too close. SKT spotted a solid 5v4 engagement and effort dove in with a Hex Flash over the wall. However, a speedy retreat from G2 Esports and 2 well-timed stopwatches from Jankos and Wonder threw SKT into disarray. Faker found himself too deep with the rest of the team trying to follow up, and G2 Esports plucked off SKT one by one. G2 Esports rushed down the lanes, realm warping to SKT's Nexus, setting the pace for Game 1 of the series.
The new Oppo Reno 2 quad camera. Zoom into imagination.
So you want to go get that coffee then?
Yeah.
Ow. So you want to go get that coffee then?
Yeah, just gonna take my headphones off and we're good. Let's go.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you play far reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's
Welcome back to Worlds 2019 and the State Farm Analyst Desk for Game 3, where FPX are 2-0 in the World Final, one away from defending it for the LPL. And I must say, I'm beginning to feel the feelings of last year creeping in as EU stares down a possible 3-0 defeat. But while that doesn't look great for the EU region, I do want to talk about how FPX got here to such a dominant position.
Yeah, and LWX is a player, for me, who, while the rest of his team does enable him, I think Crisp has been an incredible player. I think Doinby's had good control of mid. He's doing in this series what he did in the LPL, where he nearly set kill records. And he's doing it again. He's deathless with, I believe, 18 or 19 kills at this point. He has been out of control this series. Yeah, 19, 0, and 11. And we talked about, during the pause, the way they're also winning the draft minigame within this series.
Yeah, and I'll take the flame. I did not expect LWX to just smash through this series. I felt for a very long time LWX was propped up because he was laning with such an incredible support in Crisp. And it was the fact that Crisp facilitated LWX to look so good. But in this series, he is having a career-defining series. LWX is smashing kids right now.
Yeah, I mean, but there's nothing bad in saying that Crisp and Tian are still setting him up extremely well. I think that duo from jungle and support are the best we have in the world right now. This was the first initial fight that happened in the last game that G2 didn't really want. Like, they wanted to take the Drake, then go back and play laning phase because you need items on Yasuo. This was actually suddenly early kills over to FPX, double kills specifically for LWX, and now, when he has the lead, the team will keep playing aggressive to his side.
Yeah, and we really got to see FPX come together here, and also we got to see G2's greed punished to a level that we've yet to see so far at the World Championship. Like, even this play, yes, G2 wants to try and turn the game around, but when those high-risk plays don't work, they are also very punishing. They overcommit, and then they get destroyed.
But this is what I love about FPX right now, because what FPX has decided to do in this series and say, we don't need all this 1v1 shenanigans, we don't need to keep our top laner against Wonder or anything. No, whenever there's a chance for G2 to start a fight, FPX have already moved 4 members nearby, and what FPX are bringing, especially in the last game, way more crowd control on their side. So the moment G2 try and step forward, Mickey especially, instant CC, and then you pick up a kill for your AD carry. That's why LWX are getting so many of these kills as well.
It's just much easier to execute League of Legends, and then individually, FPX are skill checking G2 and winning.
Yes. As FPX take to the stage, let's go ahead and look at one more roll of dominance for them. This one coming in the form of a team fight and a sweet ace.
Oh, that was, for a moment, you were like, okay, G2 can get a kill.
This LWX play.
It's
as
coming.
It rolls out.
It's coming, because now at first, you know, just poking a little bit. Want to stay away from the enemy team.
That's not where ADC wants to be until boom!
Love the juke. And then after, funny enough, FPX are actually about to rise ult away from the fight, but then Mickey stops the rise ulti from happening, and then instant turnaround.
Oh my goodness.
Same amount of damage.
Yeah, definitely one of those rise ultimates you don't want to interrupt, I would say, in retrospect.
Probably would have been safer to let him go.
So, I mean, at that point, though, you saw on the cams, G2 just started laughing. And they just, they kind of opened mid and just started running directly into them, just being like, okay, this one's probably over, guys. Like, throw what you got, but let's just go next.
FPX chooses blue with side selection in Game 3. No surprise there. But I want to talk about where G2 finds an answer. How do they come back into this series and extend it?
So G2, as we all know, is undefeated in best-of-5s this year. And they've been down 0-2 before. So in terms of teams that are down 0-2, G2 is definitely one of the better teams in this situation. And you could see it by the fact that they were laughing a little bit towards the end of that game, that they did have spirited conversations off stage rather than one person kind of blankly staring at the ground while the coach tries to talk to him. A story we've seen from other teams in similar situations. So if a team is going to come back, it could be G2. But as you mentioned at the start, we can't keep having 3-0 finals, Dash.
I mean, FPX will have the edge going into draft, for sure. Like, they've figured it out already. They will be able to first pick Nautilus again, because it's most likely not banned. I'm expecting still Qiyana, Xayah, Pantheon as the 3 bans from G2. But what you can do now on G2's side is don't necessarily early pick things like Varus. you can actually, if you want to play with the Ezreal style and try and play heavy towards top side, it is an opportunity for you, but you need something then that can early roam together with Doing B, and not the Pyke that needed to wait 8 minutes before he got a Tiamat to match the Nautilus. That cannot happen.
Frost, give me your final thoughts.
I think it's going to be more standard League of Legends with G2 with late game insurance policies. I agree with Deficio that they're probably going to trade kind of an early priority bot lane pick unless the Xayah is available and try to get Jankos one of his champions. Every single time Tian is getting that Lee Sin, and every single time second bans, it's Olaf Rek'Sai, and Jankos is being forced onto this Elise. I want to see Jankos get one of those more powerful jungle picks so they have an answer in that early game.
The players are prepping for game 3. This is the shot for G2. They've got to shoot it. We're going to head back over to Quick Shot. Kobe and Papa for the call.
And welcome back to the cast as Kobe is praying for more games. We want to enjoy this atmosphere for as long as we possibly can. And in order to do that, G2 Esports need to do something different and to bounce back. They are on the red side this game as FPX have picked the blue side. And Papa Smithy, how do you anticipate the drop to change as we go into this game?
I think red side bans have to be different. We talked about the gamble G2 took, leaving a lot of those common cards from FPX's previous successes open. Didn't work. And now you're facing the barrel of 3 match points. But what do you add to the ban list? Because can you really afford to leave Ryze open to FPX at first pick?
Yeah, as we've been discussing, you can drop a Xayah ban now and look for something else, right? You're trying to get yourself into a position where you can use the flex pick to get that winning lane. Big difference in both these games has been FPX first to the punch both times around.
And even when G2 have drafted winning lanes, the Roam Fest of game number 1 happened, those lanes didn't matter, and the game closed from there. So really gonna have to dig deep, G2 Esports, to find the victory.
Now I want to see if G2 go back to a slightly more traditional style of team comp, because I cast my mind back to the predictions earlier on Countdown, and it was Jat that once again flip-flopped. But his flip-flop was predicated on the basis of flexing.
Yep.
It is flex picks, flexing the Pyke, flexing the Yasuo and Akali, that arguably is part of the reason why G2 is in this position. If they get rid of those flex picks, let's see if the prediction flip-flopper from Jat has more faith in G2.
But there's some difficulties here, because after losing 2 games in a World Final, you have to talk about draft scenarios where the player just says, I don't want to play that again, I lost with it. The Gragas Yasuo, are they feeling that they can roll it back? G2 have great mental game. They have had the mental edge of many teams in best of 5. But in this scenario, you definitely get those times where you ask the coach afterwards, why did you draft that? And it's because they said they didn't want to play this.
And add on top of all of that pressure, Papa Smithy, the sounds that you are hearing from this arena. Yes, it can fuel you, but holy crap, can it weigh you down, knowing this many people are expecting you to bounce back.
Don't even say those words, Quick Shot. I think one of the most important things in the current state of League of Legends is to always be looking for the win, always looking to remain on the attack. And so an aggressive champion select that can set you up with a clear game plan is necessary.
Not often we have to shout during the pregame just to hear each other. There's no inside voices in the Accor Hotel Arena, that's for sure.
It genuinely hurts. It genuinely hurts my ears because there is so many people cheering and screaming their lungs out. And this many French fans are still hopeful that G2 can bounce it back, but we are on the cusp of FPX making history, a team that has struggled to find success until this summer. They were 1 series win away from being the most successful regular season team in the LPL. They win their first championship, and if they close this game out, it's the 2nd World Championship in a row for the LPL for China and the first ever for FunPlus Phoenix.
And in the modern era, a first-time qualifier for Worlds hasn't won the entire title since way back when, since Taipei Assassins so many years ago. So in the modern era, it's unprecedented to just rock up to your first Worlds and then take home the trophy.
I do enjoy seeing the smiles and laughter on the side of G2 as we are just about ready for draft. I can see both Perkz and Tian giving the all clears in chat, and I anticipate us starting the draft. So let's get this future seeing crystal ball from Kobe back out and open.
Okay, yep.
The two of you have had fantastic anticipation on the draft in both of the previous games. So where do we start knowing FunPlus Phoenix are on the blue side?
Knowing also that G2 are backs against the walls, must-win situation, I would not be surprised to have them throw a curveball and still remain on the attack. One opportunity that they have had has been top lane carries, and they've even talked about in the past, can they blind pick a carry for Wonder in this matchup versus Gimgoon? Because FPX do not look to have that be the priority for them on the Rift. And G2 are definitely more flexible in the amount of ways that they can win the game.
That will be an evolving story as the draft goes on. We do see a change in bans. Rakan is banned by G2, so Ryze left open. FPX kind of did a favor. They banned Kai'Sa themselves, but they are going to claim the Xayah, which is much lower priority for LWX, and I guess that's why G2 left it open.
And this was the kind of ban that we were discussing that you can let go. In response to the Xayah first pick, though, it comes at the cost of the two most prominent Doinb champions.
Ryze and Nautilus here. Potential flex options abound, including Wonder. Rolling back that top lane Ryze. FPX, they've got Xayah, but again, only 3 games on the year for LWX. Looking at summer season onwards. On that Xayah, no Rakan to pair with it. Let's see how the first round goes here, as Tian is going to stay with Comfort on the Lee Sin.
It's worked for him so far this series. And with Karagas and Lee Sin taken off the table, does Jankos consider locking in a jungler now? Or what direction do they pivot? AD carry for Perk.
Exactly. You have to make the choice right now. Are you going to put more priority on that early game for Jankos, which I think a lot of people are looking towards right now, since that has been the area to get the start of momentum for the game, which has determined the way this series has gone? Or do you actually try and lock it in for Perkz before he receives more bans? Because, as you know, the Nautilus could very well be in Mickey's hands or Caps' hands.
Now, Kobe, let's come back to one of your ponderings about the top lane carry. I spy with my little eye an Ezreal pick on the side of G2, which suggests you're not playing bot side, because Ezreal is, of course, famed for his ability to repel ganks 1v2 with Arcane Shift and his flash, meaning that he's so maneuverable and hard to lock down. I think so far your prediction's looking on the money, because if I'm G2, I'm going top side.
I agree, Papa, because first, in order to top lane carry, you have to lay a foundation to build it upon. It definitely is resource intensive. Let's see if they continue to ban out Rumble here, one of the champions that Doinb specifically used in mid lane with the Predator to try and push and roam and affect, specifically, funnily enough, Papa, the top lane.
Yeah.
And the question is, what do G2 then lock in here? We assume for Jankos, once we get into this phase 2, give the option to put either that Ryze top or middle, pivot on whatever Fun plus Phoenix decide to lock in. So what safe blind picks do we have that you think Fun plus would like to run?
I think when it comes to G2, firstly, the Rek'Sai was banned last time out when it's double AD banned, and it's going to go that way as well. So if you look at what he's played this tournament, we're kind of at Jarvan or the Elise that hasn't worked so far in this series. So I think it might have to be the AD choice here, and it is the Jarvan.
Jarvan locked in, and we'll get those questions answered in just a moment. The Gangplank for Gimgoon did a lot of work in game 1, and it was Gangplank into Ryze as well. It was a matchup that Wonder was doing fairly well in the 1v1, but all of Tian's ganks got him ahead.
It took so much effort to make it happen though, Quickshot. So many resources from FPX sent topside. Jarvan can level 2 gank, and it is a winning matchup for Ryze, as we're actually seeing the hover on the Draven for some more lane domination.
And the gauntlet has been thrown by FPX. They've got double globals that they can throw to that bottom side of the map. It is Gimgoon's tried and true Gangplank and a mid-lane Galio for Doinb. Meanwhile, G2 have to lay it down. What's going to be the final carry?
And it is the Veigar locked in. It has been a fringe pick here at the World Championship, but what do you make of it, Papa?
Remember that started with a Draven hover, which means they were considering Ezreal mid. This could actually be Ezreal mid into the Galio. You don't have to run the Veigar there. This is another one where if you consider, put down the cage, hook someone into it, that's a whole lot of crowd control. So let's wait till 20 seconds to really fully put the picture together.
Definitely true. Ezreal can try and start pushing that wave, fire those Mystic shots through, but They've only got 2 seconds left to make it happen. There will be no twist at the end of this champion select.
Now, if there is one thing that G2 is signaling, with the baby cage from Vigar and the Cataclysm from Jarvan, if they can't win the team fights, they sure as hell want to put walls up to prevent FPX steamrolling them. The disruption that those two champions will cause in these mid-game fights could be the turning point for G2.
But then Galio and Thresh have similar opportunities. We're shouting during this pick and ban. This is going to be an intriguing one. To me, Jankos has to be the MVP. He has the ganking jungler. He needs to get the ganking done.
He needs to be the summer split MVP Jankos. The man that once wore the moniker of the First Blood King. Here on European soil, the European champions carrying the hope of Europe. But the man on your screen, the dancing, singing Wonder Kid super carry from the LPL, wants to close this out 3-0, and we are moments away from what could be the final game of Worlds 2019.
There is that Summoners Cup. We do hold out hope. We don't have a repeat of the 3-0 last year. This is going to be an awesome one.
Just very quickly, if you don't know the FPX story we tried to talk about in the previous game, the experience of FunPlus Phoenix. Papa Smithy, you were talking about it in Drop. This is a team that has popped up on the international stage. They have 15 games played across the board. FunPlus Phoenix as an organization had a huge turning point once Tian and Duinby joined the organization, comparing their win-losses from 2018 to 2019.
And the freshness of these players to the international stage makes this performance and this dominance that much more impressive.
It's a 90% win rate on the regular season, and Doinby was asked about play styles and kind of understanding him. He said, every team that I come on plays a certain style. That is the FPX style, but it fits them so well.
And he brings something that's incredibly important in Pro League. It's leadership to every team that he joins. Perkz now under attack.
All right, flash for flash, it's traded. Arcane Shifter, I think used there as well. Now the blue buff is under siege. FunPlus Phoenix will be able to secure this one. Now, any other AD carry, I think that'd be a little bit more valuable, but there is some wiggle room on an Ezreal with that E.
But flash for flash, when G2 could have gone for a non-sided bot lane and went Ezreal bot so they could play top side, means that suddenly on the weak side, Ezreal goes from being unflappable to potentially taken down. So there still is a reward there as Jankos going buff to buff.
Plus, this is very intentional from FPX. They're trying to split the map once again. And we briefly talked about it last time, but this is what happens to the jungle when you do one of those early invades. It basically means you have to cross for the buffs, and you're going to leave behind one of the wolves to have a delayed spawn on the enemy's experience. But the biggest effect of it is not on the junglers themselves. It's actually on those lane matchups, and it's allowing that bottom lane where the flash discrepancy on the Ezreal is being pushed under the tower. Now the hook lands.
Oh man, that death sentence is fantastic. Mickey down to 100 HP. LWX and Crisp have just been the superior 2v2 this series.
FPX open up a point to attack, and they're trying to just get the maximum out of this bottom lane advantage.
Perkz actually spotted Tian
Sonic
with the
Wave.
Q, so knew he was there. Positioned accordingly.
This is such a risky tower dive, and Perkz and Mickey, they want to get away. Sonic Wave should still be on cooldown, and the Demolish will allow some damage to this tower.
Minions denied here. One melee goes down. They're trying to zone them. Even from experience here, are they going to make their way back in?
0 CS for Perkz. 3.5 minutes into the game. Nearly 3 full waves, and Perkz just gets on the board. He's flashless, he's CS-less, he's experienceless, and capsless. He's better to survive.
And look at the respectful timing from FPX. They are maintaining a couple of seconds lead on G2. You saw Jankos heading down after the recall on Jarvan, but FPX already pulled out of the bottom lane play. They let up on the pressure and actually turned towards mid lane so they don't get caught under the tower red-handed.
And Kobe, the decision-making here was fascinating because I was looking and saying, all right, red buff stolen, blue buff claimed. As a level 2 Lee Sin, because you can't actually get level 3 from the bot side of the jungle and started on blue buff, You can't really invade against a Jarvan, you'll be caught red-handed. Instead, they make it about what they do have, the ability to zone away, the ability to deny the Ezreal, and instead, they claim in a scenario where I think 8 out of 10 teams would have been 3-bar.
Now again, we talked about the pressure that transitions through Summoner's Rift. Now there is a big wave building up on top side. That's where your jungler has to be. Tian has already taken the Scuttle Crab and helping Gimgoon move up that wave, trying to take away the possibility of an answer from Jankos, the offensive gank from Jarvan. Now he's found him and they can feel secure.
All right, picking a fight there over the big chicken. Jankos and Tian now trading a little bit, looking at the minimap. Caps is pushed all the way to his tower. Still farming up with that Baleful Strike. Now from behind, Crisp, no flash available. If the death sentence lands with the help of Tian, it might be enough damage. But obviously the Galio at this point in the game, maybe not just enough.
This is why we keep highlighting Tian. He doesn't even go for the recall on Lee Sin. He's doing as much as he can to set these lanes up so they can fend for themselves.
3 games in a row, Lee Sin has had the map pressure early, not even farmed to level 6, like we so often see. Really impressive jungling performance here. The biggest delta between the two teams to me is the 2 junglers.
And it was what we anticipated. Tian has been one of the most impressive junglers all tournament long. And he's had a significantly bigger impact in the early stages than what Jankos has been able to do.
All right, now the big minion wave on bottom side allows FPX to get the recall off. Definitely a lot of vision here for G2. Let's see if Crisp actually risks trying to get into the tower. And they are going to do it.
Okay, so 25 CS to 41. That's where Perkz is playing with. Now it is matched in the top lane as Wonders 44 to 25. LWX comes back in with a TP.
And he comes back in with a BF sword. So the most combat stats versus the least combat stats here on the back. And that's because Perkz has been necessitated into bad back timings.
And let me highlight once again, Tian, he moves down because there's a pushing minion wave bottom. So
we know how this goes, Kobe.
Exactly. Every time they play with the waxing and waning of minion waves on Summoner's Rift, and so they don't lose out on any of those extra gold pickups.
And even though G2 prepped for it and tried to find counters, turns out you keep doing that, especially with the damage lead that the Xayah has. You just take L's incrementally again and again as this Ezreal, who's on welfare in the early game.
And this time we see defense from Jankos. Make sure that there's no dive possible. FPX just turn their sights towards the dragon. They'll pick up the mountain.
All right, Mountain Drake uncontested here with all the control that FPX have been able to accrue. Now, we haven't seen too much of that top lane, but I do want to track it. Wonder is continuing to farm up, as you somewhat expect in the early game. Gimgoon has hit level 6, so if any of those bot lane plays come down, Cannon Barrage, Hero's Entrance, Perkz and Mickey could be in a lot of trouble.
Definitely been the story throughout this series. What could be the possible changes here that G2 could throw into it, though? And those things come from mobility and crowd control. The reason this Veigar is picked is because of the AoE CC. We always see it with the Glacial Augment, so you can try and chase down and find those kills and set your team up to start the snowball in their favor.
While there's the S word, scaling on Ryze, on Veigar, late game looks good. We've learned that the meta in 2019 isn't about scaling. It's about being forced into a decision again and again, and making no play is often worse than making a bad play. Right now, they haven't been able to find Gangster Jarvan. He's out of position for this zone off, and that's 3 plates done in an instant.
And just count the objectives that FPX get with this big minion wave. They get multiple turret plates. They deny CS from Perkz.
They're going to get a turret.
They also are going to get the whole thing. That's first turret bonus.
Yeah, absolutely beautifully played here by FPX. No jitters, no nerves. They get that flash from Perkz, and they just keep twisting the pressure until the tower breaks. Now, some kudos to Perkz and Mickey. They did play respectfully and defensively. They didn't give up more. But when you're down 1,000 gold in your penultimate or final game, it is a problem.
Exactly. We saw this all season long from FPX in the LPL. Once again, LWX, richest man on the Rift.
He is for sure, and all of that from a flash for flash. That was the right call. If you can get the 80 carries flash, an 80 carry you know wants to play without jungle help in an Ezreal, then you just can get cascading advantages. And it comes back to what I was mentioning about how things are in this meta. G2 haven't got anywhere to target, haven't got anywhere they want to fight, and they keep losing and not claiming anything for themselves.
I would say the one area that G2 can look for is to try and play around Wunder. There's an equally big CS lead growing for this Rise, and we always mention, the Rise matchup into Gangplank. He's been doing a very good job of trying to get that while FPX have been able to get a big lead on bottom. Wunder should be the point for G2 to mount the counterattack. The Rise, everything was invested into it.
And that's why you can see FPX attacking him in the top lane. After that first tower fell, just want to let you know that was the fastest first tower of Worlds 2019. Just in the previous game, FPX set the fastest Baron of Worlds 2019. And FPX may want to set another record winning this final. They're putting pressure on the top lane tower, and there's no initiation just yet.
Attack the winning lane. No longer does Rise get to just wail away on a GP. And remember, GP has his ult while he's parked bot lane against the Ezreal, so they can always outnumber us. Here we go.
Jankos, he failed flashes. He hits the wall. Doinb trades a flash for a flash, and Jankos is able to escape for now.
And look, they're making a lane swap once again. Perkz uses the teleport up to top side to equalize, and they're sending Wunder bottom. This is in preparation for the possible play around Rift Herald. We're entering 10 minutes. It will spawn, and this opens up G2 with the extra teleport on Rise. They can actually go for an answer.
You can read so much into that face plant flash from Jankos. He has been somewhat run around in circles this series. His team is down 1,000 gold already. We've just crested the 10-minute mark, and that Rift Herald has been set up, it has been secured, and it is safe for FPX.
No kills on the board, but it's so hard for G2 to contest when they haven't got their scaling down. And remember that FPX got advantages with globals, and that doesn't usually happen because you usually sacrifice globals, long cooldowns, for just other stats. You pay for having AoE globals especially, and neither of them have been used. Therefore, G2 have to continue to cede advantages.
That is such an early Rift Herald for FPX that they will get immediate gold out of it. Yep, Tien immediately just pops it on top side. They're just trying to funnel as much into LWX so you can get your crit multipliers going on Xayah, and then you force the team fights with your Galio Lee Sin engages.
Tian has the possibility to go for a dive here. The boop from Shelly easily secures the second tower. LWX up 20 CS already. Perkz and Mickey trying to do what they can to push back the siege from FPX, but they are faltering and falling behind.
20 CS and at least a share in 10 plates at 11 minutes in the game.
All right, we're 11 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. The latest first blood of the World Championship clocks in at 15:52. We're a few minutes away from that record, and G2 will want to secure it because they need some bonus gold back. They need to get themselves back into this game before it runs away. They're falling behind.
Yeah, there you can say that again. They've lost so much territory, Quickshot. FPX are actually setting up for a possible pre-turret plate fall, all outer turrets taken for themselves. You see the rotation now mid. Because those are the standing turret plates left, LWX and Fritz immediately there with Doinb. They push as hard as they can.
Oh, here comes Jankos. Cataclysm is available to him. Tian is going to be securing the second dragon of the game. G2 Esports are being pushed further and further behind. No team in the history of League has been able to complete the Grand Slam. G2 are not looking likely of being the first one able. RNG faltered, SKT faltered, and right now, 12 minutes, you have to feel that G2 is going to falter, and at the final hurdle.
Exactly, Quickshot. It's just so obnoxious to play against this FPX comp from ahead. They could use the Gimgoon ult to stop Ezreal from getting more turret plates on the top side. Galio teleports in there. Thing about a Veigar for Caps is doesn't force anything in the early game. They haven't been able to play through it. And Doinb just wants to wave clear, buy time for the plates to go down.
All right, just a reminder, the latest first blood, small correction from earlier, 15 minutes, 22 seconds, 2.5 minutes away from it. At 13 in the game, Caps TPs to the top lane. Realm Warp is now coming in behind the tower, and Wunder will not be able to find any follow-up. He is currently the pressure point for G2. Plus 40 CS in the top lane, Kobe, and as it stands, He needs to find a way to bring G2 back into this game.
And look how much power FPX are bringing to the map. That was literally just Chris roaming up with the Moby boots on Thresh, forcing out 2 big cooldowns from G2. They had to make 2 rotations, teleport from mid, as well as the Realm Warp coming through, just to stay even on the map state.
G2 can get exclusive vision on an area, then suddenly the Nautilus Veigar will have a lot of zone control, but so behind in map control that it's more about pick wards for Crisp to try to get an initiation. Thresh has been unleashed on the map, and that's why you just have so much ability as LWX to push up and even greed for a turret plate just as the turret plate's full.
Look at Doinb. He's going to get caught out there by the dredge line of Mickey, so that's an initiation or a tower dive that is somewhat thwarted. Just over a minute away from breaking the record for the Lotus first blood. True Shot Barrage comes out. LWX gets tagged. The death sentence pulls back Mickey. He escapes with his life for now. First blood to the first blood king from Europe. But what more can they get? Wonder continues to chase. Remember, the Realm Warp is on cooldown. Mystic Shark will not find a target as the Arcane Shift sends Perks over the wall. G2 get one back.
And Caps is able to make the pick. The Glacial Augment slowing them down long enough for G2 to get some money in the bank.
The X1 in position to use their globals that time. Gimgoon's ult just about to come off cooldown. You're right, the slowing field is what leads to hesitation for once, and LWX being chunked means that he takes the safest route and doesn't put out damage.
And follows it up with the stun on the Veigar cage, getting the kill. Galio ultimate also used, so when we get back to live, you have to count your cooldowns.
After that kill, Paris is ignited. 11 plates to 2. I am a little bit more of a pessimist in real life and don't yet share the hope that is felt by the Parisian crowd. G2 Esports have 2 minutes until the next Infernal. And that 1,500 gold lead does feel less bad the longer we go into this game. That dirty S word that you were talking about,
Scaling.
Papa Smithy, of scaling, it can come to help G2 if they stay this close.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot of help, though, Quickshot, because LWX is window shopping right now, and he's eyeing that Infinity Edge, and he is very close. One more paycheck, one more recall, he gets Infinity Edge, and then because LWX has gotten so much money funneled into him, he can even afford an early QSS.
And it's worth mentioning that G2's comp doesn't chase very well. Veigar wants people coming to him. His range on his event horizon is relatively short. So with the fact that they're behind, smack down the control wards and you're probably fine as FBX for quite a while in this game.
And so important to note the tools that LWX can use with that ultimate, with that flash to get away some of the key initiation. The Dark Matter gets thrown down into the river. So 1 minute until Dragon, you can already feel FBX cheating towards that bottom half of the map. They're pushing their vision forward. Kobe and G2, do you think they try to contest this next one? They've conceded the last few.
I would actually expect G2 to attack the opposite side of the map and get the Rise into top lane to get that last outer turret solo gold. If you can get Wonder more fed, Papa Smithy's talking about, you know, the power and side lane Rise later in the game in splitting the map. Yes, you have to deal with Gangplank and Galio ultimates, but you have to play off of your strengths.
Now, you reach a point in this game where both Galio and Gangplank will be exposed by the champions in the solo lanes of G2. So that's what you want to get to as fast as possible. But these moments where you're setting up around the Drake do at least not cede advantages to FPX.
10 seconds until Drake. LWX has not gone shopping. He does not have teleport available. So that Infinity Edge and QSS you were talking about, Kobe, is not yet activated. Hero's Entrance is available for Doinb. Cannon Barrage is available for Gimgoon. And Gimgoon is coming from base. There is a lot of damage from that Dark Matter coming down. Infernal
burn it
down to 2,000 HP. Here comes Tian. We're into a smite fight. It's secured by Jankos, but Doinb gets the kill. Now all of a sudden Tian's running for his life. The Realm Warp from Wonder might deliver Mickey to safety, and they get out. They trade one for Infernal.
Hashtag worth for the side of G2. They take an Infernal under the nose of FBX, and they get a decent reset to mid lane as well.
Woo, the world was holding its breath on that one, Papa Smithy. As Jankos gets kicked out of the pit, he's able to land the smite, and even though he goes down, G2 will take that because of the scaling that they're trying to lean on. In the end, though, FPX are able to clean another G2 member off the map.
And these are the windows we alluded to, the no IE being done. LWX late to the picture here. You see the New Age combo, you have to flash before you taunt now as the Galio. So it looks a bit different, they don't get the full CC direction, and the fadeaway smite works from the grave for Jankos.
I did more than hold my breath, Kobe. I clenched as well, but Jankos gets the secure. And G2 are still 2,000 gold down. The only kill accrued is with Jankos. And Perkz now finds himself in a challenge up top while Jankos is able to get helped out, and Caps finds a kill onto Crisp. Perkz has got flash available to him. Teleport's traded. The barrel comes down. Hero's entrance lands on the Gimgoon. Wonder finishes the teleport, but that's going to be a taunt. It's flashed away from. Wonder stays alive, keeps alive, gets away. Tian's now the target, gets tagged and slowed, and Red Buff does its work. It's a trade of 1-for-1, but teleports were committed, and G2 are now on the offensive.
Remain on the attack, Trevor. They're still looking to create plays, and after this, they're able to force them back. It looks like they're going to roam into the river and go towards mid rather than trying to push down this turret.
2 games ago, Papa Smithy, you called it. G2 will not go quietly into the French Knights. They continue to find opportunities to fight, and they want to extend this series.
And when we get the replay, you see one of the shortcomings of FPX is that they look at what resources they have and say, we could get a kill here. They don't always respect enemy TP timings, and they were just outnumbered on the play.
And highlighting the G2 composition again, and the Veigar pick. Well, let's actually take a look at what happened after the initial pick. It is FPX trying to force a counterattack, but you know that G2 have the extra champion advantage, so there's a time limit on this FPX play. And because Wonder delays that long, it means there's a counter kill for G2, and in the end, they go 2-for-1. FPX starting up the Baron, though.
You've got to be kidding. You've got to be kidding. The Baron has already been started. 20 minutes and 10 seconds. They've already set a record. Jankos escapes a hook, but he gets caught by a barrel. Crisp is locked down, but none of the damage follows. There was fire too early. G2 have been able to thwart the Baron play, and that will be enough for now.
They want the enemy to come to them. Like we mentioned, that's where G2 might be weaker, but they don't actually register the death sentence. They have to use a stopwatch. FPX fishing. This time, nothing's by.
All right, G2 need to get their game plan online here, push the side wave with Wonder on the rise, and then you look to use the Veigar pick potential that they drafted for, right? This is the pick that is supposed to be the surprise twist at the end. With that and a Nautilus, you have a lot of potential of trying to pick off those members. Again, Crisp is always the target.
And you see the vision here? This is exactly what you want, because remember that Event Horizon is an entire choke that you can't contest the Baron from. So getting Baron vision when they feel strong enough and then forcing FPX to check, that's exactly how G2 find a Baron.
Meanwhile, looking from FPX's side, the Infinity Edge was completed by LWX, and they have the possibilities of this Galio ultimate to answer. So it's much more about the counterplay rather than setting up an offensive look.
You can see Caps right now stepping
Here we go.
forward, throws out the Spooky Ghost. The Dark Matter comes down as well, but he held onto the Primordial Boost. Jankos has locked down Doinb inside the Cataclysm. He now is the target. That's a body block from Wonder. Steps in front of the Justice Punch, but the death sentence is amazing. Mickey is caught. Chris, that was fresh and clean. But G2 aren't done yet. They're putting pressure onto the tower. The Event Horizon blocks down some, but they kick back under the tower. Tian gets blown up, but he secures a kill onto Wonder. It's not done yet as Gimgoon is now stepping forward. Cannon Barrage will come up and available in just a moment. The Super Soaker is thrown out by Caps, but there's no follow-up damage. Gimgoon is being zoned away by Jankos.
These pushes are being played around the cooldown of the Event Horizon from Veigar. You can see the only opportunity for FPX to counterattack is after that is used in mid. In the end, G2 are able to force another tower kill for themselves. Here's the first one. They pick out LWX and then switch focus over to Doinb. Jankos also able to interrupt here, and even though he goes through, it's actually a hook from Crisp, pulling Mickey under the tower and forcing this opportunity.
Each of these fights played on the finest of margins. So close to this flank here, and even the flanking barrels from Gimgoon making a difference.
That replay brought to you by Axe Gaming. What's your move? G2 keeping themselves in it. The Drake, I think, being completed there by Perks. True Shot Barrage is on cooldown, but the Dragon is secured. 5 members of FPX are in the pit. Teleporter's coming down. Baron is available for the taking, and it will be secured by Tian and FPX. But at what cost? The Winds of War come out, and as the feathers fly, they're pulled backwards. That lands a route onto Mickey. Hero's Entrance is the escape route for Doin B. They get Baron, they get out. That was beautiful.
Look at the coordination on that call. They preemptively talk about, I'm laying the lantern here, go into the pit to then ultimate out, and they make sure every member of FPX leaves wearing purple.
I love the geometry kind of plays they do about attacking every angle, opening up space, leaving the Gallios the tasty treat to ult out. There was just no way to punish for G2.
You can literally see the communication and the forethought from FPX as the game is playing out here. And now, what will they do with the Baron buff? Mid lane has an outer turret left standing. They can just try and send Galio here, who is waiting on ultimate cooldown to be able to clean up the AoE.
And I was trying to see a moment or two ago that, Papa Smithy, you talked about how G2 don't really chase particularly well. They're hoping that GLP and the Spooky Ghosts will do something. But now, fortunately, FPX have to come to them with Baron and Part Minions, with the ability to siege and to push forward. Maybe G2 can find opportunities. Kimgun is waiting in the wings.
FPX have to seed, and they have to give respect to this push because they don't have the Galio ultimate yet. It's a few more seconds left on cooldown, and they don't have the positioning.
Running through mid lane really gets nothing. You cannot get through what is kind of a freeze scenario with Veigar having Event Horizon every minion wave and just having a super low range comp again. That's been FPX's story the entire time. They never play range top laners. It's been mostly melee mid laners. So because of that, they're gonna find they have to play 3 lanes to really get Baron value.
And thank you to the observers for highlighting the vision difference there. G2 Esports just trying to cover the mid lane river entrances, and they don't have particularly deep vision. While they were just waiting in the wings, Doinb is able to push all the way to top inner, get a lot of damage down, and while G2 are responding, it'll open up the ability in the mid lane for FPX to push.
That timing window we talked about, Quickshot, is almost up. FPX trying to collapse here now. G2, will they get him?
All right, now look at the minimap at what cost. Doinb gets the kill onto Caps, and the teleports now come in. This could be it for G2. LWX goes forward. He won't find the kill into Jankos, but there is a potential reply. Time doesn't do anything. Perks stays alive. It's a fight on multiple fronts. Now Perks is in trouble. He's got no flash. He's got low mana, and he can't find anything. Tian takes him down. Fun plus Phoenix. Accelerating ahead. Nearly 5,000 gold.
Observers once again show the true genius of the FPX plan.
Sentenced to death. Wonder, Chris, Flash, Q's, and FPX, they want to lift the cup.
Behind enemy lines, the picks there were obscene. Tian kicking the Veigar to his death. Meant no delays. They're going to break the base on this Baron.
Inhibitors going to fall. Mickey and Caps, they have respawned. G2 Esports down 5,500 gold. The hope of Europe, the hope of the Grand Slam, and it is fleeting and flying away as FPX are crushing them.
There's nothing proverbial about that dagger through the heart. It was clear. Watch the replay. Tian has been behind enemy lines for so long as G2 come to try to kill the Galio, and once again the communication is real. He finds his man. Doesn't matter that he misses the kick. It's an alley-oop to Doinb.
Yeah, I was skeptical they would have enough damage to finish it off since the Sonic Wave doesn't hit, but Doinb just dunks him there. And then you can see the plan come to fruition for FPX. And this is what we are talking about. They pull together the collapse. Tian actually able to safeguard away from Mickey's hook, and then Perks is left by himself, isolated, where they thought that G2 were the ones springing the trap.
The G2 story all year was no man left behind, styling as a 5-man group, but it's been FPX in this best of 5 who have been more on point in moments like that. Very equal damage share coming through, as you were kind of talking about there, Kobe. They don't really have a massive damage dealer when Zaya's been zoned pretty frequently. Here we go.
All right, there's the engage. Event Horizon and Cataclysm. Perks escapes over the wall, but Mickey is the sacrificial lamb. Doinb goes down. It's Perks to get the kill. Now Kimgun's going low. True Shot Barrage flies across, but G2 Esports are buying time. Keep your eyes on the minimap. Super's pouring in the base.
That kill just earned them survival in this series. Quickshot. G2 fight to live another day. They get a critical pick when there are very little windows to go for, and they're able to take down Doinb. That means they're able to reset off these super minions. What can they actually complete, though?
will lose the Mountain Drake, but take your point, Kobe. If that fight goes another 25 seconds, suddenly they're losing an inhibitor turret to the Windians in the top side. You got to pick your battles. You got to get the most you can, and just living, just hanging on in this best of 5 was honestly the most G2 could hope for.
Yeah, and what can they complete? Not that much, right? You know that FPX are going to reset, and they're going to come knocking once again. This time with super minions flooding in topside again with the weakened Nexus turrets as well. You can't let that go on for very long. Baron will be spawning in 38 seconds. Let's see about the transition of wards into the next team fight area.
We should mention this is probably the strongest point in the game for FPX. Relatively, it feels like every other 1,000 gold to G2 with their scaling is going to put them more and more into a scenario where they can fight. So they may be down 5,000 gold, but every 1,000 gold from here is better spent by G2 compared to FPX.
All right, this is the opportunity that G2 bought with that pick. They're trying to make a play in the fog of war. They have to hope for some member of FPX to be straggling and then take surprise once again. But that Scryer's Bloom gives up the whole game.
5 seconds till Baron is caught here on camera. Super's just about to crest the steps of the G2 base, and Wonder with no teleport available. He's starting to make his way up. FunPlus haven't even hesitated. They're already on the objective.
G2 have only one controller. They have to use the Ezreal ult to check here. Baron at half health.
All right, True Shot Barrage goes out. Death Sentence lands onto Jankos. He caught out by the box on the play. He goes in with the Cataclysm and hops right back out. The Baron is the target, and it will be secured. It's LWX that does so, but it's at the cost of Chris Blythe. Hero Zedrix comes in, and Dwimby is chasing forward. That's already a kill onto Jankos. This could be it. Now Wonder's in trouble as Caps goes golden under the hourglass. He needs to do so much more. Will throw down the Event Horizon, but it doesn't matter. 2 members of G2 are left to fend off 4 from FunPlus Phoenix.
FPX are headed straight for that Nexus, and it's only Wonder and Perkz left standing.
FunPlus Phoenix are looking to silence the haters and stun the world with their own style of League of Legends. They are pushing onto the Nexus. The favorites of G2 in Paris did not stand a chance, and FunPlus, they've taken down the Nexus. They turn their attention to Wonder. Tian goes down. Perkz kills Kimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And FunPlus Phoenix are your world champions. That was one of the closest finishes I have seen, but the series was one-sided. The LPL are back-to-back world champions, and today, FunPlus Phoenix are the 2019 League of Legends World Champions!
FPX dominated the LPL, and they have dominated Worlds as well. There were doubters after the group stage, people wondering about their path here to the finals, but they leave no doubt about it in this series.
And finally, Kobe, we can say for a region that's not Korea, that regional domination can translate to world domination. They come to Worlds. They had questions raised at the start of groups, but they built, and the final form was world's best.
And the question that we asked a couple games ago, is this the beginning of the LPL era?
Yes, I mean,
2 years in a row, 2 3-0 victories. You have to say goodbye to G2 Esports. They failed at the final hurdle. Caps, the only player to LEC player to make back-to-back finals and go down 0-3 both times.
Well, let's make sure to reframe that as failing the final hurdle for the Grand Slam is still being one best of 5 away from being the first ever Grand Slam winners. It's still a massive result, but just like SKT and other teams, there is competition out there to compete.
Look at the smiles on the faces of Fun plus Phoenix. Let's hope they don't get too carried away.
Get some friends.
With the Summoners Cup.
Looks pretty heavy.
What a run. What a story, Kobe. They fail in spring. They didn't work in 2018. The addition of 2 players wins them the summer split. The #1 seed from LPL eliminates the defending world champion and shuts down the European team that was somewhat fabled to take it all.
And they did it in style, in their own style.
A week ago, Warhorse and FPX, they said they wanted Paris to cheer FPX, and that is what you are hearing now. Fun plus Phoenix are being acknowledged by the Parisian crowd. Kobe, you're 100% right, in style.
It also highlights how you can have success with fairly young talent, fresh faces to the world stage, coming in and dominating in this fashion.
Having your own system versus a team that found most of their success at Worlds by responding and disseminating the enemy system seemed to be an edge here. And when we had such splitter leaders, really felt like the LCK and LPL were very dominantly behind FPX as the champion here, and the Western regions very behind the idea of G2 running the Grand Slam. But it's a reality check for the world here in the manner in which FPX just ran over G2.
Bonjour, Paris. Thank you for the respect and the admiration that FPX deserve. The team said they wanted to hear those cheers, and they did, and they have earned them. Unequivocally the best team on the day today. And while this series did not look great for G2, like you said, Papa Smithy, it has been a phenomenal year for the players on your screen. It was the final series. They went 8-1 in best of 5s this year. But that one loss will sting more than any other.
LPL will take the Summoners Cup back to China next year for Worlds. Potentially FPX defending their crown in that tournament. So much to think about here. It's a big moment, even if it wasn't the 5-game series that I think a lot of people were banking.
After game 1, I had so much hope. It didn't work out, and now we're gonna head on stage where Shox is interviewing your new world champions.
Thank you very much. I'm here with the 2019 World Champions, FPX. And first up, I have to go to Doinb, a man who's been through so much and has fought so hard to get to this point. What does it mean to you to be able to lift the Summoners Cup?
Doinb，你目前已经征战了非常的多年，终于可以举起这个召唤师总决赛的奖杯，对你而言是什么意义？
就终于证明了自己吧。我这种中单都能拿冠军，因为之前很多人说我这种风格的中单不配拿冠军，但今年终于拿了冠军，我就证明了自己，我这种打法也可以拿冠军。谢谢，感谢我的队友。
I think that I've finally proven myself. Even a mid laner like me could take the championship. Before this, a lot of people said that a mid laner that played my style didn't deserve to win the championship, but I think I finally proved it. I am deserving, and I want to thank all of my teammates and everyone that supported me.
Fantastique, elle remercie toute son équipe et dit que normalement les personnes ont dit qu'une personne et un mid laner avec cette style-ci ne peut pas gagner, mais il a gagné et il veut remercier tous les fans. I have to also go to LWX. LWX, you played absolutely out of your mind, not just in this game, but the entire tournament. Same question for you. What does it mean to you to be able to become a world champion?
LWX， 你这个系列赛真的是玩得非常非常的精彩，打得非常的好。对你而言，终于可以获得冠军，对你是什么意义？
我觉得我也算是证明自己吧，在这个决赛里面。
I think I have also proven myself in this finals.
Yes, he has. LWX, Could you also tell me why you think you are so much better than your opponents G2 today as a team?
LWX， 你今天为什么觉得 FPX 可以打得比你们的对手 G2 要来得好这么多？
我觉得今天不是我们打得太好，是对手打得不行。
Today, I don't think it's because we performed especially well. It's because our opponents didn't really perform.
Alors, il explique qu'ils ont gagné pas avec du jeu parfait, mais simplement parce que G2 n'a pas joué très bien aujourd'hui. I do have to also ask about all the support you receive from the fans. And Doinb, you and FPX have gained so many fans in Europe and all around the world for your play this World Championship. What would you like to say to all of them and all of them at home?
Doinb， 这次你们来欧洲获得了非常多的新粉丝，你有没有什么话想要对你们获得的这些新粉丝说的，或者是在家收看的粉丝说？
我们等了40天，终于这句话终于喊出来了，我们是冠军！
We've been waiting for 40 days to say this, and finally we can say it on stage. We are the champions.
Je pense que ça ne nécessite pas une traduction. Ils sont les champions, allez. And then I also want to ask about one very special fan in particular, your beautiful wife Umi, who has been there throughout your entire career and has cheered for you at every single stage this World. What would you like to say to her?
最后一个问题想要问，就是你对于一个非常特别的粉丝，你的老婆乌米，她一直都在你身边陪伴你，跟着你的职业发展，你有没有什么话想对她说？
这次打世界赛之前，我跟老婆说过我会带你去巴黎，但我没有说我们会拿冠军。然后这次拿了冠军，真的感谢你的陪伴。然后就因为之前。 我本来想就退役嘛，然后但是他说再打1年，相信自己。然后后来拿了冠军，我觉得都是没有他的话，我觉得我走不到这舞台上。感谢他，谢谢。
Before we came to Worlds, I said that I would take you to Paris, but I didn't say I would win the World Championship. And looking back at it right now, I really want to thank you for all your company. Before this, I was contemplating retirement, and it was you who told me to believe in myself and give it one more year. So this championship, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much.
Fantastique, Doinb dit que c'est grâce à sa femme qu'il a gagné aujourd'hui et qui était encore en train de jouer. Fantastique, fantastic. Can I get it up one more time for Doinb, LWX, and FPX? You can now join your team. Et maintenant, pour la présentation des médailles à nos champions du monde, je vous prie d'accueillir nos dignitaires to present the medals to our 2019 League of Legends World Champions. I'd like to invite Nicolas Laurent, Riot Games CEO, Mark Merrill and Brandon Beck, founders of Riot Games, John Needham, Global Head of League of Legends Esports, and Monsieur Jean-François Martin, Deputy Mayor of Paris.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting a look at our 2019 World Champions, Fun Plus Phoenix. They've done it again for the LPL. As IG fell in the semifinals, FPX said, don't you worry, we'll give us the opportunity to defend another title on home soil just next year.
And they worked so hard for this title. 3 of the 5 members of this team were a 7th place team just last year. They merged together as a team. They practiced harder than anyone else. They even had stumbles at the very start of Worlds, dropping their very first game to J-Team. But they didn't drop a single game in the finals. The only sweep of the entire knockout stage.
I felt like they didn't even drop a single moment in this series. This was such highs from the team, and we talk about how it feels like we finally got to see FPX. You got to see FPX at their peak. Everyone was performing. LWX, I believe, went deathless this entire series. Crisp was an absolute monster today.
First time that's happened in a World Championship, having a deathless player. It would have been 2 if Gimgoon didn't die at the final Nexus push.
I think it is unreal how well they played. G2 had no answers for the first time in a year.
An absolutely stellar performance out of all 5 members of that team and the support staff behind them. We already have the opportunity to hear from Doonbi and LWX on stage in that winner's interview. What it means for them to rise to the title of champion individually, to have proved themselves when others may have doubted, and to extend that thank you to the support system behind them.
It's frankly such a surreal moment for Doinbi. Watching him coming into 2015, Xiaogu were called the kings of team fighting, and again, it was just unlock after unlock after unlock. You never got to see him on the international stage, his first go at it, and to say that he thought about retiring, the fact that the world was almost denied this.
And as we speak about the accomplishments of the team as a whole, we are nearing that all-important presentation of the finals MVP. Again, 5 players do make a team and make a world championship, but 1 makes an MVP, so we're going back to Shocks.
Presented by Oppo. Maintenant, il est temps d'annoncer le MVP de la finale, présenté par Oppo. And this year's winner was voted on by a committee of shoutcasters, experts, and journalists from around the world, representing every competitive region that took part in Worlds 2019. Le gagnant a été choisi par un comité de journalistes, experts et commentateurs à travers le monde, représentant toutes les régions qui ont fait partie des Worlds 2019. Paris, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour le MVP Oppo du Mondial 2019, Paris. Please join me in congratulating your 2019 World Championship Finals Oppo MVP, Tien. Merci, Nicolas. Tien, congratulations on a phenomenal World Championship. Can you tell me about the honor of winning the Oppo MVP here in the final? You can hold it if you like.
恭喜你获得这一次世界总冠军的决赛的 MVP。你可以跟我们讲一下获得这个殊荣对你是什么感觉、什么意义吗？
我觉得我这3盘就是做到了自己该做的，然后 FMVP 这个是我没有想到的，我觉得我现在很惊讶吧。
I felt in these 3 games I did everything that I was required to do, but to take the FMVP, I'm actually very surprised.
Il est encore un peu surprisé d'avoir gagné le MVP. But when we look at the entire tournament and also the finals, you did play phenomenally well. So what would you say puts you above the other junglers in this tournament and also the one in this final?
你表现得非常的出色，那你觉得是什么样子的表现让你可以区别从就你自己跟区别其他的打野，然后也让你表现得比今天对面的打野好一点？
就是我之前在国内看评论的时候，经常会看到就是很多人会说我的打法像谁谁谁，像谁谁谁。其实我一直觉得我是就是我的风格是 怎么说，就是跟别人完全不一样的。所以但我之前一直没有机会，就是说证明自己。现在我想说就是，我就是我自己，我就是天。
Back in China, I used to read a lot of comment sections that said Tian played like XXX player, played like who, but this time I just wanted to prove that I am myself, I am Tian.
Il explique qu'il a lu beaucoup de commentaires très très mal et maintenant il est fier d'être Tian et être le MVP Oppo de la finale. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Tian. You can join your team to lift the trophy once again. Tian, don't forget this.
There you have it, the MVP Tian humbly accepting his award, citing that he does believe he fulfilled his duties, but a bit surprised to have received it himself.
Wait for the lift. Oh, team
The
effort.
moment that all of China and FPX has been waiting for, as a team and as a region, to lift this trophy once again. An incredible moment made possible by an incredible team. Made all that much more incredible when we talk about where they came from, what they had to go through, the obstacles they had to overcome to make this statement so definitively on this stage today.
Domestically this year, they were 0.7% off being the most winningest team in LPL history. Throughout playoffs, they showcased what they were capable of. We were all doubters of whether or not they would be able to match what G2 showed, but they silenced us with a clean 3-0 and an impressive performance. The LPL showcased that it is filled to the brim with talent as a new team claims the title of world champion.
And I even think, talking about the MVP, it's very hard to give out that award. It was a group of people that awarded it. I think you could make arguments for Crisp, for LWX, for Tian, obviously, but I feel like they won so much as a team, and that was really their story this entire Worlds.
It feels like to compete with G2, you had to have mechanics as the bare minimum, otherwise it wasn't going to be a contest. And now in the LPL, you must be superstars to even get close to the top. The fact that they went through the defending world champion, that they took the title in both, or in the summer and had the winningest record, like, filled to the brim, doesn't even begin to cover it. This is 16 teams, 7 different arenas, the biggest league in the world, and it's just gonna keep coming. LPL's dominance will not stop.
And it's going to Worlds next year. Worlds is going to be in China. And I think this FPX team can be inspirational to other teams, maybe even more so than IG, because IG had the Shy and Rookie, 2 people who you're going to say, wow, they're just on another level. It's like they have cheat codes on. Whereas this team, literally a year ago, none of these players would be considered top 2, maybe top 3 in the world. Doinby would be the only one who'd be in that conversation. But in a year, they've become world champions.
And it's this idea of ripples. This team doesn't exist if Edward Gaming hadn't won in 2015. Tian talks about Clearlove, how he was inspired by him. Raz did a beautiful segment talking about the history there. Chris as well. These guys, they watched EDG lift that trophy. They now lift it today. And like you're saying, Jat, who knows who will see this? League is that old now that these players are growing up knowing, I want to be Crisp. I want to be Tian.
And as Fun Plus Phoenix takes their victory lap around the Accor Hotels arena, taking their bows and breathing in this moment, we can confidently say that Doinby got his wish from just a couple weeks ago when he said, I hope that people can chant our name when we make it to the finals and hoist that Summoners Cup. That very thing did take place today, and it is so much deserved.
Also want to credit this crowd as well. You know there were a ton of G2 hopeful, but they are showing the due respect to the world champions, giving them a standing ovation earlier, chanting their name as you mentioned, and applauding them once again as they take their victory
That
lap.
trophy's heavy. I like to see them sharing the load. Teamwork all the way from start to finish.
And I think it's only fitting that it's Chris and Tian that are leading the charge there. We talked about how if anyone was going to outclass a position, it was going to start with those two.
Yeah.
I think they certainly proved it on the
100%.
day.
And I love the fact that these interviews, again, it was all about proving myself, showing that this name, Tian, I'm not this other jungler. You don't have to say I'm playing like someone else. I'm playing like Tian. I was better than anyone else in my role at Worlds.
G2 re-entering the arena themselves. An opportunity to stand in front of the crowd once again. On home soil, they fought valiantly. Again, as you mentioned, Frost, it should not go unrecognized that this team came closer than any to completing the Grand Slam, falling short in only a single best of 5 this entire year.
Knowing the players, they're going to feel nothing but disappointment. They're going to feel angry, frustrated. It's too hard to describe how devastated they must feel, but to come back out and soak in the crowd. G2 Esports is not done. This team will be back next year, and you can expect great things from them once again.
A much-deserved bow for an incredible tournament run. And Deficio, I'm only reminded of our discussion at the beginning of the day around G2 and how they ascended to the position they are, their periods of rebuilding, the constant iteration. And now we'll hear from the team themselves. Back to Shops.
What you can, despite everything, say about your wonderful players.
It's complicated because I'm really sad. I'm really fuck. No, I'm very proud of all the fans that came here, all the fans that supported online, the players, the support staff, management, everybody worked so hard to get here. It was an unbelievable year. Fuck. And today, FunPlus Phoenix played better. They deserved it. The winner has to be the better team, and they were the better team. And I'm very proud of everything we've done this year. We just got started, and it's hard to see it right now because we just lost, but a lot of we should be proud. You guys should be proud of all the players. Fuck.
Don't worry, Carlos. We completely understand your reaction. I am going to let you go because I see how hard this is for you. Thank you so much for speaking to me, unless there's anything else you'd want to say. No? Go ahead.
Fuck.
No problem.
Paris Mayor there.
Despite the loss, G2 Esports is saying hello to their fans who have supported them. Once again, a big thank you for Ocelot for speaking to us, and we will look forward to the future for G2 as well. But now moving on and looking ahead, l'année dernière, Riot Games a annoncé que la Chine sera l'hôte du Mondial 2020 et aujourd'hui, nous avons un peu plus à partager au sujet du 10e championnat du monde. Last year, Riot Games announced that China would be the host of the World Championship in 2020. And today, we have a little more to share as we look towards the 10th League of Legends World Championship. fantastique. Et pour tourner la page sur le championnat du monde 2019 et entamer le nouveau chapitre de League of Legends compétitive, je vous prie de faire bienvenue de nouveau de le député maire de Paris, Monsieur Jean-François Martins. To close the book on World 2019 and start the next chapter in competitive League of Legends, I would like to once again welcome Monsieur Jean-François Martins, the deputy mayor of Paris, as well as Madame Chofeng Yu, directeur général d'administration municipale de la culture et du tourisme du Shanghai, and Ms. Chofeng Yu, director general of the Shanghai Municipal Administration of Culture and Tourism. Et avec ce totem, il est temps de clore cette saison compétitive 2019 et de passer le relais aux organisateurs de la finale du championnat du monde en 2020. With this totem passing from city to city, it is time to end the 2019 competitive season and hand things over to the host for the 2020 World Championship Finals.
And as League of Legends as a game celebrates its 10th year anniversary, with the passing of that there, we begin the celebration of the 10th year of League of Legends esports, which will culminate in 2020 in Shanghai. What an incredible intro. 12 months away, but woo, no time to breathe. You guys ready to go?
Okay, quick, lightning round. Is China good enough that they can break the curse that on home soil they can lift the trophy?
Yes. Oh, yes, they definitely are. They produce talented teams every split, every year, and next year it's only going to get more competitive at the top of the LPL. I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table next year. It's going to be difficult for the rest of the world.
If it wasn't already very clear with last year's dominant victory, I think FPX have cemented it here with their 3-0 that the LPL is the most dominant region in the world, and they'll look to maintain that form going into 2020.
Exactly. We thought beating SKT in the semifinal was harder than beating the defending world champions in IG. Turned out we were completely wrong, because FPX had a million plays like the ones we're seeing right now. They could go to any lane, wherever they wanted to. In the early game, they could pull off insane little combos like the Kaiser ulti here to get away from 4 people.
And there's no weak point. There was no place that you could attack FPX. You couldn't hit him in the draft. You couldn't hit him in the bot lane. You couldn't hit him in the top lane. Everyone stood tall on this team. And when you're more than the sum of your parts, and all of your parts look like superstars on the day, that is how you get this type of 3-0.
I feel like we saw very traditional FPX. I feel like we saw the roaming mid. We saw the combination of Tian and Crisp, and it really did feel like, even though you knew it was coming, there was nothing you could do to stop it. And that is what made this team so terrifying and so successful in this finals.
And I think a big part of that, Vetty, was the fact that they kept winning skill checks. They had the basically blind pick champion for Doinby in the mid lane, and then Caps was unable to become mobile against it, and he got to roam. They had 3 different bottom lane duos that G2 tried to answer, and G2 was unable to answer that every time. In part because Doinby was roaming down, but overall and across the map, they were winning the skill checks and then also were able to convert the team.
I mean, you talk about skill check. What about trust falls? The fact that Doinby just launched himself at LWX, and LWX didn't buckle at all. He's like, yes, I got you.
Well, that feeling is going to stick with them forever. I can guarantee that. But Jat, if we roll all the way back to the top of the day, talking about what might be the difference makers in this series, there was conversation around that mid lane. There was conversation around Doinby and what he would step to the table with. That was a known quantity. How would G2 respond? And it did end up breaking the series in some fashion.
And I think there will be a ton of analysis to do after this series and criticisms to be thrown towards different things. But if you're playing against this team, you do not want to concede early game mid push because they will crush you. And Pyke and Nautilus conceded the early game push. Tristana and Rise was unable to create early game push, and Vigar can't move. So the 3 champions that Caps played were not to the tournament meta that had developed and were not towards G2's strengths. And all of those things were in an attempt to answer Doinby, and they failed.
I mean, I think that if G2 have a run at this series again, they don't make that same mistake. I think that's the easiest thing to take away. But even if they change it up, I don't know if it's good enough to still be FPX. this version
That's
of
the
FPX, even on G2's best day, probably would have slammed that door.
Because you look down to the bottom lane, you look at that 2v2. One of the things we highlighted coming in as well was the support matchup.
Yeah.
Crisp won that matchup so hard.
Crisp was so good.
Every single game. No matter what he ended up playing, he took the blind pick, thresh it, throw whatever you have at me. I don't care. I can create plays. I have the lantern to save my teammates. In every skirmish, he's there. He played like the best support in the world.
That Galio ultimate into Lantern Escape from the Baron Pit in Game 3 was mind-boggling. An absolutely stellar performance out of him, but again, as we mentioned, so much a team effort, you know, for FunPlus Phoenix. That has been their identity all season long. But we do have to talk about one more. That would be our MVP.
Oh, yeah, the world's MVP.
Yeah, maybe we should talk about him. Tien in the jungle. So much of that early game, what we had teased might be, again, another difference maker.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I think he might ask for a Lee Sin skin. I feel like, considering how much power he had on the champion, it was something that he might go for, and it's something that he got in every single game. His performance was incredible. We heard it when he was in that interview with Shox, where he said, I felt like I just did what I needed. But if you consider his performance the baseline, think about what it would look like if he was overperforming.
And if you told me before the series started that if FPX win, Tien will be the MVP, I'd be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, you know? Last year, when Ning got the MVP, another jungler, we were super surprised. We didn't expect him to play that way, but Tien played the same way he's played all worlds long. He's a step above the competition, because not only is he mechanically able to pull off everything you need, and he can play all these different picks, he's so smart. He's everywhere he needs to be.
He's 18. He's playing
That's unfair as well.
like an incredibly experienced jungler.
I mean,
it's not fair.
It is.
So we have 6-7 years of this with Tien, basically.
Possibly. I do want to credit the rest of FPX for this. We mentioned how Doonby's junglers always seem to be successful. And also, I want to credit Warhorse, the coach of FPX, who coached Karsa and Sword Art, that legendary jungler support duo for 5 years, in helping these young players learn more about the game and basically turning this mechanical god with also Karsa's brain and become this unstoppable monster.
And while we, you know, tout the accomplishments of FunPlus Phoenix, I think it is important to recognize the team on the other side of the rift. G2 Esports on home soil. They mustered quite a fight, but it wasn't enough on the day.
I think Vedius said it right, which is today's going to suck, tomorrow will be better.
Yep.
It was right in front of them. They should be very proud for how many steps they were, for how close they were, but in that same breath, because you were so close, this one is going to hurt, especially in the performance and the way that they did it. That was not G2's best. Jankos was invisible. Mickey was having a very rough series. Perkz was getting skill checked left, right, and center. I don't know, fell apart.
And that's why it's going to hurt them more than anything. If they had lost playing at 100%, I think they would have been, okay, we just need to get better. But they know that they were not playing at their peak. They know that they could have done more, and I think that's going to hurt them the most. Because when you go up against a team like FPX who perform at that level, even the smallest mistake ends up getting punished.
But we said the same thing in the semifinal when IG lost to FPX. Oh, if they just played at 100%, they could have done more. Maybe FPX just make sure you can't. You cannot get to 100 because they will be able to match whatever you're doing. They can individually actually shut you down. They were always doing what G2 did to every team they played so far. Oh, we want to fight top? We're here as 4. You're not even close to being ready to match us. They were so good at creating numbers advantages. So I think they just make it super, super hard for you to feel like that you're actually playing at your top.
Throughout the series, we would see G2 start to set up plays that had worked against SKT, that had worked against Dom1. And they would back away, they'd find a way out, and then, unlike the other teams, they would turn it around on them. And I feel like after 2 games of that happening, G2 just kind of lost their motivation to go for plays. That's part of what happens when they pick the Veigar in Game 3. They say, our roaming isn't working, let's pick something safe and make them be proactive. FPX could do that too, so that's why I was a 3-0.
Tonight, the 2 best teams in the world stood toe-to-toe, but only one could remain at the end of it all, and that would be FunPlus Phoenix of the LPL. Before we sign off, though, here's a message from Shanghai's Vice Mayor, the gracious host of the 2020 World Finals.
全球英雄联盟的选手和召唤师们，我代表上海市政府 热烈欢迎第10届英雄联盟全球总决赛正式落户上海。让我们2020相约上海，共同感受电竞的激情，一起为电竞加油。See you in Shanghai.
Again, I can't say anything but I can't wait to be in China next year to watch this all unfold again. Back-to-back titles for the home region, looking to defend it once again and maybe achieve that all coveted three-peat.
And is LPL strong enough to break that curse? Because we feel like the home crowd never gets to lift up the trophy. Could be this time.
Yeah, they will definitely be favorites. I still think with what we've seen in the past 2 years, it's definitely not a certainty. I think we saw 3 LCK teams win their group stage. We've seen Europe make it to finals 2 consecutive years as well. Everyone is going to be re-gearing up. It's disappointing now for G2. They'll be back. Everyone's going to be going to Shanghai trying to win.
I just want week 1 of spring in every region so we can start seeing, okay, who can actually start moving towards Worlds. MSI first, then Worlds after, and actually compete for the trophy, because at this point, all the major regions can do it.
Thank you for keeping us on track, Deficio. I know I can always count on you for that. Before we go to the Axe big moves from all of Worlds 2019, I'd like to say thank you from all of us here. Thank you so much for tuning in throughout all of Worlds. Thank you to the fans in Berlin, Madrid, and Paris. We'll see you next year, and good night.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 League of Legends World Championship.
I think it can be a wake-up call to the rest of the world. This play-in tournament matters.
Can they find a team fight is the question.
Oh, what?
The Baron down the line, stolen with a Void Seeker! What the bloody hell is going on in this game? Seros now is going to be the dessert. Can they actually grab it? Slow's going to go down for the good of the colony, and Saya misses the cue. Oh no, it's a disaster. Seros with the outplay.
He's going to ult right back onto North Garen. Big damage! It doesn't feel like the Unicorns ever left Berlin. Unicorns, this must be their moment to fight. Humanoid goes golden at the perfect time. Now needs to escape. No Man's so incredibly low. Eyes in the dark sphere. Where's it going to go? The shutdown comes through, and that's it. In game 5 again, just barely out of his reach.
The play comes out, but the Cataclysm follows him. Pilot goes down. A quadra kill for the clutch AD carry. In convincing fashion, they will make it to the World Group stage.
Can't find it. He goes double lift. There's 1 kill. There's 2. He pulls it off with the quadra kill. Dismounted. He's all around with attack. Just gets Scarlet. Time to ignite. Buffalo can't get out.
Managing to survive for the moment. Tarsus sticking down. 3C first blood in the 2v1. You do not fight. 3C in his lane.
Uzi flashes forward.
Feathers fly.
And when it matters most, the star for RNG, Uzi comes up clutch.
Oh, the ignite is burning.
Rookie back on top, and he solo kills Jensen.
There's nothing he can do. There's nothing Team Liquid can do.
This team was put together for international success. They would have hoped for so much more on the world stage.
For us more experienced players, either you win the entire thing or it doesn't matter how far you went. If you look at the theory of it, I feel like G2 should be the favorites.
G2 have looked the best by far.
But then again, I also know that when the tournament starts, everything that you've done before and every theory you have is out the window.
Spice, they will not be stymied. They will not be stopped. They are going to Madrid.
Faker willing to go right back on the tower.
Fnatic eliminates RNG. All 3 European teams make it to the knockout stage.
The best team in the world doesn't complain about hard groups because they're what makes the group hard.
Wait, no, they're going for more. Oh, they're all going.
SKT playing the map right, and they fight against it.
Griffin has officially arrived.
Down 1 from Challenger to taking down the defending world champion. All 3 LCK teams are first.
我觉得这一次就是年轻战队们都是和老人战队们对战一样。
FPX are doing what they can to survive.
I knocked this guy, Fly, Phoenix, fly!
Dorby! It's going to be a dead Fnatic. Super carry of the LPL steps up.
Now, another twist of the night.
Chubby's inside the pit, forced away, didn't get a jump back to the spot. Oh! 4K health, the Shy in the backline. The defending world champions are here to play.
What you gonna do now?
It's already a 2 for 0 fight, real time, but one finally comes through. It's up to Jackie Love, but he gets Sniper! That's the full pentakill!
So are you gonna die today?
Jackie Love in, and he knocks down Sword. Invictus Gaming will knock down Drift in the quarterfinals.
They will knock Don Juan Gaming out of the tournament, and G2 will move on to the semifinals for the MSI rematch versus SKT, the last of the LEC versus the last of the LCK. There are no weak players left standing at the 2019 World Championship.
To be the best, you must go through the best.
Oh, the kick over the wall, Clint! Wow! Putting on a Lee Sin clinic. Back into that ultimate. Faker now step forward. Faker now gets taken out. Faker, what was that? Cap goes golden. There's no one else to follow up. Cost damage doesn't matter. Such a close exchange. For now, they're winning, but Perkz is coming in.
So are you gonna die?
This could be the game. It's the right moment. Faker is gone. Mata's coming in. He's just walking into the meat grinder of Perkz. Caught. Can he do it? Not enough. They've done it. They're going to lead to 5. This is it. The greatest team in the history of League of Legends. Taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced.
The dramatic, supreme display of talent. Doinby's unstoppable.
This is LPL action, baby! Let's go!
Do it! There it goes! Divine judgment from the defending world champion! Chain of corruption starts to spread. Divine judgment is not used!
LWX, he snaps his fingers and half the LPL teams left at Worlds disappear.
Bonjour Paris! Voici venu le moment d'accueillir vos deux finalistes! Fat Blues Phoenix! G2 is
The Sivir is terrifying! There goes the teleporter! Oh! Tian! You beauty! Now Tian is going so low. Jankos repels up, comes down, gets killed. It's a jungler for jungler trade, and now Perkz is blown up. He doesn't have the charge available. All of a sudden, Mickey's down. Oh! 2, 3, LWX can find the triple. Tian gets another. G2 are aced at 22 minutes. It's LWX that does so, but it's at the cost of Chris Blind. Heroes Entrance comes in, Doinby is chasing forward. That's already a kill onto Jankos. This could be it. It's going down, and Fun plus Phoenix are your world champions.